we're seeing from Howard Community, which is making them so much more efficient than Champlain. They will keep that offensive pressure going until their third man lingers up a little bit too long.
It's the same thing we've been mentioning, is this offensive pressure is so solid until it is not. Poles tries to go for a 50-50 out of midfield there, really just trying to buy time for Nubel to get back and get some sort of save, but unfortunately not quite able to do so, and is tied up yet again here. 3:30, and we are seeing the necessary adjustments here out of CCE. They are taking advantage of the missed rotations out of Howard right now. This was something they did not do in game number 1, and for them to make that adjustment in game number 2 is absolutely critical to their survival in this series.
Yeah, and the playing plays, and the longer the series go, the better they look. I mean, we're only, what, 2 minutes into game 2, but they're already looking night and day from how they did before. Just like taking advantage of that brief mistake, that brief mistouch by Pulse. Just not where you want that save to go. Couldn't get the angle out, and then Billy Gates just reads it, puts it through. Bing, bang, bong, there we go. Champlain now has the lead over HCC. Very different from last game.
Incredibly different from last game for a number of reasons, and I think one of the biggest things for that change here is that Howard don't look as comfortable as they did in game number 1. Howard game number 1 really seemed like they were in control of the way that the pace of the field was going. They really were making sure that no matter what, even if there was some pressure out of their opponents, they stayed grounded. They made sure that they could take deep breaths and keep themselves in the series. Now we see a little bit of panic set in. They're making rotations that they probably shouldn't be. They're in odd positions and more often than not, and then they're also making touches that aren't as necessary. Now, do I think they're out of the series entirely? Absolutely not, but you can tell that the panic is set in and that they are way less comfortable than they were in game number 1, and, well, CCE are taking full advantage of that. The reason of why they are up 3-0 is just, or 3-2, excuse me, is straight up because they are taking advantage of the mistakes being made. Speaking of which, another double commit, but no one is able to capitalize. Jake and Bake wanted the follow-up shot, but unfortunately, it's another opportunity gone awry for CCE.
Well, they're going to have plenty more because HCC kind of looks like they are playing a little bit scared right now, which is not something we're used to seeing from them. We're used to seeing them want to go, get a little bit antsy even, and maybe overcommit sometimes, but now we're seeing the exact opposite. Some uncertainty as to which 50s they should be taking, and we see that CCE is all over that. The ball is getting left for so long that CCE can just do whatever they want to with it. Although Pulse, that's unfortunate. This is going to be an opportunity. Humphreys comes up and tries to make the shot, but a double save from HCC. Make sure it doesn't go in. One more opportunity. Jake and Bake going to come up and try and get the redirect, but it does get saved out. And now an opportunity for Howard to put this one back on target, but well collected on the other end by Champlain. So a lot of back and forth Rocket League, and then a bad 50 just leads to the Billy Gates score.
You gotta be kidding me. Billy, I mean, listen, I know it's not calculated, but man, what a shot from the other end of the field here to pop that one on in. And I understand that, you know, shots like that are incredibly rare and that there's pretty much no way to predict it, but I can't help but feel that if they had a defender on the back half there, that was an opportunity to be saved. There was a chance that someone off of Howard could have saved it. Instead, they're pushed so far up that once again, they have a defensive misrotation and aren't able to be in the right place at the right time here. So game number 1 was all offense for Howard. You could see that while they did keep a good backline, the offense was the biggest highlight of their game. Game number 2, all of a sudden, it just doesn't really seem like they've been able to click as much. The flow that they had in game number 1 just isn't there, and it just doesn't seem to have the same lethality as before, especially when you pop it off the far and out. 2-4, it will remain as Howard squander another opportunity. They could have brought themselves within 1 here, Keegan. Unfortunately, it looks like they might fall victim here in game number 2.
Maybe, but we did see Champlain come back late. We might see Howard do the same thing, but Champlain has just had full control of this ball at the midfield for this entire second half of the game. Howard looked good early, but just Champlain has just made the adjustment on the fly, and that's exactly what I was talking about pre-game. Howard now is going to be put on the spot to try and make adjustments for what Champlain is giving them. And Champlain, look at how calm they are now on their rotations. They let that ball go so far back into their zone. Now they're just letting themselves hold out on defense. Much stronger for Champlain. And at this point, it feels as though Howard just kind of has to kind of cool down. They can't let themselves get into their own heads. Just play their game, play how they were in game 1, and they'll be fine.
Absolutely. Game number two was just an absolute mess for them, especially considering the fact they can't even let the ball die here, and it's not in their favor right now. CCE look to put an emphasis on this one. They want a statement in game number two. Off the backboard, Billy Gates is there, and 5-2 the final score line. Even in crunch time, they are going to play their hardest here after going down 2-1 in game number two to come back with a 5-2 scoreline in game number two, or excuse me, game number one and then game number two. CCE look dominant so far.
That was just a gorgeous little redirect from Billy Gates there too. Just a little over the top doink, just very soft touch. And he really stood out on this one. 4-1-1-7 scoreline. That is a huge MVP scoreline for your team. The Billy Gates and Jake and Blake connection really seems to be the bread and butter for Champlain. Humphreys, he's been kind of sitting back, playing that third man, and he's been doing it pretty well. But that Billy Gates and Jake and Blake, that is where your money is, Champlain. That is where your offensive production comes from. And I want to see more from them and continue that. Maybe Humphreys comes up and gets a surprise goal every now and then. That would be interesting to see as well. But as far as adjustments for Howard, what do you think that they have to be doing here, Bass?
They've got to stop. They've got to try and figure out other ways to get their offense to be efficient. Yes, we do appreciate if you can have some offensive pressure and keep that into your opponent's half. But when you start overcommitting, when you start having your third man challenge out at midfield and super risky challenges, all it does is make the counterattacks for CCE even easier. And that was what CCE was thriving on, was counterattacks where HCC would give them an open net or give them an opening to go across the field, and all of a sudden they would just dominate. So for Howard right now, it's about trying to figure out a different plan of attack here. I think that they've got offensive efficiency in droves here. If they can try and do that with maybe some solo plays or something with a little bit less risk, maybe infield passes that don't necessarily come out of the corner, I think they've got a shot here. But they've got to try and play some better risk management. Otherwise, they're going to leave themselves vulnerable for the entirety of game number three. And it looks like they might already do so. Jake and Bake off to a strong start here. And unfortunately, it's just more issues on the back end here for Howard already.
Yeah, this is just, oh, what a beautifully planned kickoff from Champlain there. And you can tell that one was planned. Jake and Bake was there ready for that one to send it into the net. So this is just Champlain now adding an extra level of depth to their game, making the play or making the kickoffs count. This one might count as well, but there it is for Pulse. Jake and Bake comes up and gets another touch on this one. Is going to roll center. No touch from Howard. Two men jump on that one in the form of Billy Gates and Humphreys. But Billy Gates keeps this one in the zone. Howard is just not able to get these clears against Champlain, who are just 50-ing everything. The response is coming out so fast. Every touch from Howard has a response.
Game number one, Howard seemed in control. They could get 3 or 4 touches in a row without Champlain getting a single touch in. Now all of a sudden it's a complete reversal here. Champlain have just been dominant over and over and over again. They leave themselves time. They even leave time for their opponents to clear it out, but we cannot see Howard get an efficient touch. It's a combination of boost starving. It's a combination of good positioning. It is just dominance overall here, as Champlain took one game to get warmed up and from there on out said, yeah, this is our series to win. Only a minute into game number 3, and already this is looking like a one-sided affair. We mentioned that we needed to see some sort of change out of Howard in terms of offense. Now I think we need to see a change in defense, as, oh my God, CCE continue to clip here. They do not find the back of the net for a second time, but you can just see their offense is starting to dazzle.
Ooh, the boost management from Howard as well could use some work. I just saw on that little push by Pulse there, missed 2 100 boosts and had 0 the whole way. And now we see Newble pushing up with 0. Howard is mostly starved at this point. Logs and Trees has a little bit, but not enough to get that challenge away from Jake and Bake, who flicks it over top into the top left corner. Great placement. But Howard's decision-making at this point seems a little bit rushed, if you ask me. They're pushing up with 0 boost, and that's really, you can't be doing that against a Champlain roster who is looking for counterattacks.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we mentioned this before. They looked like they were in a panic. They did not look comfortable, and as a result, it just kind of made for a very weird back half for Howard, which then didn't really lead into an efficient offense. They've got to take a deep breath here. We mention it all the time on cast about the reset, the mental reset. Just take that long, deep breath, say, hey, we have got this. We're going to regain from here on out. And an own goal might give them the start here. That was probably not the play that Champlain was hoping for.
I mean, absolutely not. it looked like Humphreys was trying to chip that one across net, but Jake and Bake was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Didn't rotate into back post, ended up rotating into mid, and that has a tendency to happen when you rotate in that location. So that's going to be now a 1-goal game. Howard Community still behind, but Champlain well controlled in their own zone. Pulse goes up and gets a good high 50 to keep the ball moving for Newble. Drops over to Logs and Trees. Pulse, great flick! No one is back for Champlain, and all of a sudden, Howard ties it up.
Well, that's all it takes. Sometimes it's one misrotation, one poor play for a team, and they start to crumble here. And unfortunately, that might be exactly what we're seeing for CCE. The own goal seems to have gotten in their head after a 2-0 lead is crumbled into a 2-2 tie with only about 30 seconds. This is definitely not what we're hoping to see out of CCE after such a dominant game number 2 and such a strong start to game number 3. We're finally seeing them be vulnerable for the first time in quite some time. Howard have got to take advantage of this. They do not want to let any more momentum go back in favor of their opponents, and they will not allow it to. From 2-0 down to 3-2 up, Logs and Trees finds the 3rd goal for his team, and all of a sudden Howard Community are back on top.
Hey Bass, what if I told you that there's still 2 minutes left in this game? 2 full minutes left in this game, and we've already had a momentum swing back and forth. Roller Coaster 1, this is fitting for the map that we're currently on. Roller Coaster in the background, that's exactly what this game is. So, Champlain, I like what they're putting out here, but they need to shape up that defense again. It seems to be kind of faltering a little bit, and they need to bring it back together. And kind of, they're rotating front post a lot. Rotating front post is not how you get this done. Rotate back post, make sure you're there to sweep the goal and get a clearance whenever you need it. Quick way to turn defense into offense, and that's where we're seeing Howard start to adjust to here as well. Defense into offense is very quick for them.
They've got much better counterattacks and much better transitions than we saw in game number 2 here, and it's giving them a lot better life. And even their challenges out of midfield are a lot less risky and a lot more calculated. So we're seeing a much stronger Howard team, and unfortunately for CCE, they're making defensive errors. Another good example of that, perfectly plain in sight here. Humphreys is in net. They have no reason to rush this, as Billy had already gone for the initial challenge to force an awkward touch out of Logs. You sit in net there, you've got a chance to save that. You rush early, you give yourself no chance whatsoever. CCE with a complete defensive breakdown, and you can tell how different of a game this is just based on stat line alone. 2 saves to CCE, 3 to Howard. The emphasis has been offense all game number 3.
And HCC with 6 shots as well. They've been on the offense a lot more. CCE with 6 as well, but all of that is to Jake and Bake, and you can't rely on one person, and you can't have your defense fall apart like that in the backfield.
This is just the same over and over again. We keep mentioning the misrotations, the errors that we are seeing out of CCE. I truly do believe that this can start just being accounted to communication at a certain point. Sometimes you need to see a team just sit there and go, all right, well, we're not playing so well so far. We're going to wipe this one off and go into a completely different game number 4. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we're going to need to see. Yes, there's a minute left here, but honestly, I don't see CCE coming back within that last minute. Champlain have not looked bad, but they don't look like they have enough momentum to all of a sudden swing this game in favor of them by scoring even more goals than they've managed in 4 minutes. So game number 4 is going to look like it's going to happen. Well, it would happen either way, but game number 3 looks like it's going in favor of HCC after a pretty devastating game number 2 loss. We said it in the last one, we needed to see some adjustments out of ACC. Now in game number 4, what do we need to see out of CCE, out of Champlain, if they want to try and win this one and take us to a game number 5?
Well, we've been talking about their defense having problems, right? That's number 1. We've been talking about them not jumping on their offensive opportunities. That's number 2. But what if I told you that both of those faults come down to the exact same problem, and that's that they're not jumping on the ball fast enough? We need to see faster challenges from CCE here. They've been letting the ball roll into their own zone far too far, and it's fine if you do that and you have it fully controlled, but they've been allowing HCC to come up and get good 50s. We saw that CCE was doing the exact same thing that HCC was in the first half of the game, and then HCC made the adjustment and came back. They need to figure out who's going on each challenge and then execute it. Their communication needs to improve on that front, and their decision making needs to improve on that front. I feel as though if CCE can get their mind back into it and kind of go through and get good challenges, good fast challenges, then we'll see them in a much better spot, and we'll see that ball in the offensive zone for them a lot more frequently as well.
Yeah, it just comes down to Rocket League fundamentals sometimes, which is a lot of teams when they get to a bit of a higher level, especially towards Grand Champ and higher Grand Champ, they start to make a little bit more of some intricate plays, which don't always really pan out in the long run. Sometimes the fundamentals are, well, they're the fundamentals for a reason. A solid three-man rotation, basic touches that lead to other touches for your teammates, good passing play, stuff like that. Although they may not be as flashy as a flip reset or a nice dribble on the ground, they can work out a lot better in a lot of instances because they allow you more pressure and they allow you a solid rotation after said attack. So for this for this fourth game, we need to see a complete adjustment out of CCE. Go back to how they were rotating in game number 2, where it really looked like they had a strong offense as well as defense. Last game, we saw some good offense, but we really didn't see that defense that stepped up as well. So this is going to be an important game number 4. If they do not win this one, Champlain will go down in 4. However, if Howard Community win this one, they will wrap this series up in 4, and I think they might just want to do that. Won't even want a game number 5, but a lot easier said than done, as already both teams are off to a strong battle here. This one's going cross court. It's not quite in. Nooble with a last second save, but my, oh my. It looks like game number 4 is going to be as high octane action as ever.
Well, it sounds like CCE was listening to me. They're jumping on all of these challenges very quickly, and that's going to pay off there as Humphreys gets it to Billy Gates. Billy Gates off the wall. Is anyone going to be there for CCE? No, no one jumps on that one, though. That's unfortunate, but now Nooble, he will jump on this one pretty quickly. Tries to get a good flick, but Humphreys was ready for it. And CCE already seeing a lot more decisive. They can't miss those, though. Off the post by HCC. Billy Gates giving chase. Nooble's up high. He's not going to have the boost to get to this, though. And Humphreys will get a good 50. And it will go over to Jake and Bake. Missed, though, from Jake and Bake. And Billy Gates is there in the backfield, thankfully. Otherwise, that would have been a complete whiff from CCE. And HCC probably would have ended up with a goal there. But we play on at 0 as Champlain trying to fix those defensive errors and get to this ball a lot quicker. But some of the misses are hurting them.
This is I will say this game definitely hasn't been as consistent as some of the other ones we have seen so far. We know both of these squads are extremely capable, but right now it looks a little bit like a panic. Both teams have upped their pace here in game number 4 because they're just trying to keep the other team uncomfortable as well. Neither team wants to be the first one to admit that they can't keep up this pace of play, and unfortunately, I think the first goal we're going to see is going to come off of a pretty crucial error, as we've seen a couple so far, just none of them capitalized upon. Speaking of which, though, plenty of space here now. ACC, can they run with this one? Howard have got an opportunity. Billy can't make the touch off the backboard. Logs and Trees is going to get a good pass out to Pulse, but that one goes high as well. Pulse needed to take a shot with so many awkward defenders there, and without the final shot coming through, it's back to another stalemate as we near halftime here. Game number 4 looks to be a nail-biter. Both teams do not want to be the first to make that mistake. Humphreys will not be that person, but they do clear it out to the center. That could have been a shot out of Logs and Trees, but instead it'll be an offense for Howard, but oh no, Nooble. And again, there are multiple opportunities we are seeing here where HCC could slot in a shot, but instead they just keep putting it to the sides or off the bar over and over again. Please, Howard, get something in. They cannot. A ton of extended pressure here, but somehow Champlain walk away unscathed.
Well, from a surface perspective, Champlain might look a lot faster this game, but unfortunately, a lot of their challenges on the defensive side have been the same story. Not exactly challenging when they should. There could be some communication errors here, too. Pulse not able to put that one on target as Humphreys gets a crucial save, crossed all the way. Humphreys and Jake and Bake both on the wall. They both back off of this one. Someone needed to be on that ball. Nooble intercepts it at midfield. Billy Gates goes for the touch. He does get a good 50. That's going to drop it down. Nooble on target. Gets a shot. Billy Gates gets the save. And the cleanup by Pulse. HCC goes out to the lead. And once again, we see the same problems for Champlain. They're just not getting to these touches fast enough.
finally I can take a breath there, holding my breath for pretty much the entirety of that game. It was just shot after shot after shot after shot after shot for ACC there. Howard continued to pepper the back of, well, not can't even say the back of the net, let's call it the backboard there, amounting 9 total shots versus the 2 out of CCE. And really, this feels like the game for Howard to win. If they lose this one, the amount of momentum going against them will just be unsurmountable. And I think that in game number 5, we would see CCE take it. But to be fair, we've got to get there first. In order for us to see that game number 5, Howard have got to slip up and Champlain have got to take advantage, because so far it has been all Howard here in game number 4.
All Howard all day. I think this ball has been in the orange zone for well over 60% of the time that it has been on the field. And 60% might not seem like a lot, but that's exactly what you're seeing here is a 60% offensive stand. That is actual dominance by Howard Community College. They have not let this ball get past midfield much at all, and only long clears have, but even those long clears, they're not well controlled by Champlain, just like this one. Humphreys gets a 50 that goes all the way back into the blue defensive third, but well controlled by Howard, and they will be able to get this clear, or at least control this ball. They do. Pass to clear, Newbo to Logs and Trees, and he will give chase. Gates looking to get the pass to center. No one is there, though.
Though off the ceiling, this is still more offensive pressure, and to be honest, they don't even really need this offensive pressure. They just need to be able to hold down the back line. A 2-goal lead is pretty comfortable here for Howard. Unless they completely fall apart on defense, I don't see them losing game number 4. Matter of fact, they will even pick up a highlight play and a half. Logs and Trees said, yeah, I know you guys have seen us score goals today, but have you seen us score this? What on earth is that angle?
You talk about Logs and Trees. He could have felled the forest with that shot, blowing everybody away. Gorgeous redirect from Logs and Trees. That's reminiscent of some stuff I've seen in RLCS even. Fantastic angle to put Howard a cut above Champlain. They will get this win 3-1. And what a win it was for Howard. A slight slip up in game 2, but that's not going to matter as Pulse just gives the own goal. And that'll be all here for this matchup. And, it all comes down to just Champlain. They just didn't get to these touches fast enough. Their defense broke down too often. Too many mistakes on their side.
It just was one of these things where I felt like the panic set in and it never really went away. It felt like the entire time ACC were in the lead, that CCE, that Champlain just kind of were trying to catch up. Over and over again, we saw them get into opportunities. We saw them get into places where maybe all of a sudden they could flip the momentum here, but they never really got to that point and never were able to climb past that peak and put the momentum back in their favor. So throughout that entire game, it was a dominant performance out of Howard Community College, and honestly, well played to them. I can't even say that this is one of these things where all of a sudden Champlain fell apart and they just took advantage of it. This was basically, they just never gave Champlain a chance to start to begin with, and Howard just were so dominant that it always looked like a one-sided affair there. So congratulations to Howard Community College. Very well done all around. CCE, I do think that you guys have got a bright future, but it's a bit of back to the drawing board for right now, to put it simply.
Yeah, and it's Champlain, they have to get those team communication errors worked out, because I get the feeling it all comes back to that. They're not knowing who's going for those touches, so they can't commit on them. And I hope that they work that out, because if they can just jump on that ball about 10% faster, they'll be in such a better position. But they need to jump on that ball that 10% faster. And that was their biggest downfall here today. And in game 2, they fixed it. They had it fixed. They were jumping on that ball quick. They were on the offensive rotations. Passes look clean. Clears look clean. And then in game 3 and 4, they just lost it. Maybe it was because of a momentum switch in game 4. Fine, we can chalk it up to that. Rocket League is half momentum anyway. But in game 3, they definitely did not look like the same team in game 2. So consistency needs to be there as well.
And unfortunately, that's something we sometimes see, especially I would say at the challenger level, is that momentum is such a heavy factor in these series. These teams are very much, they see the momentum fall in one way or the other, and they can write off games before they're even finished. And sometimes it's the teams that are the most resilient that stand out the most, that really do show themselves as the better of their region. But for right now, both of these squads don't necessarily look like they're better or worse of their region. They just both look like two squads that, one had a dominant second half of the series, the other one did not. And I still do think think both of these squads have a great chance in the latter half of the season, as they really do have good records already and can probably do a pretty good postseason run if they continue to have said momentum. So for right now, we're going to congratulate Howard Community College, as they did do a phenomenal job throughout that game. And really for CCE, you guys, I think, are very well aware of what you need to do in order to change up the momentum as you go into the rest of the season. Definitely an impressive performance so far, but we definitely need some minor adjustments, I would say, as we continue throughout here. But I think as we're trying to get someone in here, we might have a chance to get at least a couple of words in with the Howard Community College team, or at least one of the players from there. If we can get them in, we would love to have a chance to ask him about the momentum in that series. Gig, I gotta imagine that out of everything we saw throughout that series, what do you think the comms were like when that final shot? Well, actually, I can't say final shot, but the third shot went in game number 4. I gotta imagine that was kind of the, yep, that's it, boys. We're pack it up. We're going home.
Yeah, that would have been just a huge sign, or just like a huge sigh of relief for Howard Community College when they got that last one in. And it does look like we have a member of the HCC team in here. We have Logs and Trees joining us for a quick interview. How are you doing, Logs?
I'm good. Real happy after that win. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. Yeah, just watched an absolute dominant performance by you guys, at least in games 3 and 4. So
Yeah.
real quick here, can you tell us about the kind of perspective shift for those first 3 games? So your initial game plan, and then what adjustments you had to make.
Well, our initial game plan was to just go in and try to play fast, have good comms and everything. And if I remember right, we won the first game, right? So yeah, that went well. But then in the second game, they kind of stepped it up. Like Jake the Bake is kind of cracked. Like, but I think in the end, like, we really just won because of our good comms and teamwork. Like, I'm kind of losing my voice here. We were yelling a lot in comms.
Well, there's your answer, Bass. They were apparently yelling a lot about it.
I mean, I can't blame them, especially we were mentioning it before you hopped into this call. Game number 4, you guys were up 2-0, then all of a sudden you hit the nuttiest angle off the backboard.
Thank you, dude. Yeah.
Was that pretty much, we were saying that was sort of the nail in the coffin. Did you guys did you hit that shot and you were kind of like, that's it, we're done?
Yeah, I called it too. I was like, I got the double tap, and then and then we scored, and it erupted. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was a ridiculous angle too. That looks, that kind of accuracy. How consistent is your team with those kinds of like high mechanical or like high readability plays?
See, that's the funny thing. Usually I'm the person like missing the tight angles. But no. We did really well these series. We hit a lot of the shots too.
I mean, you guys absolutely dominated in game number 4 there. Obviously not as necessarily much dominations through game 1 through 3, but you kept some resilience and you really did a great job throughout the series. Obviously, you have a great record now. You guys advanced to 5-1. You are a very strong team here in your region, but you guys have a lot of the season left to go, as well as you also have playoffs coming up here. Despite the fact that you were 5-1, is there any team that you're at least a little bit weary of seeing for the rest of the season? Who do you think is your biggest competition in your division right now?
Honestly, not worried at all. Like, I'm like,
okay.
You know, the better the team, you know, like the harder they fall. Is that what they say?
I mean, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, I guess.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I wish you luck in those upcoming matches. For right now, we're going to let you go and celebrate with your team. Logs, anyone you want to shout out before we let you go, brother?
Yeah, shout out to Giovanni, ICO, and Bricks for tuning into the stream. And then also shout out to the team and coach for really pulling through. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Logs. Thank you for coming through here so much. We're going to let you go, brother. Have a good one.
All right, thank you. See ya.
All right, Keith. Well, that's the end of the first one, brother. What a first series it was. So happy to finally get you into the NECC, and I think you got a banger for your very first series, my friend.
Oh, yeah. It was a great series to be in, but we are not done here today, Bass. I think we have another even more spectacular match coming up here. So, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between or otherwise on the stream right now, in a couple minutes, we're going to have Montclair State versus Potomac State. Coming right at you here in just a minute. Stick around.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 6. My name is Bass in the Past, and joined alongside me once again is the one and only Keeg. Keeg, we just went into East Challengers Division. Now we are moving up into East Champions. We have got Potomac State versus MSU, Montclair State University. This is going to be a battle and a half. How are you doing this fine afternoon, my friend?
I'm doing all right. You know, it's been a time lately, a bit stressed out, but I'm doing well today. And for those of you who are just joining us from maybe these two schools coming in to watch, by the way, I'm new to NECC. Hi, I'm Keegabyte. I'm an RLCS caster for a couple other places, but I'm joining you guys for some streams today. So this, like you said, Montclair State and Potomac State, both these teams having a 3-2 and a 2-2 record, as Montclair State had a bye last week. So we are looking at which of these two teams is going to take their momentum that they currently have and roll with it. Montclair State might not have a ton, as before their bye week last week, they did take a harsh loss to Durham in Game 5. Meanwhile, Potomac State also on a loss to Durham in Week 5. So Durham really showing up and taking both these teams out. So that being said, which of these two teams, we've seen them on stream before, we've seen them across the course of the season, which do you think has the advantage here?
Well, the one thing that I did get to see is I've seen Potomac play before, and one thing I know about Potomac, when they're on, they are on. When they play well, they play incredibly. So, like you said, it's going to be about momentum, seeing how these teams adjust here in game number 1. So, if we see a Potomac State that comes out and is just absolutely dominant, I think that this is their series to win. If we see a bit of a lackluster start where it goes, somewhat of feeling out, trying to figure out how the other team wants to play, a little bit of hesitancy, I think that this goes in favor of Montclair. But I am hoping to see, not trying to be, impartial here. Don't want to cheer one way or the other, but I'd love to see Potomac State absolutely pop off. We saw one of the most ridiculous angles ever out of Logs and Trees in the last match. I'd love to see even more of those ridiculous angles here in series number 2 for the day. But a little bit easier said than done. Not many people can hit those RLCS caliber shots. So I really do hope that these teams can necessarily live up to the expectations we have, because honestly, as we always say, it is really up to these players to make sure that they can play to the best of their abilities. The casters just want to see a game number 5 no matter what.
Yeah, and I think these two teams could send us to a game number 5. So we are about to get into it here. There's the kickoff. Let's see who's going to take this early one, and it will be Potomac State, as they're going to get the early offense here. A little bit of a good push. Rotz is going to try and get it down to a teammate. Good 50 by Lifey, and Legacy is there to clean it up. Very quick challenges. Lifey is there with him. Fast and tight offense. I like it from Montclair.
So far, this is looking like this is going to be a high-octane series. Some nice passing plays already trying to show themselves, but Azuro can't quite connect in the midfield, and it's going to leave a counterattack here for MSU. Montclair almost able to slot one in early, but instead it will remain a 0-0 scoreline, as passes have been the emphasis already. 30 seconds in, multiple passing play attempts, but it only takes one to open it up, as 1-0 Potomac on top.
Yeah, this is just Potomac. The passing plays, every time that they have the ball in the offensive zone, they are looking for it. They're looking for teammate center, and I like how they're pushing up to take advantage of it too. They are pushing that third man up, however, so I'm not sure how much I like that too much. So we'll see if they get punished for that at all. They might, if we can see Montclair get some really good clears, but Montclair, they don't really like clears too much. They like to kind of push on this offense and try and force mistakes out of their opponents. I'm not sure if they're going to get too much of that from Potomac State here, though, so we'll see.
We'll have to find out. Only a minute into this game, so there's plenty of time for both of these teams to make the necessary adjustments. Misses on the backboard, though, are not something you can afford no matter what time in the series it is. 2-0 here. Potomac State take a very definite lead early in this one, as it's just a complete whiff on the back end.
Open backboard, open net, and we see that exact same thing happen there. Montclair just not able to get back to it, not able to read that ball off the wall. And Potomac State takes advantage of that pretty heavily. Good clear from Goal Food. I do like what we're seeing from Montclair, at least the initial starting of their attempted offensive possessions. They're getting that ball at midfield, holding it well, but the problem is they're not doing anything with it. Committing that second man will be a good idea, and Legacy does commit and puts the ball on target. And what we're seeing is a 1-2 rotation here. from Montclair State, and that doesn't work out all the time, but it seems to be working for them, at least for certain pushes.
The demo definitely going to be helpful to, use that 1-2 rotation like you said. It's not necessarily going to be the most consistent thing, but hey, any momentum in their favor is going to help them out in the long run here as they've cut the lead in half, brought themselves within 1. They've got a chance now to try and run with said momentum, and as Lifey does have a pass out here, kind of just throws this to no man's land though. DAFC will be there to at least run a distraction, but I don't think they can really afford to do that. Montclair State need to develop some more intricate passing plays, especially if they're going to double commit like that. DAFC does get a follow-up touch, so it'll delay the offense for a moment, and then Ross pops it around Ozuro. Looks like both teams right now are at least a little bit uncomfortable, not necessarily unexpected out of game number 1 as they're just trying to figure out how they want to play, but really, it kind of looks like whichever team doesn't get uncomfortable first is going to take this.
That was a gorgeous bump there from Lifey, really opened the door, but just wasn't able to get the ball on target. Now Montclair State is going to pass the ball around a little bit, looking for a hole. Legacy does find a little bit of a hole. He's going to try and push it through. Back to center. Is anyone going to jump on this? No. DAFC was the only one available, and he knew he was beat. Great interference there by Potomac State, and they're going to try and push on that. Not quite successful. Now we're starting to see Montclair kind of fill in a little bit. They're kind of starting to get a little bit more comfortable here, and Potomac, they're just rolling right along.
Doing pretty well so far. Oh my word, what a save out of DAFC though is going to at least keep this at a one goal advantage here. This one going to stay tense throughout the series as we approach the 2-minute mark, and demos all around here. MSU have given themselves a great chance, but the save by GoldFood is not going to allow that one to push on through here. Montclair are on the verge of putting in that equalizer, and they will finally find it. Enough offensive pressure, and they will find the back of the net.
Well, we talked about that Montclair likes to put this pressure on target to force some defensive mistakes, and that's exactly what we saw there out of Potomac State. Everybody kind of clusters in around that goal. Everybody's on top of each other. No one knows who's getting the touch, and you see the results of what happens when that happens. So Potomac, yeah, this is just Potomac is now just having the defensive stand against Montclair. I mean, what do you think they're going to have to do to break this?
Well, I mean, honestly, I'd like to say that, it's just get a better counterattack here, because it feels like small touches like that out of Rots and then just clearing it out like that is not really how it's going to work. Yes, those clears are going to buy your team time, but if no one's following up said clear, you're just giving up a bunch of offensive pressure that could be there. So I like the follow-up that we just saw, but as another touch out of life, he gets around the second defender and then gets a shot off. You can just see one team has their counterattacks on lock. The other one is still warming up here. Montclair, after going down 2-0, have just turned this around in the second half of game number 1. The counterattacks are on point. The shots are on point. Oh my word, but I don't think we can count Potomac out quite yet. They almost just hit the nuttiest angle we've seen all day.
That was insane if it had been on target, but not quite there. Ozuro, excuse me, is going to try and put that one on. Another shot from GoldFood. Now two players from Potomac pushed up, and a good 50 by GoldFood. GoldFood? One of the two got the 50. There we go, it was Rots. That was a fantastic 50. Had that rolled back, that would have been a definitive advantage pushing on the other way for Montclair. And they might have gotten a goal out of it. But Rots just puts his car in the way and says no.
I do appreciate that even at this ranking in a competitive environment, goal steals are still flying everywhere. I appreciate that, my tendencies from my diamond gameplay can still show up even at the highest level we've got here in the NECC. 20 seconds left here now, and there is a chance that Potomac State could take this one after going down. Oh, wait a minute. They're almost definitely going to take it. Now, I was going to say, after a bit of a rocky comeback here out of Montclair, they have turned the momentum in their favor, and they might have just sealed the deal with that one there, Gigabyte.
Yeah, I think they did. 13 seconds left is a bit of a tall ask to get 2 goals. They're going to have to get one off this kickoff is Montclair. They might have an opportunity. Lifey's going to come get it, but he misses. Legacy going to try and put this one on for Lifey, but no one is going to be there. That's going to be pretty much it right there. So Potomac State will take game number 1. And I will say they did not look as dominant across that whole thing. They got out to a nice jump, but they really look weak in the mid game.
I will say I do appreciate that they made the necessary adjustments as time went on. Rot started to recognize he was 50-50 against pretty much all of their opponents in absolutely dominant fashion here. So you got to imagine that at a certain point, Rots just kind of realized, hey, if I can keep this pressure up at midfield, if I can start winning these 50s on repeat, I'm just not going to allow Montclair any sort of opportunities. And that's exactly what happened there. As Potomac started to recognize where they were getting their benefits, and they started to run with those more than anything, rather than trying to push, the same narrative we saw at the beginning. They made the necessary adjustments, and sometimes that is what separates teams here. If they can play with a good amount of adjustment, if they can play with that necessary change as time goes on, I think that they can win the series. But honestly, I think it's far too early to count Montclair out of this one. We saw how dominant they were once they started to get that offense together. If they can get that efficiency again in game number 2, I think we might see this one go the distance.
We might see it go the distance. And the biggest reason why I'm so sure that we're at least going to see Montclair put up a good fight, if nothing else, is exactly how they clear the ball. There is no dump and run like we're seeing from Potomac. I remember on 3 or 4 different pushes out, Lifey was just controlling that ball, sitting behind it the whole time, and getting beneficial 50s every time anybody from Potomac jumped on a 50. And that's just... the more you can do with a single person, the better off you are. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Montclair. One person is getting the clear, they're just pushing it up slowly, getting beneficial 50s, and then their team is just coming in to clean it up. But the question is Potomac State going to be able to sniff that out?
Well, we're going to have to find out. Game number 2 looks like it's going to be a pretty influential one of the series, and the shots are going to be ridiculous! Are you kidding me? Lifey with the cherry pick in front of the net is going to get the nuttiest redirect I've seen in quite some time.
What an insane touch from Lifey. That was just a gorgeous shot all the way around. Montclair State, they're going to get off to an early lead here, 20 seconds in. And they will continue the push. We know that they like to force errors out of their opponents by keeping the ball in their defensive zone for a long time. Ozero?
Which, that's a defensive error. This could be something huge here. Montclair with the dunk! What are the goals we're seeing right now, Gigabyte? All of a sudden, game number 2 has stepped up the caliber tenfold.
Everybody here is just going for 50s, and they're all 50 kings right now. They're all fire burners out here right now. They're just going right for those 50s, and they're getting the handle on them, which is really good to see. They don't need to do anything else besides just keep going for those 50s, and eventually it's just Potomac State is out of people to challenge, and then it's just basically an open net for Montclair. And they are just controlling the ball the entire way and not letting Potomac get any sort of momentum. So shut out offense here from Montclair, and Dafsey is going to try and put one on target. Was looking for a style shot there. A little bit of a mishandle on the defensive side for Potomac State. Lifey is in the offensive zone, takes a boost. We're seeing a little bit of a boost steal game coming out from Montclair State too, and not extreme, but they're just rotating through when they can.
They're trying their best so far here, but this is so far a little bit of a panic type of game here. Since those first 2 goals we saw out of Montclair, it's been some weird touches on the backboard here. Speaking of which, no one's going to make the save here as Roth puts in a simple floater, double commit on the corner. But what happened to Dafsey here? I thought he would at least be able to make some sort of save, but decides to go up the wall instead. Panic sets in, and all of a sudden, Potomac have cut the lead in half.
We're going to see another comeback from a different team this time. Potomac certainly looking like they're challenging that. GoFood going to put one off the backboard, but Dafsey is there at that time. And Ozero going to put this one on target, too, required to get that save. Legacy does end up getting credit for it. Dafsey going to get the good clear. Good controlled clears going upfield from Montclair State. And I can't stress that enough. That is the biggest difference between these two teams. The control on the clears. And no dump and run from Montclair.
Just not so far. We have seen some really good control out of them. The question is whether or not that's going to continue in their favor here. As much as patient play can be advantageous, if we all of a sudden have a team out of Potomac that just starts diving on everything, not giving them the chance to set up these more intricate plays, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to continue with that same strategy. But so far, we haven't really seen that. We've seen a little bit of hesitancy out of Potomac, and where there are some places that they could probably shut down the offense out of their opponents, they just haven't quite done that yet. Half of the game still remains, so there's plenty of time for them to make the necessary change-ups, but it's not going to be an easy task whatsoever. Getting themselves another goal here and at least bringing themselves back to a tie would be extremely beneficial, but as MSU have just continued to dominate on offense, I think that's a lot easier said than done.
Well, Legacy and the entire side of Montclair are just locking out the Potomac State team from getting any sort of good offensive stance. They're just controlling the ball in their corners the entire time until they can get a good clear. Lifey gets a good 50. Dapsy is going to get that touch. Legacy gets tricked out by it. Dapsy going to have to go up and get that save. Great little snapshot there from GoFood, but it does not make it into the back of the net. Ozero back upfield. Lifey is there. A little bit of a ping pong action going on here as we see both these teams fighting for any kind of pressure that they can get. And it does look like Potomac is going to win that fight. Demo on the backside. That's going to be a shot on target. No one is there for Montclair, and Potomac ties it up.
And this is just, I'm not going to say complete defensive breakdown, but you could see the panic set in for MSU almost immediately, and they never were really able to find their footing once again. Demos on the back end definitely going to help continue that panic, and all of a sudden, Potomac have found the response that they needed. Might even get themselves a third goal, not quite able to put that on target. GoFood had a chance to put in that third goal, that real dagger into the heart for MSU here, but instead, they'll have to just play this one a little bit more slowly. Dapsy will at least get a 50, try and slow down the offense, and as Rots takes a pretty lackluster shot, I think that might be the end of it. Good pass out of Dapsy and Lifey to start up an offense for Montclair, but it's got to be efficient here. Again, you see how there's both teams trying to take the time to set up more intricate shots. We need to see one of these two teams start to control the pace of play. If they can get a little bit speedier, if they can just dispossess their opponents before they get the opportunity, I think we'll see a dominant half. But right now, a bit of a stalemate as we get into this last minute of gameplay. I'd love to see an overtime in game number 2, but we got to get there first. 30 seconds left, and both teams look poised to try and finish it in regulation.
We are seeing some changes from Potomac State already. Much more physical offense. They're getting demos and bumps where it's crucial to prevent these good controlled clears from Montclair that we have been talking about all series. They're gonna have to do a little bit more though, as Montclair is still able to break free, as we see them do there. Ozero to GoFood was looking for that one. Did get a touch, but not able to put it on target. And Lifey's just going to control this one, trying to get it out of his own zone. Dapsy is able to put this one back upfield. Now maybe a potential swing, but no, it hits the boards, and we have overtime.
This one's going to be a nail-biter for sure. Neither one of these squads wants to give up an easy game number 2. For MSU here, it's about trying to hold on and keep this series within reach. For Potomac, this is about giving themselves the best shot at winning this one, as they will be on game point if they can win the second game in a row. Right now, they look to do exactly that. Good pass out of the middle out of Rots, but no one is going to be there. Despite Azuro and GoFood being out at midfield, neither one of them wanted to dive on the ball, but rather just keep the offensive pressure up. And while I don't think it's a bad idea, they've got to use these opportunities to their advantage. But as we get a double commit or triple commit in front of the net, somehow, some way, Montclair will walk away unscathed. My heart stopped for a second there, Gigabyte. I thought that was the end for Montclair.
I thought so too, and we saw right after that they kind of had to get a long, uncontrolled clear to kind of catch their breath just to be able to get some boost back up. And a good demo there by GoFood is going to prevent some of the pressure from coming on. That could have been a goal had that not been a demo. Ozero 50 with Dapsy. The back to center. Rots is going to go up for this one. We've seen him do some awesome things. Double commit on the defense. No one is there, though, for Potomac State. It's going to get cut across goal again. And no one, once again, for Potomac State is there. They've had a couple really great chances, just not willing to commit that second man when they're not sure of the goal.
They're very scared about being counterattacked upon, but honestly, I don't think they should be this hesitant considering how many double and triple commits we have seen out of Montclair. Again, someone's got to be there. Ozero! Oh, thank God he is there. Potomac State will take a 2-game lead here as they finally put in another goal. That was a nail-biter for sure. Definitely not the reason I thought it would be a nail-biter, though.
We're just over here screaming, like, put that ball in, it's right in front of the nets!
Oh,
But-
finally they do find it, though. Potomac State will take a 2-game lead here in Gigabyte. It's looking like MSU, no matter what they do, no matter the adjustments they make, they just keep trying to claw their way back into the series and just cannot quite get there. What do we have to see out of MSU to keep themselves in this series?
We have to see them kind of shape up their defense, and that has been their biggest weakness in both game 1 and 2. We've seen a lot of double and triple commits that kind of leave them high and dry, and we see them maybe going for boosts at inopportune times or something like that. And that's not something that they can afford to do when they are being bared down on by Potomac State. And Potomac State on their side, there's a lot more that we could see them do to capitalize on those on those opportunities that they have. But Montclair, if they don't shape up or if they don't fill in those holes on defense one way or another, they're going to get scored on a lot more, because Potomac isn't going to let those go often.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy thing for Montclair to try and bring back here. Like you said, the defense is not necessarily up to par quite yet. And the scary thing is they had the majority of the saves in that game. So it really goes to show you that saves are not everything when it comes to a defense. Yes, a save is great, but if there's no follow-up touch, if there's no clear afterwards and you can't do anything with that save, it doesn't really matter. So we've got to see a completely different back line here out of MSU. I think that Montclair have got a shot, but it's going to start with also slowing down this offense here as Rot tries to go for the pre-flip. Looks like Potomac aren't quite done yet, and they might even get the first goal to boot. That one's going to go off the bar, but already MSU in a panic on their back end.
I kind of like at the same time and don't like what we're seeing from Potomac here. They are not committing their second man. They're trying to get solo goals, although here they're going to commit their second man. Rot's trying to get a really ridiculous redirect down into the net. Not quite able to do it. But Potomac is, for their credit, they are playing a very wise game plan if they're not willing to commit that second and maybe even that third person.
They're playing clever. The unfortunate part is as clever as they are playing, it's starting to be a little bit more predictable. You can tell that MSU are going to be aware they don't necessarily need to clear it as quickly if there's not going to be another man committing afterwards. So if we all of a sudden see that minor switch where Potomac just start throwing that second man immediately at the net like we just saw at Azuro, look how much time and space they now have. Potomac might actually be picking up on exactly what we're saying. They're starting to put a couple more men downfield, and it really could gain them a lot more offensive pressure. Might even find them the first goal of the series. That was a clever back pass, but unfortunately, Goldfood was at least was just a bit too far back. But somehow, despite that, MSU are still locked into their half a minute and a half into this game.
They've got a couple good clears here. Lifey gets a clutch shot on target, but Ozro is able to get that clear. And that right there, that turnaround is exactly why we're seeing Montclair get pushed into their own zone so effectively. Is because Potomac is getting past the clears. They are getting it out to somebody who, the three is getting it out to the one who is lingering up a little bit, and then the one is just getting a good controlled clear upfield, and that's going to give them a goal here too, as goal food. Great pass from Rotz to get it over two attackers on this 50. Gorgeous here.
Oh my word, Rotz has just put on a highlight reel so far. Not to take away from anything that Goldfood or Azuro have done so far here, but Rotz, whether it's the 50, whether it's the pass, whether it's the shot, all around playing a stellar game here, and there's a lot of the reason that Potomac looked to clear this one in 3 as they get another ridiculous pass, but that one's off the bar and out. Oh my word, it's a heartbreaker, as this should be a 2-0 scoreline for Potomac, but you can see exactly why I'm highlighting Rotz so far. He has been electric on both halves of the field.
Well, good pass there by Dapsy to Lifey, but Lifey couldn't put it on target. Those have got to be on target, and we've seen a lot of that, but just some inaccuracy. I don't feel as though that's Montclair's biggest problem, but we are seeing some inaccuracy from them that has to be shaped up. Rotz, great pass to Goldfood again. This connection strong this game. And Rotz's play off the wall, taking Montclair entirely by surprise.
Oh my word, all of a sudden we're starting to see the dynamic duo just bust on out here. Batman and Robin have decided that it is time to take down the bad guys, and they are doing it in style here. Half of the game left, and we've got to see some sort of adjustment out of Montclair State. A good passing play out of midfield will at least give them some offensive pressure, but again, another shot off target. Legacy puts one into the backboard. I'm not sure if that was an intentional one, but really, to be honest, it shouldn't have been intentional whatsoever.
Great
they needed
demo.
a shot on target. And as another one arrives, as you mentioned, it's a good demo and a good opening, but the unfortunate part for MSU is as solid the offense has been for Potomac, the defense has stepped up as well.
Rots, as we've said, he is fantastic. Good control to get that one at least past 2. And he's going to get this one back into their offensive third. Lifey is back there, though, to Legacy. Legacy drops it down for Lifey. Lifey looking for another one, but Lifey off target again.
Just over and over again, we see these opportunities for MSU. That's a huge demo.
That's dirty.
And finally, we put one in. The physical play comes out at the perfect time here, Geek.
That was just dirty. Dapsy. Oh,
My.
Filth. Murder.
Absolutely. And
Just-
it becomes.
Yeah, just sees the defender there, flips to car cam, and just removes the defender, and then you just see it trickle in. That's so demoralizing if you're on the receiving end of that, but Potomac can't let that get them down. They do still have the lead here, although we might start seeing a flip of momentum towards Montclair as they do have a lot more offensive potential here. Pressure underway. Legacy into center. Lifey looking for the shot. Does get the touch. Gets it past GoFood, but Rots is there. Now it's a one-man breakaway versus 2. Rots into center. Looking for Ozero. Ozero can't get a hold of it, and GoFood will continue the offensive pressure. And finally, Lifey is able to get this one out of here. But once again, already back in the back is Ozero. He has been a defensive master on the side of Potomac State. He has been the majority of their saves. Lifey, though, doesn't matter if it's a save if Lifey is just in your face.
Oh my, and see, this is what happens when you don't give the save to Zero. If you give it to anyone else besides him, they're not going to be able to clear it out the same sort of way there. Potomac find themselves the victim of a second goal out of MSU, and just as soon as we were about to write them off for the series and put this in a sweep in the books, all of a sudden we've got some life left in them yet. MSU look to try and even put in a third here. That one's not going to get into the back of the net as it's a good deflection to survive for just a second, but all of a sudden, Montclair have decided it's time to get the offensive pressure here, and the accuracy to boot. Lifey, after missing a plethora of shots to start off this game, has redeemed themselves in the second half, as now Montclair are up 3-2.
3 goals over the span of a minute and a half unanswered on the side of Potomac State. Can Montclair clutch it out here? Good 50 by GoFood. Ozero is there in the middle, but it goes over to Rots. Rots, good shot. Is not on target. Lifey gets the touch. Someone needs to be there. Someone needs to be on that, and no one was. Potomac might let it go, but it's back over to Rots. Rots might have the control on this one. He's going to get it 50 down into the ground. Potomac had every opportunity to take that game back and send it to overtime, but they don't jump on it.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I am so confused why GoFood just turned away from the ball there. He literally just turned away and went away from the ball. That could have been in. That was an open net. The defender was nowhere to be found. They were in the vicinity, but no way they were going to make a save if you just put that one on in. GoFood, we could be done right now, Keeg. Instead, we go to game number 4. MSU finally get themselves a game in this series, and I really don't know what to say. That one we should be in overtime right now.
We should be casting overtime right now. That's what we should all be seeing. But Montclair, they got away with one there. Don't get me wrong. They deserved all 3 of the goals that they got. They had brilliant play, but I'm not sure if they deserved to win that one in regulation. Potomac just didn't jump on the opportunity that they had. GoFood turned away. Rot's not there. Ozero waiting in the backfield. Everyone had to commit on that one. Otherwise, it was going to be a complete loss. I don't care who you are. At that point, you are not concerned about that ball getting back onto your side. With 3 seconds left, nuh-uh. You're just going up there and scoring that ball if possible, and that's exactly what we didn't see, unfortunately, there from Potomac State. So they're going to let that one get away from them, but they do still have the series lead. Flip reset? Flip reset. All right. I believe again.
I mean, I guess Rots is pretty angry. He said, all right, cool, so we kind of threw game number 3. I'm going to guarantee you we're not doing it in game number 4. Rots just pops off to start this game, and I think they might be just a little bit angry and want some revenge here in game number 4, Keith.
Yeah, I feel as though that is the case. They are just jumping on every single 50 perfectly. Golfood puts one on. Ozero puts one forward. Golfood gonna look for the shot. Ozero's in the backfield to keep this one in possession. No, he misses it. Legacy, opportunity, not on target though, and is gonna get cleaned up by Rots, who rotated quickly back. Dapsy looking for the 50. Lifey does get the 50 though. Dapsy back into the danger zone, and Golfood, again, the passes to clears for Potomac State. They are just so efficient at getting this ball cleared out past the threats that could put it back in. So that way, there is no chance for Montclair to keep the midfield under lockdown like they like to do.
And this is why it's been such an impressive game number 3 out of Montclair, was that they really were finding those small opportunities and making the most of them pretty much every time. Yes, they had some issues with accuracy to start off, but as time went on, they got stronger and stronger. And unfortunately, in game number 4, it's a quick goal that has separated the two of them, as since that first one, there has been no scoring since. A bit of a stalemate back and forth, each team trying their offense, but Rots might have an opportunity here. Can't get the follow-up touch. But again, we're seeing the type of offense we've seen all game so far. Dapsy will be there, though, as the defense again. It's another whiff on the backfield. This time, no one is there to save it, though, afterwards, as Golfood just straight misses this one on the ceiling.
Are we seeing, dare I say, are we seeing a little bit of a choke here on the side of Potomac?
I don't want to say yes, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to for right now. Potomac, after looking so dominant, again, folks, if you remember, they were up 2 games in this series, and now all of a sudden, they're looking like they might not even be able to secure this in 4. MSU have just become electric here, and really, they have found every single answer. Oh my word. I thought that all of a sudden Potomac also just owned goal. The Zero will try and starve this one off, and that should have been 2-1. Legacy puts this one high out there, basically into the stands, but if you've got no one in net, it's not going to matter. What is going on with Potomac?
These clears just going nowhere. That is what's going on. Golfood, don't know where that was going. No one was there to send it to. Probably should have just taken it up the wall. Maybe he's looking for a pinch there. I don't know. But it might have been a better idea to just take that one up the wall. Instead, it just goes right back out to the awaiting attacker. The clears are not as controlled as they were. That's a dirty fake there by Legacy. Fortunately, Rots is able to come up there and get a hold of it. Little bit of a touch. It's going to be on target. Wait, is that on target? I think it is. Well, nope, not quite. Off backboard. Someone needs to be there for Potomac. Someone needs to be there for Potomac to score those.
They just keep their commitments on offense is very questionable at best right now, because they are putting a second man to try and commit on offense, but it's always at seemingly inopportune times. You can't double commit basically on offense, and look at how quickly you had the follow-up there. It's not terrible, but you really should be giving your team at least a little bit more time. When you challenge so quickly after the teammate before you challenge, all you do is leave room for a risky play to go awry. So they've got to try and play a little bit more safely. A shot here and a goal here will absolutely give them some much needed momentum, as Azuro will finish off this flick from Rots. Now maybe Potomac can settle down a little bit and keep themselves in this game.
That just came from a little bit of a miss by Legacy there. Unfortunately, a lot of the goals for Potomac have come off of Montclair mistakes, and that's exactly what they can't be doing. Legacy will get a hold of this one. A little bit of a double commit. Lifey is going to be in position, though. Dapsy up off the backboard. Ozero interferes with it before it goes there. And this one's rolling in front of net. Is anybody there? Finally, Lifey comes across, but Golfood had all the time in the world to get to that, too.
I don't know how many times we can yell at our mics about this. At a certain point, I feel like I'm going to just break my mic from the sheer vibrations I'm putting into this. What is going on defense for Potomac right now? It really doesn't feel like... The saddest thing about this entire thing, and this is just so heartbreaking for Potomac, is that they would be up 2-0 in the series if it straight up just weren't for errors. Every single goal that has gone in favor of MSU so far has been a gift. Literally, Potomac has basically given them either an open net, an open look, an easy shot, something similar. Not to take away from how MSU have played this game, but they haven't necessarily had to work as incredibly difficultly on offense. They've been playing well, but really, I'd say 80% of that is the fact that we just keep seeing Potomac serve it up to them on a silver platter.
We can't see Potomac continue to get these bad clears. We know that they can get them. We know we can get them efficiently, and they need to keep that up. Every time they get a really good clear, they get a goal off of it. That's what they need to focus on right now. As I say, they still have the game lead 2-1, but if we keep seeing this level of play, and they can't get a good couple shots in here and get one in net, we might be seeing a game 5. You did predict this one wouldn't go the distance.
I mean, never have I been so angry to go to a game 5 in my career so far here. I'm not necessarily, I'm not furious at the facts, but I just don't feel like we should be going to a game 5. Right now, this should have been one of these things where Potomac, if they had locked down, if they had started to play how we saw in game 1 and 2, this one would be over. But they have had such a defensive breakdown here in games 3 and 4, and it's just, we've got to see something change for them. And if we do not see it, I don't even know if they'll be able to win this one in game 5.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Great pass and a better shot. Oh my word. Gigabyte, finally some electricity for Potomac.
As soon as I saw this clear, I'm like, Rots or Azuro are going to be there, and they both could have been there, but Rots jumps for it first. Great redirect to set it up for GoFood, who puts it on target. 3-3 with 14 seconds left. We are in golden goal territory. Lifey, good win off the kickoff. GoFood is going to make sure this one stays under control. If this goes to overtime, who do you think has the advantage?
Honestly, I'm going to give it back to Potomac, and for one reason alone. We have seen them when they need to. They clutch up pretty well. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to do this in overtime, and, well, we're about to find out. As you said, golden goal rules apply. First one to score is going to either take us to game number 5 or finish the series here. It's for Potomac. It's about playing without any errors.
No
for
way.
MSU, it's about peaking when they need to. MSU have got to put on a solid offense. Otherwise, this is going to be a difficult one. But so far, it's been all defense as they've been locked into their half. One chance here, though, now. Lifey might try to get a good 50. This is to the center. Legacy is there, but Rots will get in the way. Rots the 50 king for the day and continues to dazzle as, oh, this could be the end here. Rots, though, cannot get that 50. He will get a lot of them, but unfortunately, when it comes crucial, just not quite able to do so.
2 up now for Montclair. They're going to have to rush back as Rots is pushing them. Dafsy on target. Azuro can't get a hold of it. It's barred down. Legacy puts it in. We're going to game 5.
We go to game 5, and unfortunately, it's the same sort of tale for Potomac here. Azuro just a bit too far pushed out, cannot make the touch, and, well, there's that dive that we've been telling Potomac to go do because MSU have picked up, have made the adjustments, and have brought us to game number 5. They're on the verge of a reverse sweep right now, and for Montclair, there can be nothing sweeter than that. After a dominant performance the first 2 games out of Potomac, this would be quite the win for them to bring this back in 5.
Yeah, and honestly, you gotta wonder, where is Potomac going wrong here? We're seeing that where did they kind of lose it? Their clears are not nearly as efficient. They're not committing that second man on offense when they need to be, when they have basically open nets or literally open nets. And then their defense even is kind of slow on those 50s. Meanwhile, we're seeing Montclair with their incredible 50 skill. They are just taking these 50s, pushing it in gradually, even at the end there. We saw Lifey pushing the ball through, just getting a 50 just by sitting in place, and then another 50 just by sitting in place, and then a good finish off on a good shot by Legacy. That's what we saw so much of in that game, one way or another. Lifey just getting those 50s and then setting up his teammates. Potomac needs to be cognizant of that. They need to be aware that that is happening and stop it.
I just don't think that they, right now, it doesn't seem like they have the pace to do so. I think that they got beat so many times on risky challenges that they've stopped really going for them entirely. And, well, I don't think that's not the right strategy here, to be honest. As much as I understand you don't want to take the risk, sometimes that's what a good 3-man rotation is one person takes a risk and then you have your teammates to back you up. But it really doesn't look like they're as in sync as they need to be right now. A good play might give them some momentum, but Potomac State looking still a little bit awkward here, even though they've got an offense. Lifey, though, just as awkward as well. GoFood will be there. Doesn't necessarily get on a ripper, but it's a lot of good offensive pressure here. The question is can Potomac convert?
It doesn't look like they're going to be able to, not on this push at least. Now Dafsy will have a good opportunity. Does put that one on target, but a save from GoFood comes out. Azuro back upfield looking for Legacy. Rots not able to get there, not able to get that 50. And this is what I was talking about. Montclair's biggest strength is their 50s, and they seem to be using it to their advantage significantly. They are really relying on those 50s, just like Lifey is going to do here. Great 50 from Lifey. Out to Legacy. Now back to Lifey, who's going to look for a 50, but Rots is at midfield. Dapsy back out to center. Trying to get this ball to center. He does. What a bump from Dapsy, and Legacy is able to put that one on target. This was a great commit from Montclair, and they're going to take the early lead.
Oh my word, what a bump there. Rots just can't really do much, and unfortunately, it's more problems on the backhand here for Potomac. They've got to try and slow this one down. It really does seem like every single time Montclair get a solid offense, it's just panic all around, and the offense still doesn't seem to have that spark of life as well. Goldfood probably should have dove a little bit earlier there to try and keep that offensive pressure, but just waited a bit too long, and now here comes Montclair. Almost a good opportunity, but it's cut off early. But again, just look at the change in pace out of these two teams. Potomac right now seem to keep trying to break this down and set up something more intricate. Meanwhile, MSU are all guns a-blazing here, constantly have the volume knob turned up to 11 and don't plan on slowing down anytime soon. They just have Potomac in such an awkward state that Potomac just can't get any momentum in their favor.
No, and Potomac, they are getting some very dangerous clears here, clearing it across their net in that case. Double commit. Azaro and Rots both went for it. Goldfood now left alone in the backfield to try and get control of this one. He does. Rots is going to be there, though, reading the touch from Legacy. Azaro, good commit. That one's going to drop down. It's still dangerous. Lifey is there for the clear, and he won't have control of that one, though. So goes to Azaro, who just keeps dumping this ball back into the Montclair zone. Oh, unfortunate touch by Lifey. Still in danger. Rots, good shot, but it's going to get barred out. And Dapsy now looking for the turnaround, but Goldfood is there in the backfield to get the job done and prevent a goal, another goal for Montclair. Just as I say that, though, Lifey takes it one away from Goldfood. Good 50s all the way, like I've been saying. Rots, good 50 by Dapsy again to get it past him. And back at midfield, hovering here. It's been all on the orange side for most of this game, and we're just past halftime now. Potomac, they're only down by one. We know they can come back from these, but they're going to have to really put their nose to the grindstone to do it.
Yeah, they're really going to have to pull out something we have not seen before. Shots like that aren't bad, but unfortunately, it just seems like MSU have gotten all too prepared for the type of offense that Potomac have had over and over and over again. Well, I love to say that the fundamentals are great, but if the fundamentals aren't working out, it's time for you to surprise your opponents. It really does seem like right now, MSU are incredibly comfortable with only a 1-goal lead in a minute and a half. You'd expect, at least a little bit of panic. There's at least a little bit as Lifey does miss that save, but besides that one mistouch, it doesn't look like there's any panic out of MSU whatsoever. Dominant so far here as they are still prepared on the back end. It's a good clear out of Potomac, but the fact that Lifey was there ahead of time just shows you how much they are reading Potomac's moves right now. Oh my word.
Potomac needs to stop relying on 50s on their own. Oh, that's so close, and there's the finish by Dapsy. Potomac needs to stop relying on 50s on their own. They need to make sure they are 50ing this ball as little as possible, because every time we see a 50, it goes in favor of Montclair. That is practically universal. I don't think we've seen any, I think we might be seeing 20% of 50-50s go in favor of Potomac, but that might even be generous, to be honest. Legacy, oh, that's not a great touch. Azaro was there, but Dapsy was there quicker. Lifey now, good 50 to get it past Rots, back to center. Legacy is there, good 50 to get away from Goldfood. Dapsy is going to be there in time too. Good 50 away from Rots. And I keep saying good 50 over and over, but that's exactly what we're seeing. Shot, save, Legacy, one more. No, Goldfood is going to be able to send this one out. They need this goal right now on this offensive push. Rots is going to get it away from one. Takes it past Legacy, looking for the redirect, puts it to center. Goldfood needs to be there, but Lifey is there first. Great clear. That might have just spelled the death knell for Potomac, especially if that one goes in, but not quite.
Over and over again, though, we see the same sort of thing here. I mean, you mentioned the 50s, but really it's the emphasis of this game, and I think part of that is because of the fact that Potomac kind of just doubled down on their 50s. After a good start where they were winning every single 50, they kind of, wait a minute, banked on it from there on out, and Well, I think we can say that this one is definitively going in favor of MSU as Potomac once again are not able to find the back of the net. Can they get a consolation goal? No, not quite. And Montclair State University will do it in the absolute most exquisite fashion. Reverse sweep here, Gigabyte. We weren't sure this was even going to go to game 5 after the first two, but all of a sudden, Montclair turned this one around and dominated for the second half of this series. GG's very well played to Montclair State.
That was an insane fifth game and an insane reverse sweep for Montclair. They just rode on the back of their 50s. We mentioned it very, very early on in the series, right after game 1. And they rode them all the way. Potomac, they just, like you said, they seemed to double down on them. And that was not what they needed to do. They needed to just kind of pass the ball back and forth to each other, make sure that Montclair can't get a 50 on them, and then finish the ball off that way. Instead, they just kept getting into 50s with Montclair, which, newsflash, is not a good idea.
Yeah, it really wasn't the most beneficial of ideas to just kind of try the same sort of strategy over and over and over again. You've seen it before. We've said it before. A lot of the reason that these teams take the wins in these type of series is their adjustments. And when you can't necessarily make the correct adjustments and you kind of just double down on mistakes that aren't working in your favor, it really isn't going to work that well. I mean, it's just... I do feel for what's it called? I do feel for all of the guys off of Potomac because of the fact that it was working so well the first 2 games. After working so well for 2 games, it is really difficult to it's difficult to try and shy away from that. You just want that electricity, that spark of life again. And when it doesn't happen, it's absolutely crushing. So well played to Montclair, but Potomac, I definitely do see that spark of life is still there for you guys. Definitely think you need to make some more adjustments as the series goes on, but that all comes with experience and time. So hopefully they can do so, as it is a heartbreaking loss here in week number 6. But again, plenty of time left in the season for sure.
And by the way, chat, we hear you. We will have Lifey in for an interview here in just a moment to talk about that incredible reverse sweep by Montclair. But, you had just touched on it. It just all came down to Potomac not taking advantage of the opportunities that they had. And that is really... Again, there's not much to say besides that. They were slow to challenges. They were slow to commit that second man or that third man when they needed to. And that towards the end of those games that they were losing, they did not play like they were losing. They played like they were about to win, which is not something that they can do. They need to be committing that third in those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we just go back to say it. This series could have been over in, I think it was game number 3. If we had seen that commitment from Goal Food on that open net, it could have been a completely different series. But at the end of the day, it's not really going to matter. That is all in the past. But in the present right now is Lifey, who has hopped into the booth with us. Lifey, congratulations on the win, my friend. How are you feeling after that reverse sweep?
I was very nervous games 1. Then we had very good momentum game 2. And I thought we were gonna lose. Game 3, I thought it was over. But something just clicked with our team, and wow, I'm speechless. We brought it back, and we were all just screaming in our comms.
I mean, that click moment definitely happened. In that game 3, there was a little bit of a gift that you got given by Potomac too, is right at the end there. They had that ball hovering directly in front of your net, and they didn't commit on it. Was there any sort of a mindset shift after you saw that Potomac was not committing heavily on these balls that they probably should have been? What was your difference there? Like, what did you change based on that observation?
So we noticed that they took our boost a lot, and they had a lot of momentum like the whole game. So I was telling my team, like, I was like, all right, come on guys, come on. We can't let them, we can't let them breathe, just like they're not letting us breathe. And as soon as they were making mistakes towards the end, I was like, yeah, we got this for sure. I was like, there's no way we're losing this, guys.
Yeah, I mean, and you could tell that you guys were a little bit starved because you had a lot of times where you were just slowly pushing the ball upfield and relying on those 50s that they were just kind of pushing into you, challenging, but you were kind of sitting there as a rock right behind the ball. And you especially were doing that a lot. What was the mindset of clears on defense, and how exactly were you going about getting the ball into a good spot for you?
So if we were being pressured a lot on defense, I was letting them know, like, just get a hard clear, try to recollect, get small pads, big pads if they're available. And like whoever clears the ball, just run away with it and keep going. And don't let them get the ball again because we have to get boosts and it worked.
To say it worked might almost be an understatement. You guys pulling off a reverse sweep is
Yeah.
it's pretty impressive to put it simply. I definitely don't think with the first two games we expected that. We were saying we were hoping this one was going to game 5 to start the series. We thought the game would the series would go to game 5, and when it did, we were excited, but definitely not the fashion we were necessarily expecting. When it came to game 5, obviously it was a little bit more of a tense series to finish that one off, but once you got to that game 5, was it kind of all right, we've got this, it's reverse sweep time, we're here to win it all? What was the mentality, going into game number 5?
So we were really pumped winning game 4. Legacy was like screaming, giving us so much energy we didn't know we had, like just in there in us. And we just rode it right into game 5 and took game 5.
I'm glad to hear it. You guys had a phenomenal series, to put it simply. Just really all around, very, very well done. I will say the physical play you guys also started pulling out towards the second half of that series was phenomenal as well. You guys just kind of had every single tool in your arsenal to start scoring goals however you really felt like it. Really, congratulations just all around there, Lifey. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go and go celebrate with your teammate?
Shout out to one of my friends, Manny. He's supporting me. I know he's putting some lore, some background lore of my story in the background of some of the chats.
Is his name Cardinal of Hell, perchance?
Yes.
You'll be happy to know he never lost faith in you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lifey, I'll leave it to Keeg. Keeg, any last questions you have for Lifey before we let him go?
No, I have nothing else for Lifey except for such a fantastic win for you guys. Great job on the reverse sweep, Montclair, and we can't wait to see what you guys have for us going on into the rest of the season. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the interview.
All right.
And Bass, before we go, I'm about to break your heart here. We were talking about this beforehand, but Nordavin just lost in 5.
Oh, unfortunate.
The RLCS guy over here.
Well, luckily for you guys, you will not be as heartbroken as us, because despite my favorite team in EU losing right now, that is the end of the run for them. It's not the end of the run for you guys. We've got plenty of Rocket League action the rest of the day here at the NECC, so we're going to continue on with a bunch of that in just a moment. But before we do so, we're going to take a quick little break, get in our new pair of casters, and show you guys a couple words from all of our partners here at the NECC who make this a weekly possibility. So thank you. Please do stick around and just come back in the break. We got some more action for you over here at the NECC Rocket League.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Hello, 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 and welcome back, everyone, to NECC Ambassador. We had new casters coming up, so that's what we did indeed. Oh, you've obviously got myself, don't even need to introduce myself. Next to me, this is the beautiful man stage, either that direction or that direction, whichever one, he's still there.
I was happy to be here. I'm happy to be on your left or right as long as I am next to you, Hypheria. And speaking of being next to both of us, we are going to be sending a game, or casting a game rather, for Juniata College and Center College, both of them here in Challengers, which is the second division at the NECC. And I tell you, this has kind of got some stakes to it. Both these teams looking to get out of the lower end. Juniata College has been having a pretty rough time this season so far.
And currently, their record kind of reminds me of Fortnite in the way that it's just a lot of the Eldans going on, and it's not looking that great right now. They've currently taken 5 losses, game 5 loss against Arcadia. So they really need to bounce back quickly. So otherwise, it could just all go down the drain here. The Center, they're kind of in that same boat. They've only got 1 win on the board. And from neither side, it's something you would call a stellar season for them, and this is the time to regain.
Now, on the flip side of it, though, if we take a look at the head-to-head matchups that they have played against similar teams, we talked about Juniata going to 5 games against Arcadia. Center also played against Arcadia in week 1, but got swept by them. So if you're just looking in that direction, then we'd assume that Juniata's got an advantage. But Juniata got swept by JW Blue in week 4, and Center went 1-3 against them in week 2. So it's not a huge difference. It's not a huge change, but it does tell you that they can have better performances against different schools who have still beaten them. So ultimately, I think this is going to be a remarkably even matchup.
Oh, for sure. That is one is just set in stone already. That it's going to be an even matchup, and neither team are really going to be coming out easy and a sweep. I don't think it's going to be happening. I have no clue, though. Something that record tells me is that they're both just a little bit inconsistent in the way that they can't really finish out an entire series, because we do see a few games won here and there on the side of Juniata, and then also on the side of Center. There are a few games win here and there, but they just can't manage to close out a series. Well, either of them is going to have to close out a series today. What about you? Who do you think will get the win?
So one of the things that I think you talked about consistency before, even though we have seen a series won by Center, I think just the smattering of wins across the board and almost all of their matchups means that Juniata is going to take this in 5.
Oh, game 5, interesting. I like it very much. I always love a game 5 prediction. Now, whether it actually is going to come true, there's only one real way to find out. I do love that there's a team named Howard as well in the league, who I've also got into the close qualifiers for the grid, but that's something completely different. And I don't think Howard were going for the same kind of joke as the European Howard we're going for. Anyway, rambling off topic, rambling off whatever is going on and whatever is in front of us, just my thoughts going in. Juniata versus Center College, about to be started here. You said a game 5, I'm going to say a game 4 here. Game 4 win for Center College. They've already got a win on the record. They'll take another one, and we are in the Challenger division, obviously, division number 2. Let's get it kicked off.
All right, starting off with a pretty solid kickoff for Center College. They're going to assume possession. Loaf getting the 50-50 out towards his own net, unfortunate though. Zapakis picking this one up. CCRL captain there to pick up the ball as well, receiving the pass. A lot of possession, but not clean possession for Center as they're struggling to get it out of their own half. These 50-50 challenges by Juniata College are very oppressive so far.
Yeah, it's really been Center basically in their own half the entire time, but all it takes is one breakout, one breakaway, and then you can concede a goal out of nowhere. Blade was looking to do so there. Managed to steal the corner boost, though, and now Unknown Route is indeed Unknown Route. Bump and shoot out of the way. Allows Zapatas to take a shot. Yeah, it's going to be denied by Unknown Route. Manages to get back in time, now Loaf. in a way.
Ooh, so close to the net on that one, the dunk. But that's going to lead to a little bit of a counterattack opportunity. They're pretty close in space on Juniata. It leads to just the ball getting stopped in no man's land, stopped in the midfield. Good challenges, good dunks by Juniata, keeping the pressure up, but there's leaving so much space after the touch that it's just leaving the ball there for anyone to grab.
Zapakas, once again from that defensive third. Not a lot of boost in attack, struggling to get past, and that's been a ordeal for Center pretty much the entire time, where they struggle to get past pretty much the entire time. They haven't really had any fruitful opportunities. Now Pinch going towards the midfield. Blade, it will intercept, and now Captain once again has to get away from that defensive side. It's really not looking good for Juniata either, since they're not able to break through, even though pretty much the entire time they're on offense.
I feel like Juniata is playing more on offense, like you're saying, but just not being able to punch through. Unknown Root tries to bulldoze the offense on that one. Not getting through again. The defense is impermeable for Center. This is truly the unstoppable force and the immovable object here.
I mean, I recently learned that those are the exact same things, just named differently. It's kind of like, I want to say bank and couch, but that is not. That is something just completely mistranslating and whatever. Blade, oh my word, what is that touch? That's going straight towards the center. Shu has to bail him out, and that 30 boots remaining. Can't really get a follow-up touch, but if everybody misses, he very much can. Loaf out to the side. He will try and get the bread indeed, as he's looking to get this one in towards the opposing half. It's been 3 minutes without a goal happening, but it might just happen here. Dropping in towards the center. Unknown Route clears it out though.
Clearing it out. Zapakas on the back wall, but even you talk about these unstoppable force and immovable object being the same thing. That's what I'm seeing on these two teams. They're having so many opportunities, so many crazy touches, but not able to capitalize. That 0-0 is just a mark, just a side effect of remarkable play, excellent rotations, and good heads-up defense by both teams. And even the pressure that Juniata is trying to make is just not capitalizing, and these 50-50s are so impossible to handle for either team.
It's been an absolute deadlock of a game, and oh my word, that was a perfect opportunity to just completely prove me wrong and not have it be a deadlock game anymore. But the most phenomenal opportunity missed out by Captain, and he's going to be kicking himself for that, because this is looking as if it will just be that one goal game. Golden goal scenario could already be in effect without the players actually knowing it. Low with an early challenge, decides to back down early, and smart decision because Blade is going on the counter attack. 100 boost for remaining, gets it in towards the center, or would have gone into the center had it not been for the final defender. Now center, they're also going on the counter, once again misses up the wazoo. Loaf into the center he goes. Captain has an opportunity, puts it on the backboard, and that should be a clear out for Juniata. Never mind, I don't know how this is a goal.
They punished the over-rotation. There was just one whiff on there from Shu, and then everybody trying to compensate. Zapakas there to punish. Finally getting some kind of ground in this enormously defensive game. That could be what it takes to get center out and ahead and lead you on the path of the right prediction.
It might just be, but it's not really the way I would like to see my prediction being proven right, since it's a little bit of a scrappy, a little bit of a messy goal here. And that's not the soccer player Messi, that's just the word Messi. Now Loaf, for 30 seconds remaining, they just need to hold on. They can just kind of sit back, what they've been doing pretty much the entire time. Sit back, let the shots come at them, and then clear them out. But they do need to clear them out, and that is the wrong target to be clearing out. And that allows a way for Blade to take a shot. And oh my word, once again, a scrappy goal.
I've talked about these teams being basically the same, and I feel like that's the same story of a goal, just a little bit of a double commit, a couple of whiffs, a little bit of friendly fire, and this time Juniata is the one who's taking it away and putting us back in that golden goal scenario.
Oh my, I thought this might just be a one-goal game, but it's already 2, and it's at least going to be 3. And obviously, there's 1 goal on either side. Simple, basic math. It's going to put that at a tiebreaker of 3 goals, but it might just happen in regulation instead of going to overtime. Captain is able to clear it out, but on the route puts that right back in. Is there anybody there for the second touch? Blade just gets edged out by Zapakas slightly, and overtime we have.
Now, this overtime is incredibly crucial for setting the pace of the match, but even more than that, both of these teams are playing at the exact same tempo, and the first to step it up or change their tempo is not only going to take this goal, they're going to set the tone for the rest of this match, and that is incredibly important. Lofier in his own corner, gets stolen away, but again, they're playing it so slow, so safe. One of these teams has to step it up.
Yeah, really, that is really the case, and this kind of shows how their record might have come about, since they're not really putting on that much pressure. You see them both kind of shelling back in defense, wanting to have the opponent come at them and then go on that counter. But that's not really going to win you games if the counter's not really that threatening. And Zupakis can't really get anything going. We'll get beat out by Blade. On the route with a good 50, drop it straight back into the center. Zupakis has to do something about it. Does indeed do so, but then misses the ball completely. Captain has to bail him out once again. A little uncharacteristic misses coming in here. And once again, Zupakis, and then that allows an opportunity for an unknown route. Puts it wide, puts it over, I should say. And also, once again, a opportunity not capitalized upon.
And I know what you're talking about. The one thing I am not seeing here from either team, you talk about pressure. They're putting a lot of the ball in the opposing territory. They're doing a lot of kind of semi-shooting, looking for a musty flick there from Loaf, trying to set this off. But nothing that they do is making it awkward for the defense. There's always just a clean out on this, as once again dunked to the corner as Apac is looking for the pass into Loaf. It's not going to get out though, and Shu gets the 50-50, trickling out towards CCRL Captain for center, trying to get this downfield. It's out into open field, and he's going to chase this one down. Will there be anything that he can do with it? Doesn't look that way.
It doesn't look that way, and that has been kind of the name of the game here throughout the entire series. That they have an opportunity, can they bring it to fruition? Well, this time he very much can. Unknown route takes the known route to the back of the net. 2 minutes into overtime, and it is Juniata with the first win.
Solid solo play out of unknown route, just taking it off the wall. The best teammate in Rocket League, in my opinion, and sneaking it by 2 defenders. But a good way to close that out for Juniata, starting some excellently needed momentum. But it's going to take a lot of work for them to get forward and to break this out. I don't feel like anybody has mixed up the tempo yet. I don't feel like anybody has started to take the air earlier. And I feel like that's just going to lead to a lot more of this scrappy defensive gameplay that leads to low-scoring games.
Yeah, we really see a lot of mistakes coming in and kind of low-scoring games, as you said. And that is because they're not putting themselves out there. They're not really trying to create a lot of opportunities. They're just wanting to sit back and relax a little bit. And that's not really going to work out. I mean, it did this time for Juniata, but Center, they've got 4 shots, 1 goal out of it. If they're opting for this strategy, they need a better conversion rate, as Juniata, they just put more shots on target.
Absolutely. Now, I think that there's one way that I would characterize both these teams' gameplay so far, and that's comfortable. But I don't feel like Rocket League is a game where you can get away with just being comfortable all the time. If you do, that's how you get stuck in a rank. You have to break your comfort zone. You have to play a little bit faster or slower than you feel comfortable. And I want to see one of these teams do that.
Yeah, it's kind of like walking through a dark alley. You shouldn't be feeling comfortable because otherwise something terrible is going to happen. So always stay uncomfortable. Have that anxiety completely ruin you. Also, don't do that. The disclaimer, don't do that. Captain, oh my word, unknown route. Looks to make it real uncomfortable for the opponents. Now, Shu hits it back towards Blade, but this is what I mean. Blade just sitting back. The communication is not quite there, and they're already wanting to kind of sit back on that defensive side. Double commit coming in from Loaf and Zupakis. Does get dealt with. And now Captain, can he actually get on the counter? Early challenge by Shu is going to send that right back to the backboard. No challenge coming in, allows an easy clear out for Zupakis.
CCRL Captain off the sidewall here. A lot of these solo plays are the name of the game. Trying to just have one player go in. There's the passing play off the 50-50. Blade breaking the silence with this shot, making it 1-0.
Once again, Juniata, they're off to the lead now. It's just getting away from center a little bit. And with that first game happening, Juniata have kind of proved my prediction to be right thus far. Currently Juniata are looking to continue that momentum as this is a decent kickoff. Love will be able to clear it out to the side. Now can Love actually do something else with it? Gets bumped by Shu in the behind. And Captain bedoinks it up. That's just a layup for Blade, and Blade rips a shot into the back of the net. That is not a good choice there.
I don't know exactly what Captain was doing with that play. Kind of set up Blade for that one with just the pop forward. Needs to look behind him and see that there's a player there, but it's definitely a panic mode play, and I can respect that. That's the kind of thing that I do all the time.
Oh my, I was taking a sip of water. I wasn't expecting this to be happening. Well, then I can use myself as a metaphor right now. Currently, Center, they're taking a sip of water as well, and they need to swallow it incredibly quickly because they don't seem to be ready for whatever Juniata's throwing their way. They really need to get it together as Juniata. They're pressing the issue already once again.
Juniata really focusing on that corner ball with Shu there, just making so much pressure. Finally getting the shot out from the corner, but keeping that away for now. Center very crowded around the ball, very much low on boost. They're just trying to find a moment to breathe, to swallow that water, if you will. And it's not coming out just yet. Eventually, they might just have the water come out their nose if they start laughing too much.
Or a little bit of Guantanamo Bay, some waterboarding going on or whatever. You don't know. There's a lot of things that you can do with water these days. People are getting real inventive, real creative. And maybe they just need to bring a water gun onto this fight and kind of splash their opponent's eyes a little bit, sand dust or whatever. At least something to give them an edge, because currently they don't have an edge in whatever Juniata is bringing at them. Juniata is just being better in every category, attacking wise, defensive wise. Center, they need to have a player step it up massively.
Center is all about those solo plays so far, and oh no, when they try in teamwork, it just turns into a bit of a bump. But now with Loaf out of the play for the moment, this might open the doors. Apakis going to take it out of his own corner, trying to chase this. There's not going to be enough room. It opens it too far away from himself. Captain this time taking it to the corner, but so far away from it once again, missing it off the wall, and that's going to be so much time for Juniata to do whatever they want. Once again with a solo play down the side, beating one defender, and Captain there to knock it away, but no room to breathe for Center.
Oh my, Blade, oh my! Just getting denied at the final second by Zupakis. This is a decent pinch for a Center, going right in towards the opposing side. Blade is able to catch up to the ball, potentially clear it out to the side. Zero boost in the tank doesn't allow him a massive clear. Now Shu, he is last man back, needs to get a proper clear. This time is ticking for Center right here. We do have a rule 1, so scoring should be a little bit easier in a 2v2 scenario. You really got to move on, not miss the ball, both of you. Please keep them in that rule 1. I absolutely love this. The ball is literally on top of their car. Everybody still moves around. It's Zupakis and it won't be one against Shu for a brief moment. Shu breaks away. Can he get a shot? Yes, he very much can. And that rule 1 will now be broken. And Juniata has broken Center here as well.
We talked about these teams being basically the exact same in the first game. This time it doesn't appear to have the same narrative, but with the rule 1 in place, with two cars just bashing against each other, you kind of do get a little bit of that similarity, as two players out of the game momentarily finally opens another goal for Juniata.
Oh my, no, Rowie doesn't have any respect left anymore. Just throws a demo on that final keeper. Captain off the backboard. If you want to make that comeback in a minute, 3-goal comeback, you're going to be putting on the boosters to your car. Shoot, might just give them opportunity here. See, the Captain indeed is going for the demo. No round manages to dodge it and get the save out. And then a lot of demos happens, and the entire offense just gone, sent back to their own half. Goodbye, have a good one, see you later. Shu can't read the shot and put one in. Completely disrespecting, but Juniata are still looking poised to win.
That kind of disrespect is the kind of play that I love to see from Juniata. Going out there for the demolition, going out there for the physical plays, getting Shu by the goal, giving him one more. But that is the way that you win. You don't win by giving your opponents free respect.
Yeah, always put some respect on my name kind of situation. You always gotta force the respect. You can't start out by giving your opponent a massive amount of respect. Now with 20 seconds remaining, it is really Juniata forcing Center's hand here, and Center are going to have to start thinking about the next game. Really have to start thinking about how they can make that comeback. And, well, it's mainly just being more offensive. They currently have 1 shot on target. It's just not good enough. Even if they had a 100% conversion rate, obviously, they still would have lost here.
I think at this point, you know, when you're down 2 games in a series where you expect it to be really close, and after the first game, it doesn't look that way. I think with Center, there's a lot of the mental game that comes into play. Like, Rocket League is very much a mechanical game. It's very much the kind of thing that's just all about your hands, your mechanics, and everything like that being warm. But there's just an equal amount of it that's mental. And I feel like right now, Center is just having a hard time with that, because every time they try and go out there, make a solo play, do anything, it feels like they're getting punished.
And even when we saw that one opportunity that actually, I think, led to that 1 shot that they have, instead of taking a clear head and saying, look, we should probably only send one of us at this, they double commits, then they got a little bit too greedy. And then all the few opportunities that you do get are just squandered by your own kind of way. And that is something you always play against yourself in Rocket League as well. You have to make sure that you stay out of your teammates' way. Center are not currently doing that.
Now, I have to ask you, though, do you think if we talk about their comms, if we talk about the social interaction of Rocket League, do you think they are dead silent, or do you think they're talking over each other? Because I feel like that is how you get those double commits.
I must assume either they're talking over each other about whatever is going on, I don't know, but it seems more the case that they're just silent. And Zupicus, he wants to just get another player in here, probably press the wrong button on the controller, getting the second player to join up. So Zupicus might actually be playing his split screen right now. I always have that when I charge my controller, and that's another disadvantage that they definitely cannot deal with here.
But, you know, maybe that's the kind of perspective switch you need. A literal camera change, a literal perspective change that will get you out of the mentality that you were in. Zapakis gets the clear out of his own back half. Gets up to Loaf. Loaf trying to find power, not going to find it. Looking for a flick. Unknown Root not able to get the juice on it that he wants, and that's a big clear. The first of many for Center.
Imagine the second account of Zapakis joining, getting somewhere up high in the field. As soon as he gets into a 1v1, kind of sees every positioning and pop back into the boost of your opponent, flick them, easy claps. That's what you can do with split screen. I mean, in reality, it's only going to make everything worse. Since you have a smaller screen, it's harder to deal with. It's just throwing you off massively. But currently, it's actually somewhat working out for Center, as they haven't conceded just yet. Even though, as weird as it sounds, that's already a little bit of a victory for Center here.
Lutlio! Just barely across the net, but there's nobody there to pick it up. A bit of a whiff there for Juniata. Juniata trying to control this, slow it down. It's a nice pop in front of the net, but Blade is there to pick up on it. Out to Unknown Root, tries to follow it. That's an unfortunate no clear away. And Juniata preparing for the sweep.
Yeah, this could be that situation where you very much would have loved to not have your screen be split screen, but he hasn't exited out of it just yet, so maybe it's not even split screen and we're just making up stories here for the entertainment. That's basically what we do anyway, right? We make up stories for the entertainment of everyone, and there's one undeniable fact right now, and that is that Juniata might just take this home in a sweep.
Absolutely. That's the undeniable part of it. We can make up as many stories as we want to, but we cannot make up this scoreline. You can't even say that this game was staged. Okay, with that little cheap joke aside, CCRL captain trying to dribble this one out, but he was the last man back. There's nobody home. That's just going to be a counterattack. Oh my god, the save on the goal line.
Oh my word, that was an absolutely ridiculous line of play. Now Loaf on the defensive side, they still need to break out, and there's no boost in the tank whatsoever. Blade taking that out to the side. Captain finally is able to resume control off the backward. Can he actually read this first? It's a double triple commit. Oh, but I don't know what's going on anymore. Bumps happening all the way, and it's Unknown Route who comes away with the ball. Well, but also able to take it off the wall, rips ashore. Zapakis is able to make the save, but it's still, well, Center, they've got an opportunity already on the board. Juniata, they raise you with 7 opportunities.
This is just absolutely brutal. Juniata still holding this one out ahead. So many shots on net from them, and still only one shot from center. Blade getting it around 2, but there's the last man back. CCRL captain once again for center. Tries to get this down, beating the air. Zapakis out in the net. Not going to find that one quick. Just slightly beat on the 50-50, but that's a huge opening. CCRL captain gets it off the backboard and leads to find one. Nobody's home to pick it up, and Loaf tries to pinch this in, but it's going to go die on the wall instead.
Oh my, now Captain in a 1v1 situation. Captain not in a 1v1 situation anymore. Goodbye, Captain. We'll be there at your funeral. You've already respawned, so no need for a funeral. And still taken out to the side by Loaf, and with less than 2 minutes remaining, they have to get something going very, very quickly. Even not a double commit on the goal line. That's not what they're looking for. Unknown route with 30 boosts remaining. Looking to stay and just being an absolute nuisance. For an awkward pass back, Blades reads it with perfection. Should be able to get it towards the center. Nobody there to finish it off. Still not a position that center would like to be in right now.
This position for center is just so incredibly dire. Even if it feels like they're doing a great job of keeping it out of net, they're not finding the shots. They can't even get it down on the opposing side of the field. Juniata's side of the field is basically a no-fly zone at this point. CCR captain with a big flick from midfield, though. Oh, right on the goal line. He's going to punch it through for the equalizer. Call it the caster's cursor. Call it the captain taking the ship where he wants it.
Oh my. That is now a start for center. We have seen this situation before, heading into that final minute where it was 1-0, and then Zapakis finally fixed that split screen error that he has indeed left the match. Loaf off that defensive side. If they can do it with split screen, they might just be able to close out the match here with 1 minute remain. It's definitely doable for this to just end in regulation. I'm a little bit afraid for center, but am I really though? Blade making a good save off the line.
Blade trying to counterattack on this too. He's only got one-on-one situation off the corner. Loaf gets a great read to put that one away. Zapakis following it up, has Loaf behind following, but unknown route intercepts it out of the air. CCRL captain gets a trickling ball towards the blue goal, but that will be a demo and a clear for Juniata, breaking that pressure for the moment. And a huge counterattack opportunity. The flying V from Juniata is not able to turn it into a goal to break this ice.
A trickling ball towards the opposing net. Are we going back to the water analogies once again? I'm all for it. Call me on board, because we're sailing a ship, an unknown route. He knows the route to, or shoo, rips a shot off to the backboard. Is there anybody there? Blade is in the triple commit area. Now, Captain, can he sink that ship of the opposing side? And it might actually just be Blade. This hand was hanging in front of the goal for so incredibly long. But we do go into overtime here.
Hyperia, I couldn't breathe during those last seconds. That was such a great opportunity for Juniata and such a clutch defense for center. But that has been the story of this game. Oh no, the own goal! Oh no, Captain picks it up! What was this? Blade! Oh no, Blade! That is the worst outcome you could expect in a game 3. An absolute heartbreaker.
I guess you could say he Blade himself.
What? Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
That is ridiculous. I don't know what's just happened, man. Center won. That is what's happened, and we don't end it in game 3. It is Juniata who have to fight back. Oh my word, it was a little bit of a ridiculous end there. As Blade own goals. I don't know what to say anymore.
That was very, very unfortunate. Trying to pre-flip, trying to speed up this way back and covering the net. Instead, just finding that bounce. I don't think you could do that on offense or defense again if you tried. I know I sure couldn't. But that might be the changer that you need for center to get back into this game.
I always score the best goals on my own goal, to be fair. I have some absolutely amazing redirects that go into the back of my own net. At the time, I'm not happy with it, but to be fair, 10 seconds later, I'm like, you know, my teammates are quick chatting me right now, but they know that was a beautiful goal right there. And I guess that's what they're going to have to rule with as well, Juniors. And the fortunate thing is that they were pretty controlling in the matchup, and we're up 2-0. Now only up 2-1. So center have closed that gap a little bit, but they still have 2 more to go if they want to bring this home. It's a reverse sweep that they have to bring it here. And it could just be up to the task. They were looking a little bit better, but they need to replicate that once again. And Loaf, awkward off the side. Well, everything is just going awkward right now, but his captain who runs away with it, show with an early challenge, puts that right back in towards the opposing half.
We talked about the first game, nothing was turning awkward. This game so far, everything has been awkward for center. Juniata doing a great job with that pressure, but they're going to finally crack a great offensive here from Loaf. He's looking to beat all 3 defenders, popping it up towards the net. Great movement by Unknown Root. Looks like that's going to not turn into a goal just yet.
Oh my. Captain out with his shot. Blade intercepts in, making sure that the goal stays clear. And to be fair, he did have 3 saves, so basically he went +2 in that final game. Let's just put it that way. Loaf, can he be the first ball or first responder to this ball? It seemed like he was, and there was a little bit of a 50 coming in, and now Blade taking over, taking that towards the opposing half. Capson intercepts and making sure that stays in towards that corner where no opportunities can arise itself just yet. Zapakis closing down that gap early with late boost. He won't be able to follow. Loaf will be able to very much do so. And that pop in towards the center just going to be taken out to the side by Blade.
Blade has been a consistent force of nature here for Juniata. Probably one of the most consistent pieces of the offense here. Getting a lot of setups, getting a lot of shots on goal. But even then, though, the rest of his team... Oh, was that a ground pinch to send that all the way downfield? That was a lot spicier than I expected.
Yeah, sometimes when you hit the ball at the perfect moment, and then it just gets absolutely sent towards the other side. I don't think it was a ground pinch as it was on that side when he very much hit it on the odd side. But the ball can be very weird. If you get the perfect clear off the backboard, then it just gets absolutely sent flying. And well, Shu, he sends everybody flying as well because he made a goal explosion happen here, just dunking on the opponent.
Shu coming in here, putting a little bit of the sauce on that. CCRL captain was going to whiff that anyways, actually, so a little bit out west of the ball. And that's been an uncharacteristic mistake. Captain has been very consistent in the backfield this game, and with that whiff, with that dunk, might be opening the door for Juniata to close this out.
That was also what happened the last time. I'm a big fan of history in general, but I don't really know whether history will repeat itself here, as they could just make it happen here. Center don't manage to put it through, and then they have to scramble back on defense. Double commit coming in from the Juniata side, though. The goals that are happening are beyond me. I'm not smart enough for this.
Root kind of making up for the own goal last game with a very similar landing goal, out of control but not out of momentum.
I mean, sometimes if you don't know what your car is doing, you bet that your opponent also have no clue what's going on. So that's always a safe strategy to go for. Now, Loaf, he should know what his car should be doing here. It's passing it straight to Unknown Route, though. And Center, the max amount of goals that they've scored in the series or in the game is 2 goals, and they need to replicate that and +1 to win this one out.
Zapakis has the team behind him. They're all close in. Loaf has to go back and get this one out. And that's going to be out to Shu. Shu has the opportunity, but broken away. Zapakis rejoining the match again, off to that split screen, now on the 3rd profile.
He's just getting a new personality in every single time, kind of refresh. That's a mental reset if I've ever seen one. Just get a complete new person in here. That's Apicus. And double commit coming in with Capson. Will be denied by his Shoe. Straight back in towards the opposing side, but this Capson will get a demo. They clear out. Can it be happening as we head into the final 1 minute 30 seconds? They need to get going so quickly, and even then, I'm struggling to see this happen. Unknown Row, especially now. Crossbar down and into the back of the net. That could be the nail in the coffin.
Now, I gotta say that Juniata here, with the performance they've had in Game 2 and in Game 4, they do not look like a team that is 0-5 for the season. They do not look like a team that has not taken a match. This team feels like they have a legacy behind them. Woo! On the goal line, barely out, looking for more. Center, not able to find it, and that is the heartbreaker continuing the story of this series.
An absolute stinger towards the back of the net. Oh my word, how was that not a goal? A bar down, bounced about 3 times and it still went out. That is gutting for center. Oh, that would have been the road to the comeback, but now they're in the position with 40 seconds remaining. They have to score about 1 goal per 10 seconds. Mental math. Oh, what a save though by Zapicus. And then the pitch does go in. Currently, they're on track.
Saunter, that's all you gotta do. If you get the same goal line defense, insane counterattack, you score the ball from across the field. That's how they do it. In the first 2 games, when they took what goals they got, maybe Saunter can find this out. Maybe Center can pick up the series, but there's a long way to go still.
I mean, it's a long way theoretically, but realistically, they've only got 20 seconds left to do so, and I'm already mentally preparing myself for an absolutely insane loss or whatever. But it's not looking as if it will be the case, especially when Blade massively booms it up. All those valuable seconds going off the clock. It's currently like GME stock. It's just so incredibly valuable. And on that goal going into the back of the net, Blade picks up a goal here as well for himself. And that is going to be Juniata winning 3-1 here.
Blade just sneaking it by Loaf to bring home the bread. Juniata having a wonderful series. This does not feel like a team that has been struggling all season. After game 1, they felt like a cohesive unit. And if that's the kind of team that goes 0-5 in the season that just picked up their first match, then I am absolutely terrified of seeing the rest of this Challengers division, because they're just doing so phenomenally well to come back into this. So I think we are looking for an interview, and I don't know about you, Hype, but I feel like Blade's got to be the MVP here that we want to talk to.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I was laughing just a second ago as well, because Zapicus, his third personality said GG in the match. Incredibly nice person nonetheless. Even though it was a split personality. But yeah, no, Blade has been pretty much there the entire time. You really saw Unknown Route pop off at times. But sometimes you don't want to have the pop-off player in here. Sometimes you want to talk to that person who kind of glues the entire team together, and that's definitely something that Blade has been doing.
A very, very consistent player. So we'll be getting the chance to talk to him in just a moment. But honestly, I'm just excited for all of Juniata College. That's got to be a great feeling, taking home your first win in a convincing manner.
Yeah, it was massively convincing, especially after such a massive losing streak, not getting anything going, getting a 3-1 victory, put your confidence up. Get some confidence going there, and we might just be at the base. We might have just witnessed the greatest comeback story in the entire NECC history. And now they're just going to go top of the league. Probably not going to happen, but they could just get kickstarted from here. That's all I'm trying to say.
It gives you momentum. You're in the tail half of the season 2. I mean, you only have so much room that you can go. But it's better to get a late start than no start. And that's what I'm trying to say here.
Oh, yeah, no, it's sometimes better late than never. That's what the saying is, right? So at some point, you're going to have to start going. Let's talk about Center a little bit more before we do get Blade in here. They were massively struggling to break out of the defensive half, and that didn't necessarily seem to be on the hands of Juniata the entire time. It was really Center sitting back and kind of having that pressure put on them by themselves there.
I feel like one of the big things that we ran into with them, because I've seen this team play before, and I feel like this was not an uncharacteristic style of gameplay with regard to how the team played with each other, but I feel like it was an uncharacteristic performance. I feel like they're usually a little bit stronger on the field. And I think a lot of it comes down to there's a very distinctive play style that you get from all of them. With Captain trying to play more from the backfield, trying to be kind of the third man, the anchor of the team. But if you don't really have the big clears, if you don't land those consistent power shots, you never really get the opportunity of starting that rotational play that allows you to consistently be a third man.
Yeah, really. If you're going for that defensive play style, you need to have a proper attack inside as well. Because otherwise, you're not going to be able to break away. You're constantly forced back into your own half. And no matter how stellar your defense can be, you always have to get down to the opposing side. You can't win a game on a 0-0 scoreline. You have to put a goal into the opposing net. To be fair, Juniata did counter it pretty well. Just making sure that they had a player far back. We do have the man in here, Blade. How's it going?
It's going well.
All right, Blade. So this is Juniata's first victory here this season. Tell me about, kind of the road getting here.
Going through a lot of teams that are definitely challenging. We're struggling mechanically, but I think our practice is helping us get more consistent.
Okay. How often do you guys practice? Kind of talk to me about, you say your practice is helping get more consistent. Is there any kind of specific drills that you do, or is it just playing a lot of pubs? What's your style?
Well, a lot of it is ranked, which isn't the best way to go, but we do need to practice communications, which I think you can see from that match. Like, I think the first game we had a triple commit in front of net. But there's also like training packs and custom workshop maps we use to train specific mechanics.
Okay.
Yeah. And how were the comms when? Well, sorry for mentioning it, but after you scoring the own goal, what was happening? What was going through your minds?
I was just laughing because it was so like everything. I did not expect any of those plays. So first, I'm going for left mid, and my teammate accidentally runs into me while going to jump for the ball, and then my other teammate gets dunked. And then I have no boost. I just flip out of desperation, somehow save it, and then hit it in with a double touch. It's just too funny.
It was absolutely. We were gutted for you in your booth. Honestly, if I think back, it's just such a funny situation. I'm glad that you guys can laugh about it as well. You did end up with the victory there in the end. But before we're gonna let you go, do you have any people that you want to give a shout out to?
Not particularly. I mean, Captain Unknown Route definitely handles a lot of things for us. I guess him.
All right.
Okay. I mean, you don't need to have a lot of people shout you out. Thank you so much for coming in here, Blade. You had an absolutely amazing victory. Oh my, that was a series and a half for sure there with the stage, and we're gonna go into a tiny little break in a bit. Before we do that though, Stage, do you have any closing words?
I think that while we're closing this out and while we're on break, we need to just give a big thank you to all the people who can make this happen. We'll be seeing a little bit of footage from them who allow us to bring you this Rocket League, this great action from week to week. God, I don't
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome back to the NECC. Our next match features the crown jewel of the Emergence Division, Oswego, as they will put their perfect record on the line this week against the winless King's College Monarchs, who are looking to salvage the second half of their season. Perfection and redemption hang in the balance. Lakers, Monarchs, let's get it cracking. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nelhad, and tonight I believe a new casting duo stage. I don't think the people have been graced by our beautiful faces next to each other yet.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's beautiful. I am definitely outshined by that wonderful golden hair that you've got going on. But speaking of golden, I think, okay, never mind. I was thinking that the Monarchs were on the field, but that is just a bit of a flub here. Now, the Monarchs in particular, they've had, they started off in the Challenger series instead of Emergence. So dropping down to Emergence, I feel like that whole unwinning record is completely bunk at this point. It is null and void. You cannot count it for anything. So they're coming into here with a fresh slate as far as I'm concerned.
0-1. I believe last week they played Hood, who's also Emergence. I could be mistaken, however. It was a 2-3 win for Hood. So a long series, they did take them the distance. And before that, they only had one win on the year. So very valid point, but does not take anything away from Oswego, who has been absolutely stellar all year long. 5-0, including 3 impressive wins over JWU, Dartmouth, and Rio Grande University. They are just absolutely rolling. What can be done to stop them? If you're coming in as King's Gold this week here, Stage, what is your game plan to slow down this absolutely excellent squad?
My game plan is to come in here understanding that if we manage to take this match, if we do that, what we have done is dethrone. This is going up to the bar, going to like a institution and just finding the biggest, meanest team and punching them right in the face. That's exactly what they're trying to do here. They're the new kids in town, and they're ready to start a match, to start a scuffle with Oswego, the undefeated squad. So of course you use that as your real excitement, the real motivation to take this series to them.
Absolutely. We know how mental of a game Rocket League can be. So finding that motivation here for me early on will be absolutely vital. As we said, the two things that hang in the balance tonight are redemption and perfection. No doubt that King's College Gold wants redemption. They want to redeem that winless record. They're trying to put together that first match win, but obviously as we go on the other side, they've got a lot to lose here. 5-0, second place in conference is 5-1, so they're trying to hold on that elusive 1 seed moving on into the playoffs. A lot on the line. If you are Oswego here, Stage, what are you saying yourself to keep the nerves cool? You know, the longer and the longer a streak goes, the more you have to be thinking, I hope this isn't the week that it breaks.
Now, this is, if I'm on Oswego, I say, we've done this before. We've got nothing to prove. We are the one that everybody is gunning for. And that means that it's their problem, not ours. We keep doing the same thing we've been doing, and that's what we hope to see. 5 minutes on the clock. Oswego is trying to just hold on and defend their crown.
Trying to defend their crowd indeed as we are underway here. Solid look. Here comes Tsunami. Puts it in the corner. Trying to set up their teammates. Solid pass to the center. Following it up. Can't find anything there. Good bit of defense. Stratorel and the rest of the boys moving up. Here's J. Cole. Solid shot. But there is the defense. Big save coming out. Trying not to go under early on.
Already, the tempo that we're seeing out of King's College feels like it's something that Oswego is not ready for. Perhaps the time in the Challengers division is there, making this a much more even match than it otherwise would be. For the first time, the ball is resting in King's College's half of the match, of the pitch, but it's not going to live there long. Rocket Rob starting the game of ping pong with Headless Chicken. Wow.
Bit of a tongue twister there. Jonamite coming in, not going to find it. There's J. Cole clearing a Headless Chicken coming through. Solid shot, not quite going to find that lower left-hand corner. Trying to waterfall down. They can't get the angle. I'm looking for Tsunami there. Can't quite get it to go. Now in the corner, this could be another opportunity. Solid pass, but there's the defense once again. Jonamite can't hit it, but here comes Headless Chicken. Oh my goodness, the defense stepping up right now for Kings College Gold. The Monarchs hanging on to this tie, but here is Tsunami looking for it yet again. Air dribbling, trying to lay it on, but the defense is there once again. Headless Chicken can't find the goal either.
The tempo, the pacing, and the rotations that I'm seeing out of Oswego are incredibly impressive. This is a winning team, absolutely. Jonamite already up for that pass, not going to pick it up, but this just the trust and communication and coordination that they have on Oswego is phenomenal. Unfortunately, that is a wrong direction pinch. Jonamite is there to take it away from the net, but maybe the coordination is being trumped by the individual plays as a doink in the wrong direction leaves Kings College in a bad situation and no closer is available to knock it in.
Oh my goodness, what should have been a free goal is saved right there. Another opportunity and another save. Kings College stepping it up on the defensive end when they need it most. Here's Tsunami trying to play it off of the side wall, looking for some sort of opportunity. Solid pass right there. Oh my goodness. And the defense just one step ahead. They are holding on by the skin of their teeth. I would love to see the save total come the end of this game, and they're finally finding some offense there. Stratarel going to miss. Here comes Rocket Rob, doesn't quite find the contact that they're looking for. Jonamite can't get anything to go there. Played into the corner very, very smartly by Oswego. They can't find the touch they're looking for, and the offensive possession will stay alive. But here comes Jonamite, can't find the dribble off the wall either. Some sloppy play developing here with just 2 minutes to go.
It might be sloppy, but there's a lot of coordination. The first double commit, though, Jonamite getting bumped away by his own teammate. Tsunami there coming in on this one, but again, the rotations and coordinations here are crisp. Even if the solo plays, even if the mechanical elements are not there in some of these plays, there's still always somebody keeping that pace up, almost a bar down for Tsunami, and cleared away by Kings College. All you have to do is just get the ball a little bit lower, get the shots a little bit crisper, and this is going to turn into an offensive track meet.
Absolutely, the crossbar, the fourth and most important defender right now. Rocket Rob can't find that touch. Jonamite doesn't win that 50. There's a center. Headless Chicken gets over. Ooh. But oh my goodness, the defense is there just in time. The story of the game all game long. That one doesn't bank it either. Me, oh my, are they ever close to scoring? Rocket Rob trying to find something, but there's Headless Chicken, less than a minute on the clock, and we are still in a dead heat, 0-0.
It might be a low-scoring game, but this is by no means a low-shooting game. 8 shots on goal by Oswego. Kings College just not able to get the offensive opportunities that we were seeing from Oswego. And this is just an absolutely brutal performance from Oswego if they can find the back of the net.
Kings College has flipped the script and dipped the chip here, though, in the last minute. They have found a lot of offensive possessions, but just as I said that, here comes Oswego! Tsunami finally finds the one they've been looking for all game long, as that shot is paid through. 1-0. Oswego takes the lead with 24 seconds on the clock.
9 shots and 7 saves between Oswego and Kings College. Eventually, something's got to crack. Oswego finally finds the net. They're looking for 2. That's going to be wide, but Oswego has opened the door, and they want to turn this into floodgates as we move in towards game 2. 10 seconds remain. This does not look like the start that Kings College wants.
5 on the clock. Can they find a miracle? It doesn't look like it. Tsunami, the big hero here in game number 1, nets a second goal as time expires, and the Lakers take home game number 1, putting that one in the books indeed after the kickoff, of course, untimed kickoff. But what are your takeaways here, Stage, after game number 1 with Oswego finally finding the back of the net? They pounded it all game long, and all game long, Kings College, the Monarchs, were holding on by the skin of their teeth. Just an absolute bounty of saves. It looks like 7 saves on the board. They couldn't quite keep it up the whole game.
So my thoughts on that game is, if you've ever seen those highway systems, like the crazy super highways with all the on-ramps and off-ramps that are just intertwining and going over and under each other, that's what it looked like if I would have tried to map the routes of Oswego that game. Tsunami and Headless Chicken in perfect coordination over and under each other, but almost never double committing. And even when they did, the ball still gets bumped out to the side. You find the time, you find the space, you're back in neutral again.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like a great pitching duel in baseball. Low scoring, but towards the end of the game, you knew that one team or the other was going to give, and it was just Kings College defense that couldn't quite hold up. They had a solid stretch throughout the end. I thought Kings was able to net a goal. They kind of flipped it around, found some offense, but alas, it wasn't enough. They couldn't find the one that they were looking for here, Stage. Game number 2, what has to change for Kings College?
I honestly think it comes down to just a little bit of the mechanical foundations. I like their speed. I like their coordination. I like what they're doing. I think you've just got to start hitting the ball with a little bit more power. You've got to start just hitting the ball with a little bit more accuracy, and you've got to dodge that crossbar.
Yeah, absolutely. The crossbar may have been the MVP of last game if Tsunami hadn't scored 2 goals right there. That one looking on target. Speaking of the Devil, Tsunami there to get that one out. It's going to win the 50. Tsunami with a little bit of boost there. Wasn't ready for that one. J. Cole clearing it. We do have a demo there. Can they find something? J. Cole, a little passive. Can't quite find the angle, but a solid pass. No one is there to pay it home. And as a result, Headless Chicken should be able to clear this one with ease, but there is J. Cole keeping the possession alive. Already a better attack off the gate. What a pinch by Tsunami. Out of the gate here from Kings College, Staged.
Now, this is the same thing that we saw in game 1, though. Kings College getting an early strong offensive performance, a lot of pressure out there. Oh, not going to be on target yet. But then eventually Oswego started to turn on the afterburners and just go to town with their shooting. So even though we've already got 2 shots on goal by Kings College, I want to see them doing more. I want to see them not letting up on the gas. And maybe that comes down to holding the boost.
Yeah, nearly a goal bag there for Oswego. They can't quite find it. Jonamite trying to play that one through, not finding much luck there. Rocket Rob playing it into corner and may just be able to clear this one, but Tsunami, absolutely amazing contact. Jonamite up for that one. Oh, they might have opportunity on goal here, but the bounce is a little bit far, unfortunately. Mishandling the ball here. Tsunami has to play it out of their own half, and will get a solid clear. Rocket Rob can't do anything about that, but there is Strat RL trying to keep it alive. J. Cole coming through, centers it back to themselves, going off the sidewall here. The defense going to be enough to interrupt that goal opportunity. 3:10 on the clock. Kings College finally starting to dial in some more shots on goal here.
Still at 2, though, in terms of shots on goal. They're getting a lot of offensive opportunity. It might have been a Rule 1, but a break out on there. Rocket Rob in the backfield there to get the save, but Headless Chicken starting to try to find that offensive pressure from game 1. Not going to pick it up just yet, but Tsunami dishing that in. No cherry pick available. Strat RL will be taking it out through the corner. And this just means, though, that we're still stuck in that defensive posture for Kings College, where even when they get it across midfield, they're not finding the shots on net.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not finding the shots on net. Indeed, as I said, they have opportunity. Things do look good, and this might be one of them. Jonamite! Oh, what? Save! But there's the follow-up from Tsunami. Oh my goodness, Oswego has needed the help of Tsunami all series long and comes through yet again. Fantastic bit of defense, but the offense is just simply too strong. Oswego goes up 1-0.
Strat with the physics professor save there, just not able to get it away from the net. But once again, a scoreless Kings College is really struggling on their offense. We need to see them find it. That might be, but the team save. One more, And there's nobody home to pick it up. Rocket Rob just stalls in midfield, and Tsunami is going to start their own pressure game.
And what an angle there. Headless Chicken saying thank you very much. Nobody home. The back door just left unlocked. That one, nice angle, but too easy there. Oswego finding a second goal here in a hurry. Minute 35 on the clock here. King's College has to find some offense, and they've got to find it in a hurry. You don't want to go down 2-0 to start it out. They may have a chance right here. Oh, they blew it. Looked open right there. Couldn't quite connect it. On the other end, there's Jonamite netting another one. A nice even attack. All 3 players from Oswego right now do have a goal.
Now, one of the things I'm looking at that may have been a contributing factor to that is King's College, all 3 of their players are an astronomical ping. So I'm wondering if some of the 50-50s and a little bit of the slop of the mechanical elements might just be because they're having a hard time with the server. We can see Strat RL looks like he's driving around in no man's land. In fact, they're just having a really hard time. Tsunami is going to be the one who dunks this away, but something is very visibly wrong.
Yes, Stratorel, J. Cole's both look like they just gave up on that play. Rocket Rob getting bumped out of existence. Not sure what's happening with the team, whether it is ping or some sort of mental fortitude, some kind of lapse there, but it does look like potential. No one's moving there. We finally do have some life here out of this King College team. Everyone does appear to be moving except for Strat RL. I guess we'll keep a tab on this as the game develops, but as it sits right now, Oswego with a 4-goal lead, pretty untouchable with just over a minute on the clock.
I mean, this feels like it's one of those martial arts movies where there's the training montage where you got to put the blindfold on and just try and fight. At this point, I mean, they're driving around. They are moving on the side of King's College, but it's very apparent that they don't know where their opponent is, that they don't know where the ball is. They're just trying to hopefully luck into something.
Yeah, I think we might see a disconnect. Stratorel in chat saying that the team's been having issues all week, saying no problem, just to play it through. So it looks like that's what they will do. And ironically, may have gotten one of their better offensive looks there. It looks like J. Cole's is back in the game here, 30 seconds on the clock. Feels like a futile effort here, obviously, to get into this one, but should still try to get a goal for some momentum as Tsunami can't quite find the angle. Headless Chicken can't clean it up either. 20 seconds to go here in game number 2.
This turns into a bit of an air show as there is a little bit of mercy going on, and Oswego is just practicing their mechanics, looking for maybe one of those clips to put onto their social media after this is all over. Find themselves a fancy goal. Who cares if it's undefended, right?
Absolutely, and whatever gets the recruits right, is Jonamite trying to keep this one up, and we may just get our clip yet. That one knocked down. They do keep it alive. Headless Chicken looking for something. Jonamite in the air, and that one's going to be played down. But nonetheless, Oswego will walk away our Game 2 winners. A scoring outburst potentially fueled by some ping problems as they do take game number 2 in a 0-2 hole. King's College, the Monarchs, what can they do with their backs against the wall?
So, I mean, obviously we can talk about their ping, but that's not anything that they could do about it. More about it right now is I still think it comes down to just the raw mechanics. In this situation, before they started having problems, just everything, they weren't getting the power clears they needed. They were being starved of boost. And it's so hard to internalize when you're being pressured, where the boost is available, when it's going to show up. So you've got to find some way of getting the power clear off the backboard, defending your backboard, defending your corners, or just finding those good half volleys to send you all the way downfield without needing to burn too much boost.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the players are weighing their options. It looks like they may take a small break to maybe reset their router as it is looking. We'll just wait on word from our producer here. We'll see if this does clear up some of the technical difficulties for them, because as it sits, 5-minute break. We are going to go to a quick ad. Don't go anywhere unless it's to the fridge, because we'll be right back with some more Rocket League.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome back to the NECC. We're hoping, fingers crossed, everyone in chat, hey, cross your fingers at home right now, all right? I don't care where you're watching from. I don't care if you're in public. Just send it high. Fingers crossed that the ping does stay solid here for the Monarchs, because they will need all the help they can get, down 2-0 here early on stage. What are we looking at here heading into game number 3?
Well, hopefully we're looking at a better connection, but more than that, my big concern is how well do you stay warm when you've got a 5-minute break? Rocket League is such a mechanical game, and it is not uncommon to see players talk about just any time at all outside of the game is just, okay, my hands are cramping up, they're not doing what I want them to, my mechanics aren't warm anymore. So even more than the technical end of it, I'm wondering if the mechanical end is going to change in any of these players, or if we're still going to see the well-oiled machine out of Oswego in game 3 here.
Yeah, and we're about to find out as game 3 is underway. Oswego going up against King's College, trying to preserve that perfect record that they've got coming into tonight. Looking absolutely amazing so far, trying to seal the deal on a sweep. Headless Chicken to come through to prevent that goal. Solid bit of defense to start. But who is this King's College team? J. Cole, we have seen them come out on fire in the past 2 games, and much like right now, they just could not find find the back of the net. Headless Chicken able to clear that one. Here's Rocket Rob on the other end, trying to play it out of the corner. Solid shot, not going to go. And Headless Chicken coming through, putting it in, scoring early here in game number 3.
Absolutely lethal striking from Headless Chicken, closing this one up, or opening it up rather. Yeah, King's College had their opportunities, but not finding anything on target just yet. They need to start really finding their accuracy, working on their precision, and trying to open this one for themselves to make it into a game 4.
Yes, an errant shot there. Almost looked like a nice setup. Dynamite trying to set it up. Headless Chicken can't get there. Dynamite, no angle there. In comes Tsunami. Can they find their second goal of the game? It seems like for Oswego, when it rains, it pours. They just got to find that first goal to do the rest of the damage. Dynamite able to get on top of that one. Looked like a solid shot opportunity. Headless Chicken coming through to clear that ball. There is a demo. Rocket Rob trying to play it out of the corner and will be able to clear it to the opposing side. Tsunami not going to have the angle there. Can they do something here? Kings may have an opportunity. Bit of a 3-on-1 on the other end, but there is Headless Chicken cleaning it up.
Yeah, Headless Chicken has been a dominant force so far. Headless Chicken up again, looking for another goal. Not going to come out just yet. And Dynamite, there is so much cohesion between this Oswego squad. It is so impossible to find a weak link or any opening. And that means that King's College just has to force it. You can't just expect a mistake to punish. You've got to force those rotations. You've got to stretch the zone defense, and you've got to have follow-ups to your shots. And right now, that's not happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Kings looking for another opportunity here. In comes Rocket Rob. Good clear by Dynamite. The follow up from J. Cole. Not going to find anything there. Tsunami been absolutely phenomenal all series long. Can't keep that one up. They may have another opportunity here. Solid look. No follow through. Dynamite able to get on top of that one. And Headless Chicken clears it from the other end. And keeping the possession alive. They're winning that 50 off of the wall. In comes Tsunami. Trying to find a center. Going to get it up. Stratterell going to miss. J. Cole, the one to clear it. Another potential opportunity there, but a good bit of defense from Oswego once again.
One thing I want you to keep an eye on here as we come down to the second half of this game is take a look at the recovery speed that we see from these teams. I feel like a lot of the punishment that we get is from over-rotations, having a shot on the goal, but Oswego is there to pick it up out of their own corner. And once again, the recovery speeds are just a little bit slower than you need to see to turn these counterattacks into real opportunities. And this might be the opportunity. No, King's College getting driven away, getting stopped in the backfield. Oswego still has the pressure in their favor.
Yeah. Dynamite couldn't quite find it there. Rocket Rob on the breakaway. It's going to go high once again. Oh my gosh. King's College got to stop hitting the gym. All of their shots just a little too much, a little too strong on the boost. They can't find it, but here's an opportunity. Good clear to the corner right there. Can't find it. Dynamite contending for the ball. There goes Headless Chicken. Solid shot. There's the save from Rocket Rob. Tsunami on the follow-up. Looking for the waterfall. Double tap. Lays it down. But there is the clear. 1:10 to go. Kings, their series is on the line. Opportunity there, but there's Dynamite. Follow-up. J. Cole can't get it to go. They continue to play it out of the corner. There's a center, but no one there to clean it up. Stratterell a little bit slow on the uptick. 55 seconds to go.
55 to go, and Strat RL trying to find this out of the backfield, but once again, these opportunities not panning out for King's College. Looking for one more, the passing play this time, that's new. They need to have someone up there take off the backfield, but again, defending the backboard. Oswego not letting any opportunities through. One saved at the last moment by Dynamite. What a ripping shot.
Wow, and Dynamite comes up big again, clearing that one out. Not sure if it had an angle on the goal, but the follow-up was in the vicinity. Another clear right there. Kings has to make a move, and they have to do it now if they want to extend the series. Dynamite can't quite get there. This could be an opportunity on the missed Dynamite clear. Here's a chance going up. Oh, solid defense. Tsunami trying to clear. 5 on the clock. 4 to go. I don't think they'll be able to keep it alive, and there it is. Oswego pitch just a shutout. I don't think they let up one goal all series long. They will improve to 6-0 on the year. That's their second straight sweep and their fourth straight sweep overall. This team is hot. Somebody grab the gloves, whoever's playing them next.
I think we need an extinguisher after that. Oswego, the Lakers. What a performance. Absolutely dredging King's College Monarchs. But overall, I think that King's College did play a solid game. They just couldn't find the goals. They couldn't find the shots. Oswego, their coordination, that interweaving, well-oiled machine that I talked about in game one is just unstoppable. This is why they are undefeated.
Yeah, and such a balanced team, not giving up any goals, and they were able to put some of their own on the board. I'm interested to see if any team in the emergent division has any hope of putting something together. Watching this film, it's got to be pretty discouraging. There's not many holes that I perceived, not much to look at and say, hey, this is how we exploit them. This is how we take advantage of the Lakers. They just look so good top to bottom the whole way through.
The only way, I think, if you want to take a game off of Oswego, there's one thing that you can do, and that's just grind away at strikers training. You've got to not only get one shot, you've got to have the follow-ups, the rebounds, because the only way you beat them is by making your own opportunities.
Absolutely couldn't agree more. Stage, do you have any more thoughts before we head to a quick break here?
I think that I've said all that I really can say. Congratulations to Oswego College, continuing their undefeated streak. We'll be heading to a break, but thank you for tuning in. We will have more Rocket League action for you in just a moment.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome back to the NECC. Our next matchup has us in the midst of the wild, wild west in the Champions League. Lincoln Land Community College looks to bounce back after falling victim to a mean case of Bronco Mania last week. They'll take their 3-2 record against the Grizzlies, who are just one game back of the Loggers at 2-3. Tonight, Montana will have a prime opportunity to prove that they belong amongst the best in the West. Grizzlies, Loggers, let's get it cracking. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nellhead, and tonight I am joined by the most handsome man in all of Rocket League, bar none. Grant, how are we feeling about this series?
Oh, we're feeling great. You got the Loggers, you got the Grizzlies, and I'm ready for it. Now, the only thing is, Lincoln Land Community College came off of a bit of a tough loss and a bit unexpected, if you will, against Boise State Blue last week. It was a big shocker for me, especially after their dominant performance the week prior. And I mean, just looking at their record as we go down the list, 3-0, 3-0, 1-3, 3-1, 1-3. So there's plenty of 3-0s and 3-1s, 3-game wins. It's going to be interesting, but they've also got I don't even know if I would say dark horse in this division, but Montana is also kind of one of those teams that's just back and forth on the bubble. They're pretty even, but Loggers, we know, have some firepower.
That's why I love referring this division as the Wild Wild West. When you take a look at the standings, you've got both teams from Alabama firmly at the top, 5-0, 4-1, and then 3 to the bottom at 7. 2 games separate 3rd place and 7th place. Everybody has their guns loaded. They are just ready to shoot in each standoff. Lincoln Land has looked like a fantastic team. Grant, they've put together some great games. We've also seen the pressure just absolutely burst their pipes and break on the defensive end. We've seen Montana put up some solid performances. Every team in this Western Division outside of the 2 schools from Alabama are so neck and neck. They are so close, and as a result, every single game has lived up to the hype, and I'm sure this one will not be an exception.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I was just about to get there with it not being an exception. This one is going to be one of the best that we see because I'm just a sucker for these evenly matched teams. Those who have similar records play similar. And, looking at our notes, we've seen, just not even just the notes, but looking back at the VODs, we see these teams take on a very similar style when it comes to attacking, playing against each other and with each other, finding your teammates with those connections. We know we got to look out for Sloth on the loggers because they cherry pick every day of the week. Monday, they're at the grocery getting cherries. Tuesday, they're at the orchard getting cherries. Wednesday, it just keeps going. They will grab those cherries and spike them down into the net, whether you like it or not.
Absolutely. Cherry picks, redirects, no matter what you want to call it. Sloth always on the opposite end. If the day ends in Y's, there are cherries to be had. Excited to see how that's dealt with from the Grizzly side. It looks like we're going to have to remake the lobby here quickly. But yeah, very excited to see how the Grizzlies deal with that. Grant, my big thing about cherry picking is, what can you do on the defensive end? You're playing a member down a lot of times. We see Slothish kind of leaking out before necessarily the ball is cleared. What can the Grizzlies do to take advantage of that coming in?
Well, one thing, first of all, you got to look out for, you got to realize and have that field awareness when there are 2 players back. And when you start wondering where's Sloth, that's when you know you're in danger. And you got to be on the lookout for that. You got to expect the pass and try to get into the way, interrupt it, intercept it, send it back out over to the other side. Like, let's say, for example, the ball's coming on the left side. You want to put it back over to the right side and make sure somebody's positioned there, especially in a defensive scenario or really any scenario that someone's trying to cherry pick. You want to make sure you have an effective clear to one of your teammates to bring back the pressure the other way, bait out that cherry picker, and then leave 2 to 3 against the defense.
Yeah, absolutely trying to stack the odds in their favor when going up against Slothish here. Grant, outside of just being proactive and trying to stop the cherry picking, what can Montana do to replicate the success that we saw Boise State had? A game that was just so phenomenal last week. It felt so neck and neck most of the way through each of the games, but there came a moment where Boise State found the crack in the armor and they just poured goal after goal after goal on. What can the Grizzlies do to find similar success against this talented Logger squad?
I think it's find your MVP and feed the ball to them because that's what they did. We had instinct on Boise State Blue last week. Just take advantage and take liberty with any ball that was given to them in a much similar way that Sloth was cherry picking. Instinct was constantly striking. Their shot placement was out of this world. Their pressure was out of this world. They dominated the net. They had like 3 goals in the span of a minute, I'm pretty sure, at one point in the game. You got to be accurate. You got to be quick. You have to just be the best player on the field. And you also have to go in with that mentality as well to get yourself there. So feed the ball to your MVP. I think that's my solid answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's some solid advice. Looking over at the Logger squad, the person I have my eyes on is not the aforementioned Slothish. It's not Get Over, but it's Becky this week. What can Becky do? I've seen a lot of solid defense from Get Over. We've seen a lot of goals from Slothish. Becky feels like the glue piece here, the one that ties those 2 very distinct play styles together. I'm looking for some big things. I just got a feeling. It's a Becky night, all right? It's a Becky night.
It could be. I'm going to do it. No, I'm not. We'll save that. We'll save that for later once we get into the game. I think the memers out there know exactly what I'm trying to reference in
Grant's
my
got
head here.
something preheating in the oven. Watch out. Watch out.
Something. The biscuits might be ready eventually. We got to give them a couple more minutes, especially as we have to get our teams into the oven. That just sounds weird now. Anyway, what I'm saying here, Becky, like you're asking me, I think Becky is kind of that second and third man hybrid. They can either make some assists happen, they can get a goal every now and then. It's a rare occurrence, I would say. I think they play a lot like I do. I'm just kind of there to back up my team, but when I need to step up, I absolutely can. I think that's the case for Becky, and as well as Get Over, who is more of that solid third man role. This could result in a lot of passive play from Lincoln Land, especially after what we saw last week. They were a bit more on the passive side, unable to really get the ball to Slothish, and so they suffered a little bit more than they would have liked to. So Becky just needs to be there and be a more aggressive presence as Get Over stays in the back, or flip-flop those roles. I think those two do a great job at being interchangeable and flexible on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the exciting things when you do look at this Logger squad for me, Grant, is looking forward. This is such a young team. Becky, a freshman, Slothish, a sophomore, Get Over, a sophomore. So we talk about how they had some goals poured in them by the Broncos last week, a lot of mental errors. This team is still very young. The NECC should take note. They should really be thinking about this, because this team is so young. When that mental game catches up with their mechanical prowess, this could be a team that is dominant 1 year, 2 years down the line, and is absolutely contending for an NECC championship. So I just want to make sure we're keeping that in mind as well. This is a team to watch to grow, not only over the course of this season, but also over the course of the next year or two to come. Loggers Poggers is not done just yet.
Yeah, they are not done. And you're right. It's awesome to watch these young teams grow as well, starting out in their, I guess, young roots here, but they are going to grow into a great redwood tree. Whether or not that is a tree that exists out there, they're going to make it exist. They're going to steal seeds and plant them in their own soil. They're going to grow. But the thing we got to focus on is how fantastic they are right about now, being those young sophomores and freshmen. I'm really interested to see how they play, and like you said, you're interested as well to see how they grow and into those trees. We'll go with that analogy for the rest of the night, but we are getting all of our friends on the field. The players are ready to go. It's time for the Lincoln Land Community College versus University of Montana Fresh Clock of Rocket League to go and get us started. And there it is, Slothish up to Becky, but shut down by Haiku. Those are those cherry-picking moments that we got to watch out for, and we saw the defense get involved a little bit more. Now Haiku's got a shot, but the accuracy, like I said, is also going to be the deciding factor as to whether or not Montana can take down these loggers.
Absolutely. AZ may have had a shot on goal there, but couldn't find anything. Trying to play it off, and there is AZ. Becky coming through. I'm telling you, it's a Becky night. I can just feel it. Get Over, trying to play this one into the corner. Can't quite find it. There is Haiku Slothish in the midfield, trying to find something in the air, but can't quite get the angle. Sets it up. There is Becky. Can't get it to go. Get Over, maintaining control of this possession, but there is Haiku in there. Slothish playing a bit of defense on the other end. Here is Get Over. They may have an angle. AZ, some solid defense taking it away, buying time. Here comes the cavalry. Slothish a little high up is Becky. Oh my gosh, what a save from Bowtie.
That was so close. You saw it all start from Get Over's little mind game fake on the side of the field, taking it all the way through and almost setting up their teammate in a very good spot. Now they'll steal the boost when they don't really need to. They could have left that back for themselves a little bit later, but they still push forward with Slothish in the front, leading the charge. Becky to Get Over, blocked by Haiku. Out to the corner. Sloth tries to come around as the second or the third man. AZ with a clear out for their own, but this pass is going to go right into the hands of Bowtie. Nobody home for a pass connection, but AZ doing a great job at staying on the ground, waiting patiently for the ball to come to them. And that's something that I've noticed so far from Montana, is that they're going to let these balls and opportunities present themselves and just play the patient game, let the other team make the mistakes for them. And maybe if we can get loggers to do any kind of mistakes, the Grizzlies will be able to take advantage.
Yes, Becky rotating over there, some solid defense. Grant, I have to say, I'm loving the intensity so far. Two teams that feel very evenly matched. There's Becky with the clear. This is some fantastic collegiate Rocket League unfolding. Still scoreless, loving the defensive affair. That one not gonna find its target. Slothish there to clean it up. Becky playing it off the sidewall. Here comes the attack. Becky trying to set up a play, but there is AZ trying to find an opening, get over, coming in on the defensive end.
I'm impressed right now by how Haiku was able to even get back into this play here. They pushed up a little bit too far, but they were able to catch the ball just right to continue the pressure and keep going. Now it's Becky with a long clear down to the back wall. Get over, up for the read. AZ might have had the deadliest touch to themselves, and Becky will pull through with the advantage, taking it 1-up.
Becky doing it all right here. AZ couldn't quite find it. Get over, can't quite find it. Becky says, thank you very much. I will take that one. The Loggers get on the board, up 1-0. I told you. I just had a feeling it's a Becky type of night.
It is indeed a Becky time of night. Let's see if they can continue it, though. Haiku with the shot over Slothish with a carry out from the corner. AZ great, 50-50, but there's Becky again. Bowtie to cut it off this time. Great rotations, but no money able to come into the striking position just yet for Montana. AZ waits behind, but this is again that pushing up too far. Montana like to keep it tight, and this is something Loggers are going to take advantage of as Get Over gets a shot onto the back. They get one up high from Becky, and it's one more finish through. Somehow they allowed the space for Sloth.
Yeah, Sloth gonna take that one. Becky working hard on offense here, just gonna lay it right up for Sloth. Haiku not there, Bowtie not in the same zip code, and no one is there for the save, allowing the Loggers to take a 2-0 lead here early on. Grant, it really feels like the Grizzlies are playing some solid Rocket League. They feel a little bit passive right now as Bowtie trying to change that, but can't quite convert. Haiku can't get that one to go either. Solid bit of defense from Get Over. In comes AZ, mishandling there. Slothish passing back to Becky. Haiku, AZ here. They may find something, and they need to with just 1:25 to go.
I'll tell you what, though, Montana, they are an offensive team so far, and this is the pressure that we need to see them build upon on top of Loggers to get them to crumble, get them to crack, and break down this tree if they can. But they'll have to continue a little bit more here and do some more work. Bowtie gets a demo to open things up. AZ not quick with the reflexes to push on that ball. Sloth up to Becky, almost found a nice little angle. It's AZ out to the left side, up the wall and to the ceiling. They try for a pre-flip. They won't succeed. Get over, 50 with Bowtie. Haiku as the third man pushes in for the pass. That's a double commit on the offense. It almost didn't matter as that shot went off the crossbar. AZ, an unfortunate touch backwards towards their own net, and Montana have still yet to score a goal. 2 unanswered as we come down to 35 seconds to go in game 1.
And Becky trying to find a home there, can't quite get it. Slothish trying to keep the possession alive, passing it back. Good bit of defense. As you said, 25 to go on the clock. They got to make a move, and they've got to do it in a hurry. Haiku here to Bowtie, but there is Becky just taking their lunch money in the midfield, setting it up. Sloth, little bit wide right there. Bowtie trying to clear this one out, but there's Get Over, taking it away once again. 8 to go, and it looks like the Loggers are going to walk away winners here in game number 1. Becky looking for a highlight play. Get Over, can't quite find it. Game 1 in the books.
That was a great display from the Loggers. We were talking about how shaky they came off last week against Boise State, and kind of from my perspective, in terms of mechanics and what we saw throughout that game, a bit of an upset. But Loggers, like I was telling you before this match, I think they're going to step it back up. I think they're going to be on a clean slate and know that they're going to be back to where they were the week prior and doing a lot more work here. They did so against Montana, holding off those offensive pushes and pushing them back the other way. I really liked what I saw in the Loggers in this game 1. Let's hope that they can keep it up, though, if they want to win the series.
Absolutely, they will have to keep it up because we saw what happens when they rest on their laurels, and what happens is a 3-1 win for the opposition here. Grant, what can the Grizzlies do to clean up their midfield play? It didn't feel sloppy as much as it felt just a little bit slow. They were a little bit late to the punch, but the actual mechanics, when they got there, when they had first dibs on the ball, didn't look too bad there.
Yeah, I think they're doing a great job, but I was mentioning that third man role, and this is something that is just a common mistake. I'm going to start calling it because I've talked about it for so much, and now I can just call it common. That third man role, you see them push up a bit too eager to get involved with the play, and sometimes that puts them in bad spots. That lets the ball go over their head when they need to do their job as third man and keep the ball along with the pressure going with the offense. That's the whole point, is hold down the midfield, and Montana have not been able to do that for extended periods of time. If they can just keep it going and get that third man to be solid, then they'll start to make some goal conversions instead of just shot pressure.
Absolutely, Czar in here in game number 2. Bowtie looking for something out of the corner, not going to find it. The Loggers having some possession here early, but there is High Crew on the defensive end. Loggers doing everything they can to keep this possession alive. Slopfish coming in right there, and here is Montana setting up. Bowtie coming through, but there is the defense. Solid bit of goalkeeping right there to kick this one off, Grant.
Yeah, and here comes Becky as well off of that post. Now get over, blocks the shot away. Becky from the sidewall, Sloth up forward. This is what we're talking about. They are so good at finding their teammates on the pitch. As Sloth up to the back wall, get over, not going to be able to come through, but Becky's got their back up to the crossbar and out from AZ. Great clear, but Bowtie will take over. Not a lot of boost, though. May have not been the right decision. Don't know how much boost Becky had, but we'll have to find out another time. High Crew has got the possession, back pass to AZ. The boost game is really becoming a problem for Montana, allowing them to not continue pressure for those extended amounts of times. They got to save it as much as they can against such another aggressive Lincoln Loggers team.
Aggressive indeed, Grant. They are playing very well. High Crew here trying to find an opportunity. AZ miscommunication there. Here is Get Over with some time, oodles of time here in the midfield. Bowtie finally collapsing, trying to play some bit of defense, rotating back. Get Over going to score with a boost. Solid play by Bowtie there, but there is the defense collapsing as always. These Loggers sure know how to swarm. Get Over trying to find something. There is High Crew. We are still scoreless here, approaching the 3-minute mark on the clock. Slothish retreating. Bowtie trying to find a clear, but gonna play right into the hands of Get Over. There is High Crew with a solid bit of defense, but here are the Loggers. Good pass. There's Becky. Oh my goodness. Game number 2 here for the Loggers. It's all coming up Becky.
It's another Becky day. The defense wasn't even ready at all. You saw everybody get their chance at the ball, but 2 missed contact, 3 not even close. Becky with great shot placement. This is a great kickoff though for Bowtie. Sends it back. Becky can't make the stop, and Bowtie says, yep, there's my revenge.
If Becky would have got that save, I think we would have had to shut the stream off. That would have been too much, but a much needed goal there for Montana. The Grizzlies finally get on the board, knotting this one up at 1 apiece. And what a vital time to get a goal. The equalizer here 3 minutes ago, just resetting that scoreboard. Take your deep breath and say, we are in this game right here. We just got to clean up our midfield game. And AZ, a little bit high right there. Bowtie can't find it. Great bit of defense from Get Over. Can they find something on the other end? Here's Slothish looking for the center, up to Becky, met by High Crew in the air. Get Over, keeping the possession alive, but there's High Crew once again, absolutely stunning on defense. Wow, just wide. Bowtie missed it as well.
This is getting scary for the University of Montana. These Grizzlies need to be more aggressive on the defense. They need to make themselves useful. They can do offense all they want all day long until they run out of boost, but then they struggle on the defensive side. Their only goal this series so far has been a kickoff goal and now a redirect.
Bowtie scoring both of those goals will put the Grizzlies on top. And Grant, I don't know about you, I'm starting to get some flashbacks to last week when the Broncos did it to them. This is how it looked, right? The Loggers gave up 1 goal, and that 1 goal turned into 2, turned into 3. It was a trickle effect. Bowtie up right here, another solid look. There is the defense coming through, but they're keeping the possession alive. The aggression has turned up here for the Grizzlies. If they can find another goal, it's not looking good for the Loggers. Bowtie trying to set something up. There's Get Over. AZ looking for the play. High Crew coming in. Good bit of defense, and the opportunity squandered there. Solid defense.
It's just the positioning is just a little bit off in any given direction, whether it's left or right. Sometimes it's just missing by a few inches. They got to position a little bit better for opportunities and get a bit more aggressive with their positioning as well. Put the pressure on the Loggers and really make them think. High Crew not going to be able to make contact just yet. It's Bowtie to High Crew. They find one connection, but Becky gets in the way because there is no third there. You kind of run out of space. Once you're the last person, you got to take those shots and fire away with them. You can't try to go for another pass. You got to be more accurate than that, and I think they know that. But Bowtie over, back out to get over, down, looked for a really cheeky shot up top. Crew still awaits in the corner. Plenty of boost to 50 this one up to the ceiling. Get over, beats out AZ. The ball still loose in the corner. Becky with a demo and looks for the second. Just barely missed it. Bowtie was able to dodge it. It's Becky again. Huge pinch, but it's not the right direction. Get over has to make a strong clear. Sloth, there's that cherry pick, and even on defense, it can prove a little bit deadly. This is not a great clear at all. It almost becomes an own goal.
Bowtie with the hat trick on 6 shots and a save to boot. An absolutely monstrous performance here in game number 2, Grant. I hope everyone in chat has their shades on because a star has just been born. Oh my gosh, the gameplay shining so bright right now.
And it's all Bowtie too. You were right about your analogy when we were talking about what happened last week with Boise State and how they just fed the ball to instinct. Well, here it's High Crew feeding the ball to Bowtie as well as AZ. All the assists. First of all, love the team play that there are 3 assists on the board, 2-3 goals. But I love that they're feeding it to one player specifically. Now it's up to the Loggers to see if they can take out that player, whether it's bait him in, pull him out, or just get a demo on him simply. That's what they need to do next because it is 1-1 in the series. Montana with game 2 in their clutches.
The Grizzlies strike back behind a massive performance from Bowtie. Man, Grant looked a lot like the game a week ago. As we were saying, Bronco Mania swept through. Instinct absolutely put the team on the back right there. Bowtie getting it done for the squad. I see in chat the shades are equipped. Man, if Bowtie can play like that for the rest of this series, Lincoln Land Community College might be in a little bit of trouble. I might have to mess around and get a jersey. You know, we got Bowtie jerseys. I got the stats on jersey sales after that game.
For real, they're going through the roof right now. I see the graph just it's just going up after that showing. I mean, why wouldn't it? But man, the Grizzlies are on top of it. Like I said, I already covered the fact of the assists and goals just being 3-3. That's awesome to see. We love the team play, and we thought that these teams were going to be pretty even when it came to that. But Loggers, they're slacking just a little bit behind. Montana seems to have found their groove in what they're doing on the offense and as well as the defense. Only needed to make 2 saves though, because not as many shots came in from the Loggers. We need to see a lot better offense just back the other way if Loggers want to go, and they also need to do their work in taking out Bowtie in this case. I want to see demos and more pressure from these Lincoln Land Loggers.
We do see in chat that you can indeed get the jerseys. You just have to allow a calendar year for the Moose shipping here as we're getting into game number 3. The Grizzlies striking back in game number 2. What can the Loggers do here to get back in? And here's a familiar face. Bowtie kicking it off, trying to find something. The defense is there. High Crew trying to keep the possession alive. AZ coming through. What a shot off the side. Oh my goodness, when it rains, it pours. I believe that's 4 straight Grizzly goals.
That was a sick turnover. It's a bit of a turtle goal in the air. A great pass reception turns itself into the first goal of the game for game 3, and it's Montana actually going up first in this game. Not something that I was expecting, but I mean, with Loggers starting to slack again, they don't want to find themselves in that rivet that they found them in last week, but it's Becky making sure that doesn't happen.
And there it is. Becky, once again, the hero from game number 1. We see Becky and Bowtie just trading off strong performances so far. Absolutely great stuff. Striking back, just like last game. Talking about getting that equalizer early on. Take your deep breath. It's essentially 0-0. Nothing has happened so far. Mentally reset and get back out on the pitch. Here's Bowtie looking to do just that. Oh, Bit of miscommunication there. They may have something. And there it is. High Crew getting in on the scoring fun for the Grizzlies. This one feels like a bit of a track meet, Grant.
This was just great. It did feel like a track meet. These players just zipping by each other, leaving Sloth all alone on defense, getting the ball over them as Becky chased to get their hands on the attacker. They were unsuccessful, and Montana take their second goal. Maybe be looking for a third as AZ passes up the bow tie. Huge triple commit, though. The net's wide open. If they can get there, they can get over with the pass received and scored.
The equalizer comes through once again. Slothish on the other end, leaves an easy one up for Get Over. Grant, what has inspired this absolutely frantic play from both sides?
I have no idea, but I mean, if I had to take a guess, it's got to be the competitive nature of what's going on. They realized that, okay, Loggers had it the first game, let's turn up our heat, said Montana, and then Loggers again cranked it up another notch here in game number 3, and Montana's like, no, I don't think we want to lose this one. We're going to keep playing as hard as we can, and we're going to see the games get closer and closer as one of these teams looks to put the other on match point, put them on notice maybe as Sloth is trying to set up, Get Over. This one intercepted by Bowtie. Now a pass out to the right side for High Crew to take advantage of. Great find on the outside. High Crew from the ceiling has to pre-jump though. AZ sent through. Slothish, one shot is way wide. They won't be able to find the net quite yet. Get Over, not able to get quick to the ball. Becky tries a pass. Get Over, not gonna have the angle. They need to position better. It's again what I was talking about, just being slightly left or right, not positioned for opportunities and instead playing safe. Sometimes you got to take those risks, and we're seeing a little bit less of that, but there's still 3 minutes on the clock for them to pull out some of these risks.
Absolutely. Becky trying to find an opportunity, and there is Bowtie with the clear. Get Over trying to keep the possession line. Bowtie uncharacteristic miss there. High Crew trying to clear it. They may find something, but there is Becky to keep it clean. AZ, they finally get the ball in the other half. Just a moment to breathe there, and here's Bowtie. Ooh, not gonna find the contact point for there. Lays it up, in comes the attempt. Not going to come through for High Crew. Gotta get back on defense here. Bowtie trying to find this ball and get the clear. Does just that. Becky hustling back. Can the Grizzlies find something here? Becky a little slow in the uptake, but a big piece of defense right there will not allow Bowtie get another goal. High Crew trying to play this one out. Bowtie not going to have an angle here, and here come the Loggers.
Yes, here they come indeed. Here's Get Over. Huge arcing pass out the Sloth. Back down to Get Over. Shipped and received. They go up 1.
Absolutely massive goal right here. Look at the passing play. Slothish off the wall. Says my main man, Get Over, is just waiting in the wings for an easy goal. The Loggers take a 1-goal lead, as you said, Grant, and that has to feel massive. This back and forth has been so entertaining. Just feels like a constant loop of anything you can do, I can do better. Anything you can do, I can do too. And they're looking for an opportunity here. Good clear. Slothish narrowly getting that one out.
Yeah, this is just great plays all around from both sides. These pass connections get more deadly each and every time we see it, but Sloth sees the hole in the defense and comes in for the strike behind.
Look at the pass here. Becky laying it up beautifully. AZ can't get their Bowtie, just a little bit too slow. The Loggers up by 2, a minute 20 and some change to go here. The Grizzlies have to figure something out, and they've got to do it sooner. They're going to be put in panic mode, and here's Bowtie. Oh my goodness, ask and you shall receive. The hero, the star from game number 2, doing it again. Look at this double tap. Boop, boop. Thank you very much.
I don't think that was a boop. I think that was a boom shot from the offense there. Bowtie, great recognition, first of all, to realize, and it wasn't even recognition, it was just pure confidence, and that is what I've been talking about, what separated these teams from each other so far. I mean, there's multiple factors, but that's just one of the big ones. They got to be confident. Bowtie took charge, and now it's Sloth looking to do the same, but High Crew gets involved. Somehow Sloth still read it off the back wall. That angle almost found the back of the net. It's out dangerously to midfield. Look for the fake from Becky, but they'll have to suffer on defense some more. Sloth Great shot out into the corner. Becky down low, gets the 50, pulling it through, but that may have thrown off their teammate because High Crew has tied it.
You can't give Bowtie an inch of space. Absolutely scrapping there for the ball. Lays it up. High Crew pays it home. We are all knotted up. We've been saying it all series long. When it rains, it pours. And oh, baby, is there a storm brewing here as the Grizzlies are trying to come back in this one. Bowtie can't find it. High Crew, not the touch that they wanted. Here come the Loggers.
No.
Good bump. That was massive. Bowtie trying to find something, just going to clear it. There's a demo on the back end. Here is Becky, not going to get the touch they wanted either, but Bowtie will be able to find it to keep the possession alive. Slothless trying to play this one out of the corner. Here is Bowtie, and a good bit of defense right there for the Loggers. 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds to decide it all here. It's still anyone's game. It all comes down to the consistency that determines these margins, that determine victor from loser. Now it's getting dangerous on the defense. Montana has been known to struggle in these areas. If Loggers can capitalize, if they can just get one solid strike through, they might be able to take it here in regulation, as 10 seconds will soon turn to none. Becky with a pass up the get over finds their teammate. It's too far away. It hits the ceiling and down. One more shot from High Crew finds the ground, and we've got our first overtime of the series.
Let's go! Extra time. You're getting all you paid for tonight and more. Bowtie trying to kick it off on defense already. The Loggers will be able to clear it. There is High Crew. Slothish, bit of a center, but there's High Crew chasing it out once again. Bowtie playing some swarming defense as well. Very solid. Good stuff by AZ to break it up. And here comes High Crew trying to get a bit of a breakaway. Can they find the center? There's the bump, but Slothish coming through to clean it up. Clean rotations right there. Here's Bowtie with an opportunity. Flips it over to AZ. They don't have the distance to clean that one up, but I love how the Grizzlies are not wasting their shots, Grant. They are coming out and they are throwing some haymakers.
Yeah, and you can also see just the utilization of physical play to try to create these opportunities, going after that MVP and trying to wipe somebody out in the defense to allow your shot to roll through. AZ almost finds High Crew in the midfield, and we can hope that we see that again. AZ up to the ceiling. They'll get bumped out of the way. Bowtie beat out by Get Over, leaving High Crew all alone. They have to be quick, but they get dunked out by Sloth. Huge boost grab from Becky, waiting across. Now AZ has the boost to get back and hold down the fort for their team. They got to do as much as they can, and they have certainly done that. Huge shot out to the left side for Get Over. Another one through. What a save from AZ off of the crossbar and out. You thought it was over then. Maybe it's over here. AZ can't make the stop a second time, and Becky finishes it all.
It's all coming up. Becky here once again, 5-4, your final in game number 3. Oh my, what a barn burner that was.
I am running out of breath. I knew this should have been a standing cast. I knew it should have been. I need to get on that and order myself a new cable so I can get my camera back up there. This has been intense, and like we called it at the beginning, it was gonna be close. These two teams know how to find each other. There are their own set of weaknesses. However, everybody knows how to capitalize on those weaknesses, so they still remain even. Somehow, it's just play style, boom, they just work out. But Loggers take home game number 3 and have put me out of breath and put Montana down under by 1.
Absolutely, and Grant, we are going to look back at season's end at matches like these, getting to the midpoint of the season as teams are jockeying for playoff position at this point. And man, playoff matches, this already feels like a playoff match. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
But moving forward, matches like these are so big because we see how evenly matched we are. This film right here, I promise you, is going to make or break some playoff runs. So I hope everybody at home is being studious. I hope that they're taking notes. I hope Coach has that OBS up. He's grabbing these. He's getting that VO going. He's getting ready for the players' room, that film session tomorrow night, because there is some amazing Rock League being played. You don't want to miss a second of it as we head in to game number 4 here. The Loggers trying to close out this series.
Oh, and you would bet that those coaches have just huge brains. First of all, they'll pick out this film right here when they play the Loggers or Grizzlies, and they'll be like, yep, they're doing this, this, and this. We need to do this, that, and that. And hopefully that works out, but I assume with their big brain knowledge, they can make it work. Now let's focus to see if either side can use their own knowledge to finish it off. A huge open net opportunity gone by. They'll wait another day for that one, but that was huge for Montana. Their momentum may be killed from just that alone. Huge pinball pass off of the Loggers up to the ceiling. Sloth looks to make the push on it. AZ just got it behind him. One touch up high for High Crew. Down low. No, it doesn't go through. Huge defense from Get Over, and it seems like these teams have just tightened up on the back end every time this ball comes to the forefront.
The Grizzlies are so close here. Grant, Get Over the last one back. We'll be able to play it off. Here comes AZ. They are so close to multiple attempts, and big demo right there. High Crew going to get up. They may have potential for something here. There's no one there to follow up. Bowtie tries to salvage it. Great positioning by High Crew. Just none of the follow-up. In comes AZ. The Grizzlies looking for that elusive first goal. Trying to get out ahead. High Crew, solid angle to play off of there. Becky is able to clean it up. Bowtie coming through. Get Over a solid play. AZ, can't get the touch. The defense not really in position. Yet another opportunity for the Grizzlies that doesn't end in a goal.
I'm just waiting for something to slip, waiting for something to give, waiting for one single mistake that is going to push this ball through for the first goal of Game 4. Leachy says it best that Game 4 is where you find out what teams are made of, especially like now. And the reason why is because you are put on match point. You're going to see how your mentality game changes, how it toughens up, how it loosens up, what happens in these moments that are so tense like these. This has to be a fighting back chance for I can't even remember. This series has gone too quickly. I can't remember who's in the lead because it's just so close.
Loggers up one. Bowtie has to get back on that one. Becky, here come the Loggers. They may have an opportunity here, but High Crew coming through, able to play this one off the wall. They may have an opportunity. Here is Bowtie, but there is the defense coming through. Becky cleaning up the dirty dishes. Easy! Oh my gosh, the Grizzlies are so close. They just can't convert.
Oh my goodness, they've had two opportunities. That's going to come back to bite them, especially if the Loggers get on the board here first. AZ can't find it the third time around. This is just heartbreak after heartbreak. But finally, Bowtie straightens things up.
Bowtie out there, absolutely. They needed this one, Grant. That one felt so cathartic, so good. And if I'm the Grizzlies, I'm saying, you know what? If we get that first goal, I am trying to run away with this game. There's only a minute 45 to go. We know all series long that once we get the first goal in, the rest start to follow. I am not taking my foot off the gas for 1 second. If I'm the Grizzlies, I'm saying, you know what? Let's feed Bowtie. Bowtie is an absolutely certified beast. What can be done? But Get Over. Oh my goodness. I can't get over that goal.
I was just about to say as well that we need to keep our eyes on Sloth of the Loggers to make stuff like this, whether they're on the receiving end of the pass or giving it out. That is the pristine precision we love to see from these teams, and specifically Lincoln Land Community College. We're tied one apiece.
One apiece indeed. Here's High Crew trying to play this one out. Slothish coming up, able to play that one gently. AZ comes through the demo. Here is Bowtie trying to get something to happen on offense, but Becky playing very, very safe. High Crew may have something here. The defense misses, but there is Sloth. The patience. Oh my gosh, the defense tightening up. What a save. We're still knotted at one apiece. AZ staying vigilant there. Can't find anything. Here comes Bowtie, the striker. The defense isn't there, but Bowtie is caught sleeping as well.
Oh no, goodness gracious, Montana, you're killing me, Smalls. They have missed shot opportunity after shot opportunity. They cannot convert. They've converted one, but how many chances have they gotten? How many chances will they get left in this Game 4? They need this Game 4. They are on match point. They need to force a Game 5, and this series needs it as well. AZ with huge demos, but Get Over gets in the way first. Now now the third man pulled out of position, can get over, push it back fast enough. No, they'll opt for the boost instead. This will be huge consequences or later on once that offense starts to turn up. Now it's the opposition looking for the same thing, dealing out some more demos. Sloth on the verge of a goal, but blocked by High Crew, has to beat through two. They can't get it done. 17 seconds still. Neck and neck. Get over. Breaks through first. AZ out. Sloth has to push on this. Will they get there? Yes, they will. Up to the ceiling and down. Becky beat out by High Crew, but nobody home. I think we're looking at ourselves a overtime for game 4.
Back-to-back overtimes here. The Loggers trying to put away this win, but the Grizzlies not so quick. Oh, here comes Get Over. Oh my gosh, solid opportunity. The defense, they're caught sleeping. AZ trying to put it onto the corner. The Grizzlies got to clean up this sloppy start in overtime. Becky doesn't have the angle, but has the opportunity. Drops it in, not the touch they're looking for. There's the foul. AZ yet again. Oh my gosh, an absolute offensive demon on the back end.
Oh my goodness, there it is, and it's Get Over to ice game 4. They take the series 3-1, adding on to their record a consecutive win ratio. Lincoln Land Community College, the Loggers with the Poggers, they win it all.
Loggers Poggers improves to 4-2 on the year, proving that last week's loss against the Broncos was just a flash in the pan. But don't for 1 second discount the effort from this Grizzly squad. University of Montana putting in the work. That was some exciting Rocket League. And if this is a team that is slipping to the lower half of the division at 2-4 right now, just in the playoffs by 1 game, leading Fresno Blue, I'm excited for what's to come, because if that's what the bottom has to offer, if that's the basement of the talent in this league, there's some crazy, crazy things that are about to happen in the Western Conference.
Oh yeah, there are some crazy things brewing up. Now, Ethan, we got a chance for a player interview. I don't even know who I want. All these players played fantastic. Get Over was the one to ice it in game 4. But Becky, it's been their night, I think. I think we go for Becky. What do you say?
I think Becky was MVP in all 3 wins, if I'm not mistaken. Get Becky on in here. Everything was coming up Becky tonight. Absolutely amazing performance. So happy to see it come through, especially after the Loggers lost last week. So good to see a team this talented bounce back. We know they have it in them. We saw them go toe-to-toe and knock off Alabama Crimson a few weeks ago, Grant.
Oh yeah, there is so much good stuff going on, and I just can't wait to get back in here because I've got some burning questions that need to be asked to see how they're going to go about their future, what last week looked like, and how they bounce back this week. I mean, like you said, flash in the pan, maybe even a fluke if you'd want to call it that, from last week. The Loggers did great, and the team play was just all over. Shared the love, shared the sugar, as my friend Captain Itsoka likes to say. We'll give a little shout out there, but you noticed Get Over kind of got the second most goals out of all of them, but they also found those team plays, being that solid third man, stepping up, just everybody. The team play, I feel like there's just a point in my just knowledge of the game where it's like, what separates these teams? Because we notice it happening, but what are the even smaller details that I'm just not noticing? Maybe I need to go get a coaching session so I can have some other big brain knowledge and big brain words planted in my head, because I feel like at times I run out of ideas on what that special sauce ingredient is.
Yeah, Becky might know the formula to that special sauce, but I just think it's all mental. There's so much going on. Keeping that fortitude is so tough. And that's why I'm so impressed with this young squad, 2 freshmen and 2 sophomores. There are big things to come. They are still growing. They are figuring things out as they go. And it's so exciting to see them get moving, get going here, and exciting to see them bounce back, show some adversity after that tough loss from a week ago. That one was not easy to swallow, especially considering where Boise was on the standings coming into that game.
Yeah, it was not an easy challenge, but it was handled well, and then they move into this week. They came back, and that's what we love to see from the Loggers. Great effort from them. And now, like I said, their record, oh goodness, I got to do math. I'm so done with math.
4-2.
4-2 is their record. I'm trying to tally up games in my head over here, and we're just calculating the math out. All right, 3 times 4 is 12 plus 2, that's 14 wins. I did it. All right, 14 wins to 7 losses. So they basically break even, I think, on that. It's like half or whatever. But we're not able to get Becky in here, but we do have another star player. Slothish has joined the booth. My good man, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We are doing fantastic. Listen, we noticed a lot of good stuff from your team. We noticed a lot of the times, especially last week and the week prior, you like to get involved. You like to cherry pick, right? But that didn't seem to be the case. You were setting up get over a lot with those passes and then feeding the ball to Becky as well. What made you guys decide that Becky was going to be the star for the night?
Yeah, so our original play, like the past 2 weeks that you guys have saw, isn't, I wouldn't say like original, like how normal Rocket League is. We kind of, like you said, I was the cherry picker. But after we lost Huntsville and I think it was Boise State, we figured we had to change something up. So we went to a more traditional style, like calling out where you are no matter what, how much boost you have, and like always just rotating like the normal way. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ethan?
Yeah, absolutely. You got me intrigued. I had a question, but I'm gonna just toss that one to the side, the dumpster. Maybe a week from now. Talking about changing styles with how competitive the West is right now. I mean, you just played a team. They took it to overtime twice. They took a game off of you that is second to last right now in the division, pending other results tonight. Do you anticipate other teams changing their styles up as the season goes on? We are just getting into the dog days of this season. There is so much left to go. There is so much unexplored territory, and there is so much competition happening.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because I know, I think we just got through the halfway point, so I know every week's going to be a really competitive match. So we're coming in, week out, putting in the hours, and just treating every match the same.
That's great to hear. I love to hear it. So what are in the plans as you guys move in to next week? What's the main thing? Are you guys going to host some coaching sessions at somebody's place? Are you going to hang out, look over some film? What is the plan moving forward? How are the Loggers going to continue their success?
Well, we also play in another league, so we have that match on Thursday, and then I think we're going to try and go at the CRL qualifiers again on this Sunday. So,
yeah. Watch out! Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you sign something for me? I don't know. We got a big dog in chat. All right. Oh man, Grant, do you have any other questions?
I do not, but if you don't, I'll allow you to take us out.
I got one more thing to say. Just for the sake of chat, can we get a Loggers Poggers on 3?
For real.
There we go. 1, 2, 3. Loggers. Let's go. Hey, you know what? We'll interview next week after your big assumed win. We'll get that timing down. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Another amazing week. You guys are so fun to watch. Cannot wait to see you on stream again.
Yeah, thank you. You guys have a good night.
You as well.
You too.
Thank you.
Well, all right, Ethan. I'll let you do the honors and take us out. We got one more series. I'll let you tell them about whatever you want.
Yeah, the rest of the night moving forward. San Ambrose, UC Davis coming up. I've got my eyes on Boise State. Oh, that match got changed. Don't listen to me. St. Ambrose, UC Davis not playing. At 11 p.m. tonight, though, Boise State Blue will be playing Fresno State Blue. I'm just saying, we saw some Bronco mania last week. If you liked what you just saw, if you want to see more of this wild, wild West, some hot scoring action, some gun slingers, tune in for that. It's going to be absolutely spectacular, just like my main man Grant's biceps. Aww. But until next time, we will see you on next match. I'm gonna Boise State Orange, Concordia, Wisconsin will be coming up next. All my Wisconsinites in chat better drop a cheese emoji for that one. But we will see you guys on the other side. Thanks for sticking with us.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. I've got the giggles. This is Novanta. I'm Grant, CFO. Novanta, my man, we've got Concordia, Wisconsin against the Boise State Orange. That's not their mascot. That's just their sub-sister team. But what do you think we got going on here in the West Challengers Division? What are we looking forward to here tonight?
Well, thanks so much for having me, Grant. We call you CFO because you straight money, homie. Well, what we have right now is teams, two teams in two different directions. Boise State Blue, 4-1. We saw them on stream last week. The 1-2 punch of Circuit and Thunderama has been unplayable in this conference and division. But at the same time, you have Concordia University of Wisconsin looking to start something on their own end. They have won 1 of their last 5 series. They're 1-4. So they're looking to turn the tide here before we get to the throes of the season. Pretty much mid-season now. It's do or die for them. I'm not sure this challenge might be too hard for them, but I do think they might try some new tactics tonight.
Yeah, they might as well have to try those because even though it's been close, you're right, they have been on an unfortunate losing record. You look at their record, it's 2-3, 1-3, 2-3, 3-2 win, and then 0-3. So they haven't had the best of luck heading into this. Boise State have quite the record ahead of them. You mentioned their 4-1 record. Well, you look at the games, they are convincing victories. Now, you can also determine the factor of, was it an easy bracket that they went through? Is it a hard bracket they went through? You never know until you get to see them face to face.
I understand the whole idea of strength of competition, but you know what? When the 5 minutes goes on the clock, a lot of that goes out the window, and it is a battle of wits and how fast you can adapt on the pitch. Any given Tuesday, a team could come ahead and stun the world. Concordia needs that now more than ever, but I can tell you what, the team of Two Dog Lucky, Green Echo, and Big Z and Immortals, that whole squad has to come up with something new, because what teams have struggled on, specifically against Boise, is trying to break up the passing lane between Thunderama and Circuit. Whether you hold down Thunderama, Circuit's there. You hold down Circuit, Thunderama is there. And so that has been something teams have been able to figure out. You figure that out, you may have a chance.
Yeah, you're going to have to figure it out too, because they're fierce, they're quick, and they're looking to strike all the time. Now, you also can't sleep on Two Dog Lucky. One of the players to look out for has been kind of the standout player, I would say, first of all, with a name like Two Dog Lucky, and second of all, with just their mechanical striking ability. We look forward to seeing that and seeing if that's enough to get rid of Boise State. But you're right, you got to look out for Thunderama and Circuit, because you know with a man back like Toxic, they are going to have all the time to shine as much as they want to going into these games as we get everybody on the field. And as my good pal JT likes to say, we've got all the kitties in the pool and we're ready to go with game 1. Let's get it on.
5 minutes on the clock, best of 5 series set, and I can tell you it comes down to who can score first, fast, and often.
Well, here comes Circuit starting things off quick. There are going to their back wall. Now Two Dog Lucky looking to strike. They're not quick enough. Big Z way back. Thunderama couldn't get that first pass from Circuit. Now they try again, but nobody home. Instead, it's Green Echo getting in the way. Thunderama out to the midfield. Circuit cut off by Toxic, shot downfield. Two Dog with theirs sent back the other way. Big Z with a huge miss here. Actually, I think they were trying to get the doink on the net. They will not succeed. 30 seconds into it now. Pressure just being traded back and forth. Thunderama comes through for one shot. Two Dog Lucky out midfield. Toxic through down to Circuit. Two Dog Lucky 1v1 situation. They'll rush it out, and Circuit, their patience pays off.
A little bit of jitters there on the side of Concordia University of Wisconsin. There were some issues there, some shots there where didn't quite connect. You can call them whiffs, you can call them being calculated and fakes all you want, but you know, while we have the sussing out period, that margin of error is going to quickly evaporate.
Oh, well, right here, it's going to evaporate the defense, and that goal explosion will evaporate the players themselves. You see this shot just given to the offense by Big Z. They need to get around and more creative.
Yeah, Toxic's the first one to break the deadlock here, 1-0, and then, hey, man, you can't write a script like that. Usually it's Toxic able to draw first blood against teams, and that's really a start of a more pronounced strategy when it comes to Boise State.
Well, Toxic will not be able to beat out Green Echo this time. A shot blocked straight down. Thunderama up, tries to take it themselves. Not the best touch. Two Dog Lucky up to the back wall, maybe looking for their second man to strike. Big Z is there, and over the head of Toxic it goes. Big Z will get the credit.
Well, not necessarily the most crisp technique, but it was effective, going up in such an angle that kind of confused Toxic. This isn't sure if it was going to be a fake out up top or down below, and either way he chose wrong. 1-1 is the scoreline.
And just like that, it becomes so. 3:34 to go. Circuit waits back for this one, fields it by themselves, avoids the demo from Big Z along the way. Now carry downfield to the back. Two Dog Lucky's there, takes it out and up high out to midfield. Thunderama tries the 50. It's still going back the other way. Toxic sends it up front, looking for those pass connections that we've mentioned being so deadly. Circuit to the back wall. Two Dog Lucky misses. No shot to come through. That one's high. Circuit can't get up there. And now it's a huge opening for Concordia. If they can just get there, they can't. And BSU are able to get in the way quick enough to stop a dangerous counterattack.
That was a counterattack that was pretty much dead to rights there, and a chance for Concordia to score their second goal, but it's almost like they got in their own way there and put the ball outside their own scoring line. Probably it was maybe led to the other way, and now you have a 2-1 scoreline in the favor of Boise State.
This is just a huge miscommunication as well. You saw Big Z trying to take the ball for themselves. Green Echo attempted a clear but was unsuccessful, allowing a slip through on the offense. Still holding it down is Boise State. 2-1. Two Dog Lucky takes their turn at it for Concordia, Wisconsin. Circuit gets in the face of them. A huge double commit here, but it shouldn't cause as many huge issues. Two Dog Lucky with a pinch out to the midfield again. Still hugging the back wall, though. Typically, they want to get those out to the midfield for somebody. Another huge whiff. Now it's a 1v1. Thunderama, if they can just get it around, they do, but Green Echo clutch with the demo to stop the attack, but not for long. Circuit follows through for 3.
Thunderama did everything except for score, and well, that's how the story goes. It's Toxic the Circuit. The passing plays are eternal for Boise State because they're effective, and now they're up by 2 goals at this point.
Yeah, this is just great teamwork as well to see unfold in game number 1. Two Dog Lucky look to turn in their second goal for Concordia, Wisconsin. They will be unsuccessful, but Big Z is trying to spark up this next attack if they can. Two Dog Lucky over to Big Z. No pre-flip here, but they do get the boost grab. That's going to leave Two Dog in a bad situation, leaving Green Echo all alone. Not the best touch to the wall, but they get it done with a 50-50 in the end. Dunks it down below, just letting gravity take over for a moment there. It works out. Now Thunderama tries. Green Echo sends one away, but Circuit comes through on the midfield. This is a little bit interesting to see how they just trade between first and third position. No one really positioning for that attacking role to take home another shot and get a goal conversion out of it, but somehow it still works because I guess you can just solo play if you want to in threes.
It's interesting to see how Boise State is just like poking the bear with a stick. Just begging Concordia to pull up some of the space and try new defensive tactics. And quite yet, they've been a little bit intimidated and gun shy, and that's why the scoreline the way it is. But I feel like another team would see that and adapt around game 2 time to see how they can somehow break the currently impregnable defense of Boise State.
Well, Thunderama tries to get their offense for Boise State, but their shots are just going too wide, but Toxics will not. It's 4-1.
Toxic had unfinished business, being able to come back around in another attempt. Well, nothing wrong with cleaning up your own mess, and that's what did happen right there. And this one's kind of getting away for Concordia right now. It's 1-4, favoring the opponents, Boise State.
Just like that as well. Two Dog Lucky and Circuit mix up on the kickoff. Thunderama off the back wall. This is going to be a shot for Big Z. They rushed it, though. Could have taken a little bit more time to line it up for themselves. Two Dog Lucky back up to Toxic, the man who blocked away the first shot. Now back out for Thunderama into the midfield. Toxic gets there, but so does Circuit. Double commits still not being capitalized on by Concordia. And I mean, I guess it's just, you can give so much credit to the power of these clears from both sides. Big Z tries to get involved through. Green Echo finishes for 2.
Big Z has been struggling a little bit with the shot accuracy, but this one here was pretty much seen by his opponent, his teammate, to follow right behind in a kind of an odd formation, but one that was effective. And now they're within 2. Now 2 goals in 37 seconds. It's not impossible, Grant, but it's improbable. Can they do it? Will they do it? And here in game 1.
We can only hope it's still 2 goals to claw back from, but here's a flip reset from Tudog. Lucky blocked by Thunderama. So close. Trying to pull out for style points here. They don't get there. And now 20 seconds will tick away slowly as they struggle to find their next attack.
Thunderama swatted away like a bouncer at the VIP club. Get that out of here, homie.
Well, 12 seconds now. It doesn't look likely that they will be able to convert again. It becomes that problem with the second man, the attacking role not being there to strike, and they'll suffer the consequences. A game 1 loss comes of it, and Boise State takes the victory.
Boise State is the favorite team so far, and the script has been pretty much followed to a T. But that doesn't say that it's all said and done for Concordia. I really feel like they played well despite some of the shortcomings and the scoreline. All they have to do is tighten up the defenses, and they still have a shot with this one.
Yeah, there's not a lot that they're... I mean, the only thing that they're really falling short on is... I guess you could say their defense is lacking a little bit. They've got a lot of great looks towards net, some of them going a bit high, but I think that's the same case for Boise State. It's just a number of shots and the shot accuracy that's really coming up to be the biggest factor separating these two. 6 goals in total, but we could have seen so many more. You look at the shots put up on the board. You got 8 from both sides. Well, you get 9 from Boise, but I mean, look at that. If we can just find the accuracy, we could see dozens more goals.
You look at the formation that Boise State's implementing, and Circuit got the MVP medal this one, but usually Circuit is in the mid pitch. This time he was playing a little bit up. They were playing a little bit up. When you have someone that's so adept of getting every single member of their team in a certain formation, that's the person you have to target. I'm not always about the demo meta, but why not try in this situation? Why put a little confusion in your opponents to put them on the back heel, and you can open the door to some goals yourself?
See, I've just became a look of confusion here as we reset the lobby and it automatically put me on teams.
Oh, yeah.
What this is a weird Novanta. We're on the teams now.
Oh yeah, all right.
Hold on.
This is like the 4D experience. You want to cast Rocket League or play Rocket League? You can do both here. The server is being reset here as we speak.
Oh man, I was looking forward to it. I thought we were gonna get to play. I was like, okay, hold my beer, I'll try it.
Talk about fantasy camp, right?
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. I hope one day we can get some kind of casters event going on here, and we can have like the players cast. Who knows? Because that'd be a lot of fun. I was ready to play. I haven't touched the controller all day. I've been doing homework all day instead. I got on the field. I was like, oh boy, let's play. I'm ready.
Yeah, and I will whip for any team that wants me to. That is definitely my golden dream in life.
Yeah, it was like, oh bro, nothing's gonna stop me. And then
yeah.
Goodness. Well, we'll just have to wait a little bit longer and stick to the casting, stick with this microphone, and just deal with it ourselves in our rooms, alone with no team. But we got our teams getting ready to join.
That's true. And Boise State has 1 game in hand in this best of 5 series. There's no time to put the foot off the gas here. It's all about how quickly you can get everyone involved. And if Concordia is taking my advice and targeting Circuit, now it's time for Thunderama to step up and be that engine, switch on the top side of that formation to get some more scoring opportunities.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see how they're able to shut that down. Like you said, you're not a fan of the demo meta. I certainly am. I love to see them.
I bet you are.
See, but as it goes for going for demos, I'm not too sure. I don't like to go for demos all that often just because I know it takes me out of the play. But if I get a chance, you best believe I would be there. If I can take you out, I'm going to take you out. And if you're coming at me, I'll take you down with me.
Dang. Action Star Grant.
Explosions. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
I always look at those. That's so I'm not cool. But we're about to have game 2 here, and it's like Leachy always says, even though I said it first. Game 4s are always something we look forward to, but how aggressive. But this is game 2, so you can tell if a team gets more aggressive. A team that lost game 1 is more aggressive. You may say the little rattle, a little bit around the head, and not want to stick with the plan. And if a team that's winning is being more aggressive, you wonder they're in their own bag. They're feeling more confident about getting 2 games in a row. So it'd be kind of cool to see which one is doing more of the bumps, more of the demos, more of getting people out to play.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think that they really need to change anything as well. We were talking about demos being something that I could pick up, but they've been playing everything right. Like we mentioned, it's that shot accuracy that's really getting in the way of their success. Concordia, Wisconsin, they're not a bad team. They just need to find better place shots.
Better place. Oh, wow. Well, that's a good play shot too, right in the middle. Grant pass of the last person or last automobile on the line. Circuit makes quick work of that defense and leaves it in tatters. 1-0 Boise State.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, I thought it was going to be Concordia, Wisconsin, but then I looked at the board and I'm like, nope, that's an orange goal for Boise State instead. Now let's see if Big Z can get involved and set something up for Two Dog Lucky. They're not going to be able to get up there in the best way that they could, but Green Echo tries to plant it across. Not the best touch. Big Z, backfield, Circuit across to Thunderama. Huge shutdown, but Toxic's quick. Green Echo got there in time, though. Great defense to see. Green Echo, though, they're kind of struggling a little bit. I'm drawn to them as we look for mechanical mistakes. Their shot placements just haven't been there, and everything that they've shot forward or intended to go forward has gone to the side.
A lot of times you're in a match or a game and you're beat in a certain way you were not expecting, because wins and losses are part of the game, right? And when you're beat by a way you were expecting, this time those over the head, above the rim passing plays, there is a bit of a human nature element. You want to put your head down and go, okay, screw this, we say, or screw that, we're going to go ahead and forward it. But the thing is, you got to be a little bit more patient here. Here's an opportunity for you to think and find a hole in the defense of your opponent instead of trying to go full on, full bore.
Yeah, well, let's just see if they can do that, though. There's so much to hold on to and so much more. I'm still focused on the shot accuracy, to be honest with you. I just need to see something better. And Green Echo, I've got my eyes on. See, right there, they seemed a bit slow to that aerial. Two Dog Lucky going to get taken out by that same player, and Big Z is left to their own devices. This one up to the back wall, and just like that, it cracks down.
This is a play we've seen plenty of times, so much I think they have practiced on the pitch. Thunderama above top center of that goal. Circuit brings it down, and that lead is now instantly doubled, and only 90 seconds have elapsed, give or take, in game 2.
And it's 3:26 to go. Still plenty of time to bring it back. Concordia, Wisconsin, down low fake, gets 50'd out of the pinball machine to Circuit to own goal.
Fake the opponent to fake the caster. I was looking where this is going, but getting a hand on it and having it go past the net is kind of a, oh man, sorry guys, kind of a deal. It's now time to see if this is enough for Boise State to recover, or this may open the door to more mental mistakes.
Well, we'll just have to wait for time to tell us for ourselves. This is Two Dog Lucky, though. Oh, do I even need to say it, Novanta?
That right there was a Steph Curry shot from downtown, bringing on the corner of the fender and driving away like an action star, because you know the air raid was coming. 3-1 Boise State.
Cool guys, don't look at explosions. What did I tell you? They turn around and they walk away. And they walk away with a 2-goal lead in this game 2. Toxic passing up to Circuit. No, Thunderama thought it was their ball instead. Now a double commit from the defense. Nobody's going to be able to swing around for this. So many people are just having too much confidence in their team. They need to be better at their communication, say who's going for what, who's receiving what. You know, it can't just be like to you if there's 2 people there and be like, you know, Thunder, Toxic, Big Z, Two Dog, something like that. We need to be there on the communication.
Well, for someone who's been in situations quite like this is where I call the witching hour on comes, when you have a couple smacks all across your face, right across the brow, due to the goal line and being down by a game and a half, and you start calling things out, you start apologizing to your teammates, and then what ends up happening is you're a little bit unsure of yourself, and those rotations are a little bit slow, and defensive players are a little bit more erratic and desperate, and that is when you have a chance as the opponent to break the spirit of your team. If Boise State was a bit more aggressive, they could do this pretty handily here in game 2.
It's Toxic down low. Green Echo with a dunk over top. Two Dog Lucky to the back wall. Circuit's up early. Two Dog tries to send it down, but Thunderama stops it for a save. Toxic from the left side. Big Z just a bit quicker to that one. Two Dog also a pinch quicker. Circuit up. Big Z to Green Echo, blocked by their teammate. I don't think it was going in anyway, but still would have been a great shot to apply more pressure. Now they suffer on the defense. Two Dog Lucky up for the air dribble carry. Thunderama should be able to get there. They don't. Two Dog Lucky needs to have better confidence to finish it off. Big Z blocked by Circuit again. Oh no, an unfortunate touch backwards leaves it open for Boise State. Unless Two Dog has something to say about it, they do. But goodness gracious, it just keeps getting dodgier and dodgier.
That dodger is a key word. Thing is slow down, pace is slow down. It's gone aerial to ground play, to aerial to ground play. But this is the third time, and in 2 games, we've seen members of Concordia University get in their own way and their own scoring opportunities, and that shouldn't happen if you're just doing basic rotations. And I'm starting to wonder if this is just a kind of an accident or there is a lag in comms, because it shouldn't happen this frequently.
No, it should not, and it's just, it's heartbreak. Oh goodness, that's actual breaking right there from Two Dog Lucky.
Two Dog Lucky understands that when it comes down to get your team back in it, individual effort will win the day. Going over Circuit in a nice angle, which would have made anyone's job hard to clear out away. They're back within 1. They're still in this. They are still in this in game 2.
I mentioned at the beginning that Two Dog Lucky was also that player that you need to look out for, despite the differences they share with Boise State and Thunderama and Circuit being able to find each other. I think that Boise State have just been able to find everybody on the field, but Two Dog Lucky, I said, don't sleep on them. I remember it. I could quote it. I could pull the clip. Somebody else could pull the clip and put it here, because I remember I said it, and Two Dog is trying to claw their team back to a tie game situation.
If that happens for the Concordia University Wisconsin team, that would be something that will put them back in the driver's seat as far as their mental state. Here's an idea. When it comes down to their formations, it's a little bit unorthodox to say the least. If it was working, you could say, well, we do things a little bit differently. But since it's not, I'm starting to wonder if they have to come up with something else. And so if one individual has to pull the team out for now, why not go for it? Because you want to push this series as long as you can.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can keep this ball up as long as they can, but Toxic spikes it down, says, no way, not today. It's Boise State taking another game off of the opposition.
Well, Grant, let me ask you a question. You're a purveyor of the Rocket League Academy Arts and Sciences. What does Concordia have to do? I've talked about rotations. I've talked about storing up the defenses, but really, in the nitty-gritty, in the brass tacks of it, in the ball play, what do you suggest they do for Game 3? Because now they're looking at defeat.
First of all, I think there's a couple things to keep your eyes on. Big Z and Green Echo get tied up a bunch of the time. Big Z is trying to make a push forward, but Green Echo also just happens to creep up and be there, forcing Big Z back in a lot of uncomfortable situations. Green Echo needs to give their teammates some space. First of all, step up the comms, and a lot of this could be resolved just automatically by saying, hey, I'm here, you're there, here's a pass, here's how much boost I have, I can go, I can't, I'm up, I'm down, do whatever. Just these basic, simple, short phrases to get your point across. We need to see the comms take a leap up as well. I mean, they just need to separate themselves and not go for so many balls.
Also, I agree with that. I think you hit the nail on the head when it comes to Concordia. And Boise State needs to, when they have the advantage, I'm talking about the speed advantage, the shot advantage, and the defensive advantage, there's no reason why they should slow down the pace. They should make teams play their pace. We saw them slow down for quite a bit in this game. I'm not sure why that was. Here's a chance to put it all away in 3 games. Why not do the game, not do the system you're used to?
Yeah, they need to stick to it. This plan has been working for 2 games. It could very well work for 3. Just keep Concordia on their toes and see what they can make of it in this possibly final game as they sit on match point. Concordia, Wisconsin, putting Boise State University on their toes. Toxic back in the corner, leaves it for Thunderama. Boise State need to get out of here quickly. Toxic beats out Big Z. There's some of what we're talking about, but I'm liking the risks that they're taking on the offense. Green Echo opts for the ball first, leaves it for Circuit. No contact met here. Thunderama gets there first. Toxic could sweep around the backside to get there. They don't. They'll miss it. Two Dog Lucky should have pushed off that wall there instead of going back to the ground. They need to be quicker and more aggressive if they want to keep this offense up and put them under pressure.
Pressure under pressure is definitely the first order of business, but again, even in the same kind of half speed, three-quarter speed that Boise State is currently still employing, I do like the fact they are stretching out the defense of Concordia by doing passing plays across the width of the pitch to see how fast or how their opponent's going to react to those balls on frame.
Oh,
what a save!
Goodness. Well, you talk about quick to react. How about that from Circuit? A save, now a pass up. The Thunderama doesn't find the connection. Circuit tries again, but Green Echo is up so quick to this one. Two Dog lucky. Big Z back off the back wall, takes it out to the midfield. Big miss here. Thunderama, crucial touch there to keep it in for Circuit. Now it goes up, floating uncontested. Green Echo decides to push forth. Circuit with their own block. It's just a battle of blows on these side walls. Toxic gets it out, but no team is back. Green Echo not quick enough to push in, and Two Dog lucky. This is what I'm talking about here. Green Echo just kind of gets involved, and I'm not necessarily sure if it's their fault. I can't read it at a glance as notice, but Green Echo needs to give a little bit more space to their teammates.
Some more space will definitely be what the doctor ordered, and there's a little more attacking football. I do think waiting to see that float over from Boise State is great. I understand the idea of seeing if they go too far with their passes, but here's the time you put the ball down. Use some of the pitch on the ground to split the defense here. That's the only part of the pitch that Boise State is not using, and that may be your only lane to scoring opportunities.
Well, Toxic fields it back from their own net. A pig booming clear, but so does Two Dog lucky. They pull that one out of their back pocket. Thunderama to the side. Green Echo for a shot. Still just firing shots off target to the left side, and that's been a struggle for Concordia, Wisconsin all day long. Looking for the demo was Toxic. Not trying to be toxic, but just trying to get a goal because we're still scoreless. Circuit misses this one. Big Z cleans it up down low for their team. Green Echo up front. Big Z with a connection, but Two Dog lucky can't be there. Toxic gets 50. Thunderama on their back foot, near post. Dangerous place to be. Green Echo past to mid. Nobody home. They need to take those risks on that second man roll. I'm telling you, they gotta have a traditional rotational style if they want to get the first goal.
Now more than ever, that goal would have been critical. This is the longest we have gone in this series without a goal being scored, and there was someone there in position, but it didn't seem that the shot was on frame, and you start to wonder whether or not that was on purpose, or that was waiting for a third person, or as we were saying before, it was more of the calm breakdown situation.
It doesn't even. It also just doesn't even matter if they were waiting for that third person. It just needed to be there. That play needed a third person. They're not really able to take it 1-2 at a time. They got to get everybody involved and take those risky positional plays to pull out here. Now we're down to a minute 15, and anybody could take the game with just one goal.
And Thunderama is taking the long way, the scenic route to go. Probably had a bunch of ideas on their mind this last minute. I hope that it's not a situation where Boise State's playing a rope-a-dope and they're going to put a couple goals on the board, because for all intents and purposes, Concordia has really held them down pretty long until about that shot was just almost clear by the skin of teeth there by the crossbar.
Goodness, it just gets closer and closer. Circuit is going to try to push this into Two Dog lucky, but they're not going to succeed out of their half here. Big Z as the last man. That shot could have been on target. Green Echo with a 50 and Circuit. Big Z tries their hand at this next push. 30 seconds to go now. The upper hand goes to Concordia, Wisconsin. Green Echo off the back wall. Can Big Z strike here? It's high off the post. No! Such a golden opportunity to take home this game. They needed it. Maybe they can get it here, but they can't. Oh my goodness. My brain can't take it, and I bet their hearts can't either.
That was a matter of inches. This is another opportunity, another second to watch where that ball was going. Could have been the difference between an overtime situation and a one-goal win. Grant, golden goal situation. Next team to score is going to win this one. In the case of Boise State, if they win this one, they win the series.
Goodness, golden goal, golden tension is what I feel right now, because the margins have yet to be closer until now. But Circuit, no, they don't find the golden goal. I thought it was in there for sure. Now panic ensues in the defense. Boise State still keeping the defense on their toes. Toxic off the lip. Two Dog with a save and out, and they can breathe for a moment, but Circuit will continue the pressure forward as Toxic tries to make the wraparound. Big Z to the back wall. Is anybody home for Concordia, Wisconsin? Maybe not just yet. Dangerous clear there, but Two Dog is going to mess up the opportunity for Green Echo.
Seeing the pressure here now from Concordia is something we haven't seen this series and something that's well appreciated. They are fighting for their proverbial lives here, at least to survive this overtime period. I have not seen so many shots on goal for them in such rapid succession all night, or maybe for the first 2-3 weeks, maybe?
I don't know. I mean, I can confirm that tonight we have yet to see something like that, but I couldn't tell you what goes on with the weeks with my goldfish memory, but I'll tell you what, swimming deep in the waters is that shot from Green Echo. Maybe Two Dog can find the finish. No, Thunderama last second leaping save across net to keep Boise State in it just a little bit longer, but the pressure continues to build. The shots keep coming in hot.
Where did Thunderama come from? I had no idea. Almost like a special delivery mail on Sunday. That was a fantastic save, and we're still tied in this overtime period.
Maybe priority shipping as well, because here comes one package in from, I believe that was Circuit back there. Now they're into the retreat, rotating ball side. Thunderama tries to get it over Two Dog. Lucky succeeds. Big Z back in the third spot. Still has a lot to beat out, though. Toxic gets faked out by that one, not knowing the boost situation of their attacker. Now Green Echo will try a play off the wall. Thunderama looming around dangerously, almost finds a dunk, but Two Dog has an open net. Can they find the angle? They can! They did!
They made it happen deep into the overtime period. Everyone had thought there was going to be a sweep situation, but Concordia gets one on the board. They found a way to beat Boise State once. Can they do it a second and third time, Grant? That is the question.
Oh, goodness. I have no idea, because that was quite the valiant effort put up by Concordia, Wisconsin. Certainly not how I was expecting this one to go, but they have defied all expectations here, taking it home on the home servers. The next game, though, will not be in their favor. In terms of ping, it might go up a little bit higher. We'll have to see, but Boise State held it down for long enough, even went to overtime, but it all came down to that shot accuracy. Concordia had so many good looks towards net, peppering it with shot after shot after shot, and finally, we can breathe. It went through.
Wow, okay, Dwayne the Grant Johnson, now I totally agree with you. But look, if you have a team that has wavering shot accuracy, sometimes, not all the times, it's just see what sticks. Open up the firing range and let at it. And sooner or later, the levees will break up a defense. You'll get one pass, and I can smell it.
Well, I can smell it as well, but we could take a big deep breath, because boy, do I need it. I don't think I've witnessed a game that close, that tense in quite some time. Just when you thought it would end, another shot was blocked, but then finally a golden goal. Open net opportunity presented itself, and Concordia were like, nope, we are not choking this. We're taking it to the house. We're taking it home and forcing a game 4. They still sit on match point, but we've already seen what these teams are made of. I already gave a shout out last time to my boy Lychee, but we are going to see another game 4, and we already know the answer. We already know what Concordia is made of. They are made of steel, and they've got patience. They got it all. They got the heart, the soul, the spirit, and they are high. They got to keep flying high and striking quick.
If I haven't told you before, my childhood hero, Lychee, always tells me how important Game 4 is. And now Boise State is still on series point, but since they lost the last game, it's going to be in their home turf, West servers. Here's a chance for them to put this away in Game 4, because the last thing you want to do is open yourself up to a reverse sweep. But Concordia may be feeling themselves a little bit. They found a way to break the defense of a team that is on paper a stronger squad. Can they double down with that strategy? That's the question I have in this Game 4 matchup, Grant.
I sure hope so. We mentioned that these strategies, there's nothing that needs to be changed. It's just the shot accuracy that needs to step up. And that's exactly what happened. We saw the shot accuracy go down for Boise State, and then we saw in the most clutch moments when it needed to happen, it stepped up for Concordia, Wisconsin. That's what we need to see happen again. They just need to keep these shots accurate and get those goal conversions. You can fire as many shots as you want, but if you never score, like we see, you're never going to win the game, and you're just going to give it away to the other team. And that kind of felt that way because it's all about punishing these mistakes, right? And that's where the shot accuracy comes from. That's how this last game ended in overtime. It was a triple commit, or maybe not a triple commit, but everybody used themselves the best way they could, but everybody missed, net wide open, and finally it worked through.
Well, there's one thing I hope that Concordia pulls from that is set themselves up to pin Boise State against the wall quicker as soon as you can, and maybe you won't have another overtime situation on your hands.
Well, we can only hope to find out. Green Echo will miss the ball first, though, leaving it back for Two Dog Lucky, who's going to take some style points. Circuit out to the side for Toxic. Big Z, though, getting quick. This is great to see from Concordia, Wisconsin. The speed game getting up and the aerial game going up as well from Green Echo. Big Z off the corner, pinch across the midfield. Oh no, we need to see the confidence. We really do from Two Dog Lucky. That was a for sure goal there. It's no longer shot accuracy, it's just confidence in getting there.
Getting there was a little bit of a half step, and that was the difference for that goal, but I can't knock the attempt. I understand being cheeky, I understand being brazen, but when you have an opportunity, you got to go for it.
Oh yes, and here's Bigsy striking. There's Two Dog Lucky for the cleanup. This is an entirely different Concordia, Wisconsin team.
Hey, it looks like a passing play. Something that Boise does pretty well, using the crossbar to your advantage for once, and you have a different breaking up of that deadlock 1-0, this time in favor of Concordia, their first lead, I believe, of this series.
Yes, indeed. Aside from the game win, that is correct. But Boise State getting a taste of their own medicine, if you will. Let's see if Concordia can continue it, though. Two Dog Lucky waits down below, hunting for just a simple bump. They get it done. Oh, it's dirty. It's filthy. Get out the trash bags and clean it up.
Well, I feel Boise State has taken too long to play Concordia University of Wisconsin's pace, and so much that they're keeping their pace going. The lead is now doubled, and a minute has not yet elapsed. 2-0, featuring the quote-unquote underdogs.
Yeah, it seems like the underdogs. Oh my goodness, I thought they were gonna crack under pressure there. As a shot from kickoff came in, Big Z stood there with a glare and said, yeah, I see your shot, but no, not in my house.
If Octanes can talk, right? Yeah, that was a nice play off the line, for sure.
Oh goodness, well, Thunderama blocked out again. This physical play style, we said it was a tool that could be used, but it seems to be working because it's resulted in a lot of disruption and a lot of goals, seemingly things that Boise State are just not prepared for yet. So if Concordia can use this tool for maybe even just this game until they get used to it, they could absolutely pull through with another victory in Game 4.
What's interesting to me is the actual drop in speed. I mean, now Boise State just seems a little bit sluggish, right? I just mentioned the pacing a little before, and now they have to go back to that Game 1 game plan, or else this game or series is slipping away, and that is a tray. 3-0 Concordia.
And it's spread evenly all across the bread with butter. 1 goal for each team member. You know I'm a fan of this team play. It's only 1 goal that had no assist, but Concordia, man, they're finding each other. They have stepped it up. They keep going, and Thunderama is going to look to change this outcome for Boise State if they can.
Well, changing the outcome is easier said than done a lot of times, but yeah, I couldn't tell you a game ago that it will be Concordia with a 3 or now maybe 2 goal score. I guess Circuit's saying, you know what, Caster people had enough of this. Let's get ourselves on the board.
Yeah, it's a very well-received shot. Two Dog Lucky just wasn't there, but that's what I'm talking about. Circuit, with the confidence, said, no, I don't think you're going to touch this. I think this ball is all mine. And that's just a simple baseball thing that my dad taught me, right? It's just you see the ball, that is your ball, you hit ball. See ball, hit ball. Kind of the same thing here that us Plats like to work out, but we don't talk about that.
Shout out to Grandstand, y'all.
Well, Two Dog Lucky fields this one back for an air dribble. Thunderama across and through. Big Z getting a little feisty. Green Echo has a difficult one to defend. I don't even know how this one slipped through the top.
Well, Eric, just like that, 2 goals and 2 assists for Thunderama. This one is being pushed in by Toxic. And now Boise State's within one. I think the Sleeping Giant is up from its nap.
You said sleeping giants. I just repositioned myself in my chair to go to sleep over here for some reason. I just felt a wave of sleepiness come over me, but we can't get tired yet, and neither can Concordia, Wisconsin, because my goodness, they have let 2 goals slip through the cracks so easily here in just under a minute. They got a little too comfortable with where they sat at. They got 3 goals. Yeah, it's a cushion, but it is an insurance policy. Green Echo needs to try to get this one through for another goal for them to sit comfortably once again.
I know that's what Boise wants. The last thing they want to do is push to a game 5, because that's just more opportunities, leaving that up to chance. And well, what we've seen in game 1 and what we saw in flashes of game 2, that if Boise State gets in this situation, they will shoot shots from all over, all different angles. I kind of wish I had a Lars Newt heat map, because the way they attack a goal can be seen as almost a fan pattern. They can go from all over the pitch if they get themselves in the right state of mind.
Well, Circuit gets a huge pinch out here for Thunderama. This is something we've seen. We talked about Boise State being good at team plays and passing plays. We even talked about that fairly recently in the last game. You know, it's kind of the taste of their own medicine that they've been receiving, but I've yet to see really any passing plays come through, and if they are, they're pretty minor, but we need to see a couple of chain reactions, a couple chain passes upfield, and just throw off Concordia a little bit more, because we know that Boise State is capable of that, and I would love to see some more. Maybe here's one to start, but Thunderama just can't spare the boost to get there.
Yeah, one last stretch. That could have been a shot on frame, but that team saw it. But that was all for naught. It's all the points of moot. Toxic levels it up, and now we have a brand new game with less than a minute to go, with both squads trying to see if either it's going to be a game 5 or an end series with a whole new dynamic.
We will just continue to see, but I was just talking about those pass-in plays, Novanta. That wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but a back pass sometimes just works like that when executed correctly, and that's how they find this 3rd goal. Now tie game situation. Oh no, Big Z just too quick for the panic and may have thrown this game away.
The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. What's more Pog, having 4 goals from a comeback or letting a 3-goal lead evaporate? This is not good for Concordia. They have to dig deep here.
Oh, they do indeed. Big Z tries to get antsy with this cheat-up kickoff. Now they get beat out by Thunderama. I called it from the start. That antsy feeling will cost them.
Well, they went from being down 3 to being up 2, and that's a whole different vibe, and one I prefer to have myself if I had 22 seconds to go in a game. Boise State is looking to wrap this up in 4, but all is not lost for Concordia.
Maybe game 4, though, is where we find out what teams are made of. Concordia, we thought, was made of this just incredible firepower that just needed to be unlocked as they progressed through a series, but once it was, we thought they'd take it even further. The first half of this game looked convincing, but they fall in the end of it, and we may have found that Concordia just don't look as mature as we thought. They got too comfortable, and this one will slip and see itself to next week. Boise State with a heartbreaking defeat dished out to Concordia, Wisconsin.
If I'm being honest with you, Grant, the score lines weren't fair to Concordia. I think they saw their opponent, they had a plan of attack, and I guess their opponents had different tactics. That happens no matter how good or great you are, because if they really were outclassed, this wouldn't be a game 4. It would seem like this game was in their hands the last 2 minutes of said game, and so it's a rough season for them, a rough campaign. I do think there's some time to get themselves a little bit of a win streak here, but it won't start tonight.
Yeah, it will not start tonight, but we can only hope that it starts a little bit soon. Well, Novanta, it's been great casting with you, but I think that's all I've got to say. If you've got nothing else, we can go ahead and send it out, but I'll give you one last chance to say whatever.
Well, make sure you hit that follow if you're watching live on that Twitch. NECC Esports gives us the best of collegiate Rocket League action.
Well, there you have it, boys and girls. We hope you've enjoyed the action you've seen here in this series. However, there is still more to come. We hope you stick around, and if you do, thanks for sticking with us. But I'm out for now, Novanta. I don't know if you've got another, but if you do, I hope to see you on the other side.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more NECC esports action. We're heading over to the West Emergence Division for Southern Mississippi versus Upper Iowa. I am Lars Nude. I'll be your color commentator, and joining me here in the casting booth is the one, the only, the Leechy Live. Leechy, how you doing tonight?
Oh, good. I thought you were talking about somebody behind me. I'm doing fantastic. I just got off the back of a 3-hour block of cast for another group, so I am riding high on this empty can of Coke. I'm gonna give the next 45 minutes. It's just gonna be balls to the wall. I cannot wait.
Well, it's going to be some balls to the wall Rocket League action here. Southern Mississippi versus Upper Iowa. I know we talked about this a little bit in the intermission. Southern Mississippi having a rough season so far. Upper Iowa not doing a whole lot better, sitting 500 with a bye week. Southern Mississippi currently 0-5. So both these teams looking to come out here and show a little bit better than they have so far this season.
Upper Iowa. So they are sitting right now, and they're one of the teams that I did actually have the privilege of casting for, or casting about, rather, earlier this season. A team to be respected. I don't know that I would necessarily jump to the term feared, given their 2-2 record and their 6th position out of 10 teams in the West Emergence leaderboard, but a team to be respected nonetheless, especially if you are a team such as Southern Mississippi 2, who unfortunately, as you touched on before, 0-5 record, absolute bottom of the leaderboard. They're actually tied with Concordia, Wisconsin, too, at 0-5. 4-15 in terms of their goal, their game situation, rather. So I think we're probably gonna see a 3-1 in favor of Upper Iowa. I don't know if Upper Iowa has it in them to sweep Southern Mississippi, because Southern Mississippi does have a record of taking a game every once in a while. And I think going up against a mid-table team like Upper Iowa, they have a good chance of taking one. I don't think it's going to go much further than that.
Well, I'm gonna give them a little bit more credit. I'm gonna call this 3-2, also to Upper Iowa, but I'm predicting a game 5. I'm gonna let us go all the way throughout this entire series, and we're gonna get the most out of Leachy's empty can of Coke Zero here, and see how long that little
Excuse
shot
me,
of caffeine.
default Coca-Cola. All right, I'm not a quitter. Coke Zero, get out of here.
Well, some of us are trying to watch our health, but now we're trying to watch some Rocket League already underway on the field for game 1 of what is hopefully a game 5 decider series.
Southern Mississippi in blue being scored on by 10-pin from Upper Iowa. Let's talk about this one for a second.
Just right off the bat, 10-pin does a great job of recognizing where that clear attempt is coming. You hear me talk a lot about getting that ball center in front of your opponent's net. Well, it's a little bit early to be putting that one center. And here's the thing about center passes. They work both ways. 10-pin happy to walk away and give Upper Iowa the early advantage in this series.
Let's try that again. Southern Mississippi in blue, one and only Avenger and Hamburglar going up against Upper Iowa in orange. 10-pin, BD Rue and Krupster. 30 seconds gone. Ooh, one and only trying to equalize it there, but 10-pin very quick, chasing back to make sure that he had that goal covered, and cover it he did. Oh, almost on target there. An awkward pinch from Upper Iowa, almost doubled the lead, but slightly high, slightly wide, so they have to give that shot, or that chance, another shot to make that one work. Hamburger off this right side wall, kind of sort of looking for a teammate to pass to, but it kind of just turns into a pinch off of the oncoming attacker. 60 seconds gone, almost 2-0. BD Rue rather, manages to keep it at 1-0 with the slight miss there on that open goal opportunity.
Currently, this game is all Upper Iowa. They've spent so much time on the attack. They brought so much pressure. In that first minute, about 40 seconds of it in a row, uncontested, was spent in that, in that blue half, pounding down on this net. And I think part of that, they need to get a little bit better contribution out of all these players, but Big Daddy Rue is going to make their own contribution and get a goal of their own.
Just underneath the crossbar as well. 10-pin. Oh, okay, Lars, I'm going to let you take this one, because this is the exact play that you harp on all the time. The barely a shot that turns into a pass off of the backboard.
Well, it's always attacking that back wall. I always like to say, when you come down, your first attempt should not be on net. Obviously, if you got a wide open net, you want to throw that ball home, but shoot close to the net, shoot by the net, force a response out of the defense, and after they've responded, they're out of position, they're in an awkward spot, then you have a teammate in a good solid rotation come through, clean it up, finish it off just like that, textbook.
Hamburglar, ooh, off the crossbar, unable to bring it back within one. Now chasing back, doing pretty well to rough up the opponent, and gets a fantastic 50, keeping the ball safe for now. 10-pin up very high, flips a little bit too early, especially with 0 boost, so he's going to be committed to that one for quite some time as he rotates back. One and only looking for a dribble play, but can't get it past the first defender he faces. 10-pin. Off of the nose of Hamburglar. This one's into the corner. High, dangerous for Big Daddy Rue. One and only, the long shot opportunity. It wasn't target, but a crucial save for 10-pin to keep the score line at 2-0 in favor of Upper Iowa.
Starting to balance out a little bit, though, and here's a big opportunity in front of the net coming off that demo. It's still lurking out in front. Just need one more touch, and it's off the post. Oh, that's such a heartbreaking little push there on the side of Southern Mississippi. You need to make that connection. You had 2 blue players in front of that net, a ball on the goal line, and no one home, and they just couldn't quite finish it off. But we are seeing this even out a little bit. We're not seeing quite the dominance we saw out of Upper Iowa that we saw in that first minute.
Crofster, a bit too much of a touch there. 10-pin was waiting for the pass to come out a little bit faster. One and only open goal. No, Crofster diving across just to get that save in time. Now Crofster has an open opportunity. Won't miss this one. Makes it 3 for UIU.
This is going to be a tough comeback. You know what number I'm looking at on the scoreboard right now. It's that 93 seconds remaining. You know how I feel about coming up on that 90-second mark. It's so critical to have a good, solid control, good, solid lead of the game, excuse me, coming down the last 90 seconds, because it puts so much mental pressure on your opponents. It forces them to be more aggressive and leaves them more open on the backside. Well, you know, the corollary to that is you get to play more comfortably, and that just makes you play better.
Up high from 10-pin. Oh, the double tap kind of sort of turns into like a half doomsy dish. Throwing the defense for a loop. Hamburglar is up, won't get there in time. BD Rue almost certainly putting this game beyond a shadow of a doubt.
It's just an awkward, unfortunate touch here. One and only pops that one right up, and BD Rue does a great job of getting up high and tucking that one into that top shelf, of taking it away from anybody on Southern Miss. And that's the one big issue here is saw kind of a triple commit, an awkward rotation through there, and an unfortunate bump up. It's not enough to just get that ball away from that immediate threat. You have to clear the shooting lane. And unfortunately, one and only pops that one right up above and in front of the net.
Coming around yet again, another dangerous stop there. One that needed to be made, one and only. Oh no, someone I like to call the Canadian standoff. No, after you, please. Just couldn't decide who was meant to take that ball, and it resulted in a loss of possession. People need to take a little bit more control there. Crupster, 0 boost, has the ball taken away. One and only doing relatively well to keep the ball out of their own half, but oh, not well enough. BDR coming in, can't get it underneath. I keep wanting to say BDR. I'm so sorry about that. Big Daddy Rue. Oh, Avenger trying to walk this in. The final 10 seconds, rather. Hamburger taking this up and waiting for it to fall back down. Big Daddy Rue taking advantage of his hesitation there. Just waiting for the ball to come down and touch. Upper Iowa, a relatively convincing 4-0 win in game number 1.
Yeah, that's a great start if you are Upper Iowa trying to get a good set of wins here towards your record on the season. Excuse me. It was, it's got a little scrambled here for a second. It's a great convincing win off the start here. And I think a big issue that Southern Mississippi needs to sort out going forward. I mean, obviously there's some mechanical issues. There's some pace of play issues that Upper Iowa has an advantage here. But where I really want to see them step up is in the communication department. You talked about that Canadian standoff that we had earlier, which in the end, Avenger played fairly well out of that one. They did a good job of once they decided, hey, that's going to be my ball. They baited out the defender very well, got it down to the corner. I know we heard you talking earlier about when you have that dribble, playing to the wall and not to the net to pull that defender out. The triple commit in front of their own net, the awkward touches, the communication, I think, is where the comeback for Southern Mississippi starts.
An interesting thing to highlight here, when we're looking at the all touches map, I don't know if that's something you can bring up a little bit, but it seems to be concentrated in each team's own back right corner. And I wonder what that's all about. Like, is it just that, like, they favor that right side on their defensive rotations, or that their opponents favor their left side for their attacking rotations? Like, it's something that you don't really have insight on until you have Mr. Stats programming things like this so that you can see behind the scenes. I wonder what that's all about. I'd love to be able to study that for a little bit.
Yeah, we're still a little bit new to the new technology that we've been bringing in here. But if you want a quick reference here, so this is the touch map for the blue team, which I believe is Southern Mississippi. And this is the touch map for Upper Iowa. And you can see, just like Leachy was talking about, they kind of favor that home right corner for each side of the ball, and that on pushing it up the wall and trying to get this one out from in front of the net. The one thing I do want to point out here is we seem to be getting more defensive touches in front of Upper Iowa's net. Again, this is Upper Iowa's heat map that you're looking at right now. We seem to be getting more of their touches right now directly in front of their net. And it goes to where we saw some of those opportunities open up on the side of Southern Mississippi that they just couldn't capitalize on. And it's really threatening. If you're Upper Iowa, you need to do a better job of not allowing these offensive opportunities to develop right in front of your net like that. Get that ball clear and don't allow that into the shooting lane in the first place. If you are Southern Mississippi, alternatively, you need to take advantage of this. With the amount of attention we're seeing in front of their net, you have to be scoring some goals.
So what say you then about either of these teams? What advantages could be pulled for either of these teams for playing more centrally and not relying as much about passes off of the sidewall, like take it through the middle a little bit, because it seems like so much of the play is being pushed out to the very outer edges of the map. I feel like the center of the pitch is being used purely for rotation, like finding your position back in rotation. Put the ball there, run it through the middle, and see what happens.
Yeah, I think if you are Upper Iowa, absolutely take advantage of that. They've had great accuracy in front of the net. I think if you are Southern Mississippi, continue to work the edges of the map and then push this ball out in front of the net and then try to punish it. That's where they've struggled, with those triple commits and the positioning errors. They're not getting a good opportunity to follow up in front of Upper Iowa's net.
Big Daddy Roo in the Merc, the power move for game number 2. Wow, Avenger getting that save at the near post. Big Daddy Roo will make the Merc count. 21 seconds in, Big Daddy goal.
21 seconds in and 21 seconds of attack down in Southern Mississippi's net. You can see exactly how that one ended, but there's not a whole lot to say for that gameplay. We just need to see Southern Mississippi get that ball clear, not allow that attack to develop for that long, that consistently. And that comes back to some of that positional, rotational communication issues we've been seeing.
10-pin, waiting a bit too cautiously for that one to come down, but the ball is seen clear eventually. Big Daddy Roo off that sidewall. Hamburglar can't quite get in the way of it. One and only is up, but needs to be very careful with what he does with this ball. Winds up leaving it to Avenger. Sent way out wide. BD Roo off that sidewall. Can't use that nice tall hitbox of the Merc to get in the way. And now all of a sudden Upper Iowa, well, for a second they looked like they were scrambling on defense, but then the big boy Merc standing up in the way, stopping the momentum of that ball. Never going to get past that one. Demos be damned, we'll call it. 75 seconds gone. Upper Iowa hanging on to the 1 goal. Still plenty of time to make something happen. Ooh. Like right here. No, it won't bounce underneath the crossbar. So close there. One and only probably feeling like he got RNG'd.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate here, but that is a good start to what we've seen here. We're getting great pressure down the field. We're just not getting a continuation of it. They're getting it down. They're getting a threat towards the net. And then it kind of fizzles out and allows Upper Iowa to clear around and start their own attack. Something I know that we're both kind of familiar with. That one just a little bit lucky on the side. Southern Mississippi doesn't find the back of the net as they continue to scramble a little bit in the defensive end. And I know One and Only's shown us some great mechanical skill, but just a little hindered by some of the communication errors that we're seeing.
Avenger missing this one on the sidewall. Hamburglar fighting Krupster. It actually has a shot to follow this one up. Drops it underneath the defender. That went straight up in the air. How does that one work? Check this replay out. It's 1-1.
Oh, wow. Just gets over top of it, bounces it right down. That's so well placed, recognizing where that defender is coming from and understanding that if they throw it just directly at the net, there's no way. The Merc is sitting behind it. You're not going to score on the Merc like that. But if you can avoid the Merc altogether and just put one down. Now we're tied up as we come up on halftime here. Southern Mississippi finds an attack, just not enough power to finish it off. They're still alive in this game and in this series.
Interesting shot there from Avenger, calling a Big Daddy Roo to make that save. Now 10-pin looking to break out of their own half and does so relatively effectively. A great dunk over the top of Avenger leaves Hamburglar scrambling. Krupster off of the crossbar, 1-2 and in.
I think, was this a triple touch up here? Set up by 10-pin. Krupster. I think I saw another. I think I hit the crossbar twice there, but the last one was bar down and in. and not off of Krupster again. But that is the advantage back to Upper Iowa. I'd like to see Southern Mississippi strike back quickly here, not allow this to carry on too long, but 10-pin, it widens it out with that beautiful shot off the wall right off the bat here.
We'll call that a kickoff goal. Oh, Avenger. I think Avenger got a little bit antsy there with his approach to that ball. Needed to take a little bit of pace out of the car, believe it or not. I think he just got into the air with a little too much urgency, and I think that's caused the accuracy to wane a little bit. So unfortunate there. 3 goals now for Upper Iowa, and they're looking about as commanding as I expected on paper. I do want to see Southern Mississippi come back in game 3, and it'll probably be a close one. I'm hanging on to my prediction of them taking 1 game. It'll probably wind up being like a 2-1 or something, maybe an own goal throw in there just to spice things up. But I do think so far, I mean, in these almost 2 games that we've seen from Upper Iowa, I haven't seen enough to change my opinion or my prediction of what the overall result is going to be.
No, we've seen flashes of greatness out of Southern Mississippi, but it's just that, flashes, and it's not the kind of consistency. Oh, no. The own goal. You asked for an own goal to spice it up, but unfortunately for Southern Mississippi, it's going to hurt them, not help them.
Hey, I didn't ask for it. I predicted it. I don't want to see people go through pain. I just thought it would happen. So let's be very clear about this. Minute and 6 seconds on the clock. 4-1 now for Upper Iowa, excuse me, looking a lot healthier than they did in the first half of this game. Krupster missing this. Avenger doing the same, so 10-pin will turn around nice and slow. Had a teammate to work with, but had it pinched away, so never had that pass in the first place. Avenger high into the corner. One and only. Just really gets a stopping touch, but nothing more. 10-pin, ooh, looking for something tricky. It was like a half flip reset or just kind of air dribble attempt upside down. Regardless, scary if you see it coming straight at you. 4-1 now to Upper Iowa. Lars, I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at risk of repeating myself here. I'm not quite sure what to say about Southern Mississippi other than they just need to be more consistent with their opportunities on goal, as few and far between as they may be.
Caster repeating themselves? Never. That never happened.
No.
Literally never once made the same point twice in a series, let alone a match. Unfortunately for Southern Mississippi, Upper Iowa takes this one again in fairly commanding fashion. And as we're talking about stats, here's one you don't need the eye of Newt to see. You just look at the scoreboard. 9 shots on net for Upper Iowa to 3 for Southern Mississippi. A 300% outshoot side of Upper Iowa. And I definitely like what I've seen out of Southern Mississippi. They've settled down some of those double commit issues. They're not on each other's backs nearly as much as they were before. They're doing a much better job rotating through. So here's the next step. Pick up the pace, get a few more touches, get more aggressive on the net. We had step 1 down, step 2 on the way, hopefully, and then maybe in game number 3 here they can walk away with a victory.
How viable do you think it is for Southern Mississippi to fully switch gears and go aggressive physical play? Do you think that, like, from what we've seen, do you think they even have room in their rotations to implement that? Or do you think that something like that would just put them at risk of being caught out of position and then Upper Iowa just bangs them home time and time again?
Well, you can see here, I just brought up the demo map, as you can see, and there's not a whole lot to be said for that physical play. And I think at this point, with how the series has gone for Southern Mississippi, I'm for it. I advocate the physical play all the time. They're already a little scrambled in their rotation, so honestly, it can only really help at this point.
Game 3. Something's got to change. Up high, 10-pin. Oh, gets beaten to it by Avenger, but no teammates there to follow up, and now Avenger will get demoed. Hamburger is struggling there, one and only diving across to make that stop. Hamburger has it taken away. This one's waterfalling down, dangerous from 10-pin. No, Big Daddy Roo with the with the Merc. I wanted that so badly, but Krupster winds up finishing it.
Oh, well, Big Daddy Roo does a great job bringing pressure downfield. And, you know, you don't even have to touch the ball to do what I've talked about so many times. Bring pressure towards the net, bait out the defense. Big Daddy Roo comes downfield, threatens that ball. You could see at least 2 Southern Miss players jump on top of that, end up sailing past, and it just leaves it wide open for Krupster.
Hamburglar missing this. Big Daddy Roo into his own corner. Avenger up. Good kill of the momentum, but unfortunately the car was taking him, or the momentum rather of his own car was taking him away from the ball. Krupster, all he needs to do is direct that on target. 0 boost is going to make that a little bit difficult. Not enough gas in the tank per se to change the trajectory of his car, so needed to make sure that that jump was perfect, and it was slightly off. Score remains 1-0 in favor of Upper Iowa. Big Daddy Roo trying to change that, double it. Big Merc coming in with that 50-10 pin. Wow, the slowest dribble here is all he needed to double that lead.
Well, it's great pressure, and the thing that allowed this to open up is the level of aggression we've seen out of Upper Iowa. And it's not the physical aggression, it's attacking the ball, getting up into your opponent's face, not allowing them to develop plays and have time to make the plays that they want to make. You see it right here, Krupster jumping on the top of Avenger, and Tenpin even trying to make that read off of the wall. But here we finally have an opportunity if they can get a center. And no, even Krupster diving in. Just to my point, again and again and again, anytime you see blue near the ball, you know Upper Iowa is barreling down to try to take it away.
Oh, a miss there from Hamburglar. Didn't quite punish him just yet, but the danger's not over. Tenpin still sends it high. One and only. Needs some help from a teammate in the form of Hamburglar to send it clear off to the right side. Avenger coming in will get beaten to it by Big Daddy Roo. One and only gets in the way. Oh, if only that were on target, we could be talking about a slightly different scoreline. Drop down, Tenpin flips a little bit too early, kills his vertical momentum. Hamburglar has it cleared away from Tenpin, so needs to retreat, especially with that bump from Krupster coming through as well. Sent around. Up high from Avenger. Hamburglar struggling, turtling there on his own roof of the car. Getting down to the halfway mark, and you're not gonna score if you don't shoot. And you know, Southern Mississippi, there's no sugarcoating this. They have yet to fire a single shot off towards the Upper Iowa goal.
Imagine taking my next talking point right out of my mouth as I'm sitting here looking at the scoreboard. Well, to Southern Mississippi's credit, every player has got a save. They're nice and balanced on that one, but it's not enough. 6 shots on net. 2 of them have found their way in for Upper Iowa. And now, with 121 seconds remaining, Southern Mississippi needs to find something and needs to start with just getting pressure on the net, but they're getting so hounded. Oh, there's one. Finally, some pressure down. It's in. Hamburglar cuts the lead in half.
Yes, they got it. Hamburglar out. What a great pass as well there. Krupster, it's a difficult situation for Krupster to be in because you're coming at that ball full speed. You need to make a touch to keep it out, but it's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't, because the touch that he got, sure, kept the ball out, but A, it dumped it directly into the shooting lane, and B, it threw his car all the way into the back of his own goal, so it took him forever to collect himself and get back into a position where he was even, you know, had a possibility of making a save. And Southern Mississippi took advantage. That needs to happen more often. Make these guys scramble, because if they're scrambling, sure, they can make the first save, but if they're scrambling to make that save, the second one isn't going to be quite so easy.
Well, that's what it comes back to with the follow-up. Pressure tied up. Avenger finds that top right corner off of getting Big Daddy Roo beat. 10-pin double commits. And then it doesn't matter at that point. Nobody's left home. Minute 15 seconds, and this is the most competitive game we've seen yet. You may just get your game 3 to Southern Mississippi yet, but a minute and 10 seconds remaining to find out.
I'm loving it. Let's keep this going. 2-2.
Careful, we don't want to get in trouble with the people responsible for that.
We're fine. We're fine. I'll pay him off. I have $3. We'll make it work. Hamburglar not quite getting to this one off the wall. What the hell are we doing? One and only picking the pockets of one of those UI players. Oh, Avenger not quite making the touch here. Would have been a great pass had he managed to find contact. But as it stands, still 2-2. Final 30 seconds now. Great pass off that corner wall. Big Daddy Roo standing up tall to get this touch. 10-pin waiting very patiently to catch this. Avenger. No, back wall pass over to one and only. There was a good attempt, but just couldn't side flip quite fast enough to make that one work out. Avenger looking to send this one long. Does so halfway. No, okay, that was over the side of Hamburglar, but luckily one and only. Positioned perfectly for that save. It's wide open. 10-pin needs to make the save and does. Ball's still dangerous. They need to clear it out. They will clear it out. The ball has yet to hit the ground. I think it will just about now. There we go. Overtime finally. Game 3. And Southern Mississippi a single goal away from keeping this going. It is all up to them.
Ooh, that was almost it off the kickoff. And well-deserved at the end of that regulation time. One and only honoring the Rule 1, even as the ball goes towards their net. They're almost going to get the benefit of it, but now the attack very firmly under control by Upper Iowa University. And now 10-pin in the air finishes it off 25 seconds into overtime, and that is the series. Upper Iowa takes it in 3.
That, I mean, jumped brilliantly. Avenger, you could see, was kind of caught flat-footed, knew that he needed to make some kind of an effort, because if he didn't jump and just kind of waited for the shot to come in, you done, kid. So he needed to try something, and it just wasn't enough. So Upper Iowa, it took overtime for Upper Iowa to get this sweep done, but sometimes an overtime win is what it takes, and that's what it took here. So Upper Iowa, very well done, dispensing, I would say, fairly comfortably of Southern Mississippi. It wasn't the 3-1 that I was expecting. Game 3 was definitely the close competition that I was expecting, and then Upper Iowa had to go and ruin it. So you know what? I don't even care anymore.
Sorry, the look on your face over here watching that develop. Well, like you said, fairly comfortable for Upper Iowa. Much better showing out of Southern Mississippi. As time went on, they definitely got better. If we had a long enough series, I'm sure we'd see them pick up some wins. But unfortunately for Southern Mississippi, it's a best of 5, and they didn't find it fast enough within the first 3 games to go ahead and upset them here. And we're on to the next series, I guess. If you have any more thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and/or dreams.
I want to do another one of our 1v1 things, but we have to wait for our producer to yell at us. And he told us we could do it.
Whatever we want to do.
Whatever. Let's do a food
let's
review.
take a second. So I'm currently drinking some
oh my god. Don't actually go down this road.
I'm not going to. Let's pull up the heat maps. Let's just break down a little bit more detail of what happened in this last game. We'll start with the all-touch heat map, and I'll bring up the drawing board as well. So as we talk our points through, we can actually draw directly on them, which I think that's pretty neat. I don't know about you guys, but I happen to enjoy that a little bit.
Mr. Stats.
Mr. Stats.
Don't stop
over here
calling him that.
With the Eye of Newt. I know you guys are determined to make that a thing. But as you can see, speaking of statistics, 53% of the time was spent in the blue end of the field with Upper Iowa on attack. But the longest attack, believe it or not, was 35 seconds with Southern Mississippi bearing down on Upper Iowa's net. But as you can see here, all this activity continues to happen in the corners. We didn't see them get out into the middle of the field. And the one thing that surprises me is look at this area right here, Leachy, in front of the net. And I know that's probably tough for you to see because it's, I don't know if you have that pulled up in Discord right now.
I got you.
For the team that didn't find a victory, or for the team that found a victory, did not have many touches in front of the net here. It really goes to show what Thunder B likes to call corner ball, and it's that attack through the corner that is effective, I think, mostly at about this emergence level of gameplay. As you start to go higher, this starts to break down a little bit. And what we saw kind of earlier is as Southern Mississippi started to clear, they started to get center pretty aggressively, and that allowed a University of Upper Iowa University, excuse me, to attack pretty aggressively and jump those plays up through the midfield here. And they started to settle that down and get it up through here. And you can see where they started to really push through the corner. And they got some good opportunities. Look at all this activity in front of Upper Iowa's net. They just couldn't find the finishes.
Yeah, I that's a good point that you bring up, is that the corner ball, as you said, Thunderbee loves to call it. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think this is the skill level that I think that's the ceiling. Like, this skill level is the ceiling at which corner ball can work. Beyond that, I think it's just going to be like, it's vanilla Rocket League to anybody else. So they're just going to look at it as a complete non-starter and just deal with it like they deal with any other super simple challenge and neutralize it almost immediately. So I'd be interested to see what these heat maps look like as you go higher up the skill divisions, or whether those heat maps in higher skill divisions would just put our theories to shame and there's even more corner ball. Who knows?
Well, we will get a chance to look at that later tonight, because remember, we have more Rocket League tonight, but we got a little bit before that next series starts. So I do want to touch on something you talked about here, as A, why corner ball is not the most effective, but B, why you're going to see a lot of it no matter what level of Rocket League you're at. And it's something we talked about a little bit during that series, which was you need to clear the shooting lane. It's not enough to just stop the ball in front of the net here. You have to get it out of the shooting lane, and the best way to do that is dump it into the corner. It's hard to score, not impossible, but it's hard to score from these flat angles out in the corners. So instead of just stopping the ball and sending it this way, allowing an opponent to come up and re-attack it, get it into the corner. You're going to see corner ball develop, because defensively it's a good play. If you're not just going to hammer it downfield and just send it away, which you shouldn't be doing save for select scenarios, you're going to want to dump it to the corner, collect it, and try to control the ball out of the field. The other thing why it's not the most effective in the offensive end, well, if you're attacking straight down the middle here, you have a lot of options. You can pass off to a teammate. You can dribble straight up the field. You could try to go around and bring it back in. You got a lot of things you could do with that ball. You can even leave it. You could pop it up right here and have your teammate come sailing in and try to make an attack. If you're driving the ball down through the corner, well, what are my options? Well, there's a wall here, and there's a wall here, and there's a defender here. You're kind of limited on your options. So it's not the most effective attacking strategy. The farthest down I want to see players on the attack have the ball under control along the wall is right about here. At this point, you really need to be looking to get that infield and get that set up for your teammates on the attack. The other thing you could do, though, you don't necessarily have to just straight midfield pass. What we talked about earlier is you can throw towards the net, but not quite on, because where is that going to bounce out? That's a terrible arrow right in front of the net to allow your teammates to follow up.
And this scenario that you're outlining as well is why good communication is so fundamental to Rocket League, because you can be in great positions all you want, but the fact of the matter is, if you are in line with a teammate who's up high on the wall, ready to side flip off and give you that pass into the midfield, the ball partially obscures the car, and it would take mammoth reaction. Well, actually, that would be probably very slow, cat-like reflexes, to be able to read that stuff and react to it so quickly. So if you can do something as simple as, I'm here, or passing mid, just like something to give someone half of a second of a heads up that, hey, this ball's going to come straight onto your nose. You better be ready for it when it gets there. It's just so crucial. Communication is so important across all levels of Rocket League. You can say that corner ball, bumps up against the ceiling of the emergence skill level. Communication, top to bottom, bronze all the way up to SSL. If you are not speaking effectively with your teammates, in very, apart from very few exceptions, you will probably not fare as well as a team that does have that communication on lock.
Absolutely. And that was something we saw with Southern Mississippi, especially at the start of that series. They had communication issues. We saw, again, to harp on it, that Canadian standoff you mentioned earlier, the triple commit on defense that allowed a goal in game number 1, and some double commits here and there that just put them in awkward positions, and it forces you low on boost. It forces you out of position. It makes it difficult for you to effectively defend your net. So I want to talk about here is how to attack downfield and some things I like to see in threes, and then some rotational strategies. So I pulled up the demo map here because it's, as you can see, significantly less occupied with other stuff. It's just the one demo down in front of Upper Iowa's net. And we could also talk about where you incorporate demos into a rotation. So we got 3 topics here that I just rattled off. And hopefully, Leachy, you can help me remember everything I wanted to say and help me carry through this, because I'm going to
actively sabotage you, but please continue.
All right, I like it. So let's talk about attacking downfield. We'll start in the defensive end. So let's assume this is an Upper Iowa attack from the defensive end down towards Southern Miss up here. First of all, let's assume it's coming off of a shot. You're going to have a player sitting back post if the attack's coming from over here. Ideally, you've had one player that's already out this way because they made a challenge, and you've got a second player who's rotating behind, getting ready to fill in that back post position. Well, as this player is rotating through the front after their challenge and that shot comes down, well, look, you've got a nice pass right here to carry momentum up the field on an attack. And it doesn't have to be exactly like this. Everything here is, by scenario as needed. The other thing you can do, though, is if you could somehow collect that ball, again, you want to touch that ball away from the front of the net. It can be to either side. And again, ideally, you're going to have a player from your team in either of these corners ready to collect this ball. Now you've got the ball settled on your nose. You want to drive it upfield. You don't want to just bang it away. There are times where you'd want to do that. Most of the time you don't. We've been under pressure for, what was the longest attack? 36 seconds, and we just need some breathing room. Yeah, go ahead and send it. But for the most part, you want to settle the ball in your nose and you want to drive it upfield. So now you're coming up across the mid. You got 3 players. You want to have one lurking back ready to scoop up anything that needs to happen. Your second player, even or thereabouts with your teammate, because now they have options. They can drive to the net. They can drive to the corner and try to send one back out of the corner. They can try to send one off the back wall, or they can just pass across and allow your teammate to make this challenge, this attack. This teammate, regardless of what happens, they're probably going to want to settle somewhere in this region and get ready to set up an offensive rotation. Now, offensive rotation, ideally, you want to be attacking the net. So the player with the ball, if they choose not to pass, they're attacking down, and then they're rotating through. This is where you can get smart demolitions. You don't want to be chasing demos, but you do want to use them offensively. So obviously, you're already attacking the net. You're already sending down this way. Hopefully there's some boost sitting here for you, and there's a defender sitting back post or thereabouts. Rotate at that defender, assuming you haven't just had the ball sent over your head. Then rotate through this boost. And the other thing I see a lot of that's not the greatest is then players will rotate to here and then back across the mid. It's slow. It takes you out of the play. If you don't have a reason to be scrambling back on defense, you want to be making a quickish turn in here, because what happens in good pressure on the net, you're going to be getting attack. You want to be able to turn quickly and capitalize as the defense gets scrambled. Thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and/or dreams?
The Midwest Gibbs, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Stats himself. I've got nothing. That was absolutely beautiful. I'm in awe. I'm literally stalling for time. That was absolutely fantastic. I'm
Leachy, and I have nothing to contribute, so I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk out my butt and hope that it sounds like I am an equal part of this conversation.
Woohoo!
Take
us out.
All right, well, we have more Rocket League for you here. That's going to do it for this series. But starting in 14 minutes, we have another series. We're going to get to see the answer to Leachy's question as you move up in divisions. Does the heat map change? You're going to want to see the answer to that question, and you're going to want to see the Rocket League that brings it about. On behalf of Leachy, goodbye, Leachy. And I will be right back. Stick around.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On its way, sir.
Sounds amazing.